Chapter 1595 The Stone Doors. Let's go. Seeing that the sculpture had entered, Zhang Xian and the others quickly made their way into the Ranzi Hall as well. The passageway had many brilliant night illumination pearls embedded in the ceiling, lighting up the entire place. As such, despite the closed space that they were in, the surroundings were as bright as day. There were ancient inscriptions carved along the passageway that detailed desirable values that a person should cultivate and the etiquette one should preferably adhere to. Didn't you say that ancient sage Rancio is not one to care too much about formalities? Why would? Zhang Xian could not help but ask the adolescent boy sculpture. Earlier, the adolescent boy sculpture had said that ancient sage Rancio was a person who paid little attention to formalities, so it seemed highly contradictory to see inscriptions of values and etiquette in the passageway of the Ranzi Hall. It's precisely because he paid little attention to it that he was criticized by Kong Shi over it. Thus, he carved these inscriptions to remind himself to adhere by these values and etiquette at all time. The adolescent boy sculpture replied, Kong Shi had once said that one should seek to reflect and learn from one's actions, and as one of Kong Shi's direct disciples, ancient sage Rancio was bound to adhere by his teachings. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before asking with a hushed voice, Did the 4 people who came prior to us clear the trial as well? So far, they had not seen any traces of the 4 otherworldly demons who had come ahead of him. Could they possibly have failed the test? Of course, it was not to say that the 4 otherworldly demons who had come before them were weak, but surely the ancient domain left behind by the number 1 student of Kong Shi should at least have the capability to discern between otherworldly demons and humans? Otherwise, what a huge disgrace it would be. They have cleared the trial and entered the compounds. The adolescent boy sculpture replied politely. After learning that Zhang Xian had inherited ancient sage Qiuwu's heritage, the attitude of the adolescent boy had become much more courteous. They cleared the trial, too? Then, did you notice any anomaly with them? Zhang Xian frowned. Anomaly? The adolescent boy sculpture shook his head in response. There's nothing of that sort. They have defeated the golden warriors of Minter's calligraphy and cleared the trial fair and square. However, one of them did have one of ancient sage Yin Yan's treasures with him. Ancient sage Yin Yan's treasure? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in astonishment. Ancient sage Yin Yan was one of the 10 apostles under Kong Shi's lineage, too. Viewed to be of equal standing with ancient sage Bo Shang, ancient sage Rancio, and the others, he had specialized in the field of music. He had played a huge part in passing down the heritage of the demonic Tunist guild, and for that reason, most demonic Tunists viewed him as their founder. But to think that those 4 otherworldly demons would actually have one of his possessions. To be able to arrive on the Master Teacher continent while avoiding the detection of the Master Teachers, find ancient domains that even the Master Teacher Pavilion is unaware of, and even be in possession of one of ancient sage Yin Yan's treasures. It seems like the otherworldly demonic tribe has really prepared. Zhang Xian thought grimly. The war between the otherworldly demonic tribe and mankind had caused immense damage to both parties over the years. Mankind had lost a lot of its treasures to the otherworldly demonic tribe, so it was not unthinkable for them to be in possession of one of ancient sage Yin Yan's treasures. However, Zhang Xian was a little surprised by how well prepared they were. It was definitely no easy feat for one to fool the eyes of the adolescent boy sculpture. The reason Zhang Xian had asked that question was to warn the adolescent boy sculpture. If those 4 fellows had shown the slightest lapse in their disguise, the adolescent boy sculpture would surely have raised his guard against them. However, from the looks of it, there was no point bringing up the matter anymore since he had no evidence against those 4 fellows. It would be one thing if he failed to convince the adolescent boy sculpture of the matter, but it would be a catastrophe if he accidentally turned the adolescent boy sculpture against him in the midst of doing so. Without a doubt, they must have prepared for this matter for a very long time. It was no wonder they had been able to capture Zhaoya and the others so easily. Indeed, it would not be easy to deal with those 4 after all. We have arrived. In the midst of his thoughts, Zhang Xian suddenly heard a voice from the side. Raising his head, he found that they had already arrived in an atrium. The atrium was round in shape, and there were doors all around. With just a quick glance, he could already spot nearly 100 of them. There are 99 doors here, and each of them represents a different trial. Each of you can only enter one of the doors, and no two persons can select the same door to enter. If you successfully clear the trial and reach the very end, you will be able to find what you seek. The adolescent boy sculpture turned around and addressed them. If you fail to clear the trial, you will have to spend the rest of your life here with me till your time is finally up. Zhang Xian looked at the doors around him as he confirmed once more. So, we can choose any door that we like here? That's right. Feel free to enter any door you want. You only have an instant's time, so make your decision quick. After saying those words, the adolescent boy sculpture took 2 steps back and stood quietly. Knowing that it would be futile to ask the adolescent boy sculpture for any hints, Zhang Xian, Luo Ruoxin, and Wu Chen exchanged glances as they began examining each of the doors carefully. All of the doors were made of granite and were identical in appearance. There was nothing that allowed them to set any of the doors apart from one another. If not for the doorway that they had entered the atrium from, had they closed their eyes and spun around, it would have been impossible to tell which doors they had set their eyes upon previously. This is no different from a labyrinth. Looking at the doors around left Zhang Xian feeling a little lightheaded. Unable to make sense of the situation, he willed in his heart, Eye of Insight. Hula. Lines of insight surfaced in Zhang Xian's eyes, and he quickly scanned his surroundings carefully. Since the 4 otherworldly demons had entered the palace before them, they would have come to this atrium and made a decision as well. The fact that they had come well prepared for this ancient domain, bringing with them the Netherworld's boat and even a treasure of ancient sage Yin Yin, would suggest that they had prior knowledge of this place. So, it should be much safer to follow their footsteps. With a swift scan of the surroundings, a deep frown formed in between Zhang Xian's brows. Why aren't there any marks around? He had thought that he would be able to find some clues, just as he had done outside. However, who could have thought that those 4 fellows did not leave any clues behind, such that even the Eye of Insight was unable to catch the slightest trace of them? Seeing through Zhang Xian's thoughts, Luo Ruoxin sent a telepathic message over. Don't bother. Since this is a trial, there's no way it would allow you to see through anything. Furthermore, the stone sculpture has also said that no 2 people can enter the same door, which means that even if you find the doors that they've entered, we won't be able to enter them. Zhang Xian was rendered speechless. Indeed, since this was a test, there was no way that ancient sage Ranqiu would have left such an obvious loophole. After all, after someone had entered one of the doors and triggered all of its traps and formations, there would no longer be any danger in it. What do we do now? Zhang Xian asked. Let's leave it to fate and pick a random one, Luo Ruoxin said as she randomly picked a door and pulled it open without any hesitation. You. Be careful. Seeing that Luo Ruoxin was going to enter the door just like that, Zhang Xian could not help but feel a little apprehensive on the inside. Rest assured, Luo Ruoxin replied with a faint but confident smile. Ancient sage Ranqiu's trial is unlikely to be easy, but to keep me here is not an easy feat either. After saying those words, she decisively entered the door. That's true. Zhang Xian had never seen Luo Ruoxin making a move before, but considering how powerful Wu Chun was, it stood to reason that Luo Ruoxin was a formidable expert as well. The trial left behind by ancient sage Ranqiu might still pose a great challenge to ordinary geniuses, but to her, it was unlikely to pose any threat at all. I'll be entering as well. Seeing that Luo Ruoxin had already entered one of the doors, Wu Chun also randomly picked a room and strode in. You're the only one who is left. The adolescent boy sculpture remarked calmly by the side. Zhang Xian nodded. He was just about to select a random room too when his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The Eye of Insight might be unable to see through what lies beyond the door, but what about the Library of Heaven's Path? In order to make contextual sense, I had to take the literal meaning of the word, which is music. However, the more accurate interpretation would be the impartation of ritual propriety through music. Basically, you can think of it as spreading culture, values, and thoughts in the form of poems, folk songs, and so on. This happens to be what Yin Yin, a real historical figure, is credited for as well. Chapter 1596. My hands itched to draw with different encounters behind each of the 99 doors. The danger levels were bound to be different too. Without a doubt, there would be a huge difference between selecting a right door and selecting a wrong door. Otherwise, the adolescent boy sculpture would not have given them a whole instance's time to make their choice. Considering that this was a trial left behind by an ancient sage, due to the limitation of his cultivation, it was understandable why the Eye of Insight did not work. However, what about the Library of Heaven's Path? It boasted the ability to see through everything beneath the heavens. Since that was the case, what better tool could there be than to have it make a choice in his stead? It should be easy for it to discern which ones were the right ones and which ones were the wrong ones. Having made up his mind, Zhang Xian immediately got to action. He flicked his wrist, took out a white sheet of paper and a brush, and began drawing. As an 8-star painter, the speed and quality of his drawing had already reached a superb level. In less than 3 minutes, he had already replicated a lifelike view of the entire atrium. After that was done, he swiftly wrote the words correct on each and every door. Given how many doors there were here, there was bound to be one that was more correct than the others. The Library of Heaven's Path was able to analyze the flaws and mistakes of objects, so by looking at the flaws, he would be able to determine which door he ought to enter. While Zhang Xian was busy doing all of this, the adolescent boy sculpture looked on with a completely bewildered expression. He had thought that the young man would simply select a door and enter, but who could have thought that he would suddenly take out a brush and paper and begin drawing and writing? All you have to do is choose one of the doors. Surely you don't have to go through so much trouble just to choose one, right? Do you have difficulties making choices or something? Time's almost up. If you don't enter soon, your qualification to challenge the trial will be revoked, the adolescent boy sculpture warned. Noted. I'll make my choice soon. Zhang Xian replied as he finished scribbling correct on the final door. Once that was done, he placed his finger on the painting. An identical painting appeared in his mind. Soon, upon finding the correct door to enter, he heaved a sigh of relief. Opening his eyes, Zhang Xian said with a smile, "All right, I have made my choice." Seeing the confused look on the adolescent boy sculpture's face, he explained with a light chuckle, "Actually, I'm also an avid painter. Whenever I see interesting scenes, I have an urge to draw them. This bad habit of mine kicked up earlier when I saw this splendid atrium, so I ask for your understanding." Interesting scenes? Splendid atrium? The adolescent boy sculpture was rendered speechless. All that's in this atrium are granite doors. If even such a sight is interesting to you, your right hand must be really busy. Well, I don't blame you for not understanding. You are just a stone sculpture, so it's understandable that you don't share the aesthetics of us humans. Zhang Xian laughed heartily a little as he patted the shoulder of the adolescent boy sculpture sympathetically before heading toward one of the doors. Realizing that he had just been mocked, the adolescent boy sculpture bared his teeth furiously. Ancient sage Qiu Wu had been an upright and austere person, so how in the world did he end up taking in such an infuriating little brat as his student? A person as troublesome as you is doomed to be single for life. To think that you can be so indecisive about choosing a door. Wait a moment. Looking at the direction that the young man was heading in, the adolescent boy sculpture suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. Jia. He stared with his mouth agape as the young man opened the door and disappeared into it. He actually chose that door? But that is... How did he know? The adolescent boy sculpture blinked in disbelief. Of the 99 doors, the chances of that young man choosing that door randomly was simply too slim, so he did not think that the young man would be able to select that one. Who would have thought that he would be so lucky as to choose that door out of so many choices? It was almost as if Lady Luck was shining on him. Soon, the adolescent boy sculpture recovered from his shock and harumphed coldly. Even if his luck is good, he'll need some strength to match his luck. That fellow in the door is far more violent and merciless than I am. Even if he has chosen the correct door, he could very well lose his life in there. Jia. As the granite door closed, Zhang Xian found himself standing within a passageway. He took a few more steps forward, intending to scan his surroundings so as to see what was around, but before he could do anything, an overwhelming pressure suddenly pressed down on him, causing his body to stagger a little. This pressure seemed to seep right into his soul, carrying a force that threatened to crush him into bits the moment that he let his guard down. It's a soul attack. Zhang Xian's face darkened. He had undergone plenty of soul attacks in the past, but this was the first time that he had encountered one as forceful as this. It seemed to pierce right through his physical body, leaving him feeling as if he was standing in the midst of a turbulent ocean, powerless against the overwhelming force before him. Heaven's Path Soul Art. Knowing that it would be bad if he allowed such an attack to continue getting to him, Zhang Xian took a deep breath and began driving his soul energy furiously to fend off the attack. While his soul was only at St. Nine Dan Pinnacle, it had undergone the tempering of lightning, making it far larger and more resilient than other souls. As such, even though the soul attack was formidable, he was still able to just about withstand it. Heaving a sigh of relief, he quickly advanced forward. He wanted to see just what kind of existence could execute such a powerful soul attack. Jai. However, the further he advanced, the stronger the pressure on his soul became. After taking roughly a dozen steps, he was forced to come to a halt. In the end, it seemed like his cultivation was still too low for this trial. At this point, his body and soul were already at their breaking point. It seems like I have already reached my limit. Should I activate Kong Shi's blood droplet then? Zhang Xian pondered grimly. With the enhanced power from Kong Shi's blood droplet, there was no doubt that he would be able to fend off the soul attack with ease. However, the problem was that there were only 3 droplets in total, and he had already consumed one. He would definitely need one when he encountered the otherworldly demons who had kidnapped Zhaoya and the others, so he was a little hesitant about using one right now. After all, it was his strongest trump card. He could not afford to squander it away so easily. The first time that I encountered the lightning tribulation, I was also helpless before it. I thought that I would be electrocuted to death, but afterward, I found that I was able to absorb its energy. While this pressure is hard to bear, I could use it as a medium to temper my soul and make it even purer. Perhaps, this might just become the impetus for me to master Soul Traverse. The last time that Zhang Xian met Lu Chong, the latter had already imparted the secret art of Soul Traverse to him. He had attempted to learn it, but due to several flaws in the secret art, he had ended up losing his motivation. Furthermore, his soul had also been a little lacking then. However, with such heavy pressure pressing down on him, it was a good opportunity for him to try tempering his soul. Perhaps, he might just find unexpected rewards. All right, let's begin. Zhang Xian thought as he went through the secret manual of Soul Traverse in his mind. As Zhang Xian went through the secret manual of Soul Traverse, a thought arose in his mind. Soul Traverse is achieved by slipping one's soul in between the building blocks of space, thus allowing one to transcend the limitations of space. Previously, it was due to my lack of understanding of what the building blocks of space truly meant that I felt that it was plagued with flaws. However, now that my heavenly art of dimension unravel has reached 4 Dan, will I be able to perfect Soul Traverse by compiling the two together? As much as Soul Traverse was a soul's secret art, it could also be said to be an ingenious manipulation of the properties of space. Considering the books relating to space that he had recently collected, if he compiled them together with Soul Traverse, would he just be able to complement the flaws in them? Compile. Getting right into action, Zhang Xian combined the Soul Traverse manual with the other spatial secret art manuals, and before long, a new book materialized into existence. Chapter 1597 The Power of the Zhang Clan Bloodline. Zhang Xian hurriedly grabbed the compiled book and flipped it open. The contents swiftly flowed into his head and imprinted into his mind. It has indeed reached the level of Heaven's Path. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Xian nearly leaped up from joy. He had wanted to practice Soul Traverse for a very long time now, and he had been searching for books relating to souls in order to perfect the technique. However, who would have thought that what he was lacking was not soul-related manuals but space-related manuals? I'll temper my soul first before cultivating Soul Traverse, Zhang Xian decided. Thus, he crossed his leg and sat down. With a thought, he drew his soul out from his glabella. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Without the protection of the physical body, The pressure that pressed down on Zhang Xian's soul immediately intensified. In an instant, he felt as if he was standing amid a raging hurricane that was trying to tear him apart. Heavy like a boulder, firm like a mountain, knowing that if he would lose his life if he could not withstand this ordeal, Zhang Xian focused on the imagery of a massive mountain, the White Creek Mountain. There was a type of soul training that was known as conceptualization training. Through focusing one's thoughts on a single conceptualization, it would help to refine one's soul energy in the form of the conceptualization. For example, if one thought of flames, one's soul energy could become scorching like the raging inferno, and if one thought of ice, one's soul energy would become chilling like the heartless winter. Zhang Xian had done conceptualization training back when he had just started cultivating, but with the Heaven's Path soul art to raise his soul cultivation, he had found that there was not much need for him to do it, so he had not paid much attention to it. However, in this very moment, he knew that he had to do it or risk having his soul torn into shreds. Wang. Focusing on the conceptualization of a mountain, Zhang Xian's wavering soul swiftly stabilized in place. As if an imposing mountain towering in the midst of a storm, no matter how the gale huffed and puffed, it remained completely unfazed, unable to be blown down. After stabilizing his figure, Zhang Xian took a deep breath and drew the crushing pressure into his soul, tempering the weaker parts of his soul. Jai. Under the tempering of the crushing pressure, his massive soul grew more and more concentrated and powerful. The pressure isn't as unbearable anymore. Advance. A few minutes later, when Zhang Xian had finally adapted to the pressure, he took a few steps forward before sitting down to continue the tempering process. In the atrium, the motionless adolescent boy sculpture opened his eyes once more. Let's see how that fellow is faring. Even if that fellow inside doesn't make a move, just the pressure that it exerts should be able to stop that young man in his tracks or even crush his soul entirely. Muttering beneath his breath, the adolescent boy sculpture raised his finger and tapped the space before him. A screen of light appeared in the air, and a display of Zhang Xian's plight within the door came into appearance. The young man should have. What's going on? The adolescent boy sculpture was still uttering smug words when he noticed that something was amiss with the displayed scene before him. His eyes swiftly widened to the brim, seemingly ready to pop out from their sockets. In the screen of light, the young man had his hands on his hips, and he howled indignantly with an infuriated look on his face. Where the hell is the pressure? You coward. I dare you to come out and face me straight on. I haven't absorbed enough of it yet. If that's all you've got, how dare you call yourself a trial? If you don't come out now, don't blame me if I tear this entire place down. He's actually provoking it? The adolescent boy sculpture nearly blacked out. He had thought that with that person making a move, just the aura that the fellow emanated would be enough to crush the young man. Who would have thought that not only would the young man be perfectly fine, he was even mocking it for being too weak. Just where did this monster come from? This was too ridiculous. Forget it. Since there isn't any pressure anymore, I'll just head in. After hurling provocations one after another without the pressure returning, Zhang Xian could only shake his head in resignation. To be honest, it was not that he wanted to brag, but the pressure had simply disappeared too abruptly. He had just barely gotten into the mood of training, and the results had just started showing on his soul when the pressure suddenly vanished without a trace. Anyone would have been infuriated in such a situation. After all, if he could just cultivate a little more, there was a good chance that he would reach the prerequisites to carrying out soul traverse, thus raising his fighting prowess by a notch. Let's see where the source of the pressure comes from first. I might just be able to do something about it, Zhang Xian thought as he advanced forward. Hula! Barely after taking a few steps, as he was turning a corner, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation consuming his body, following which, he sensed a powerful might rushing in his direction. He quickly pressed himself tightly against the wall by the side. Pooh! A small hole appeared in the wall of the passageway. What the? Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up in alarm. What had just shot over was not a hidden weapon, sword chi, or anything of the sort. It was an ordinary droplet of water. Just a droplet of water had succeeded in breaching his defenses and piercing the wall of the passageway. Without a doubt, the person who had made a move on him had to be at the Great Sage realm at the very minimum. I'll wait and see who the person is before deciding whether I should use Kong Shi's blood droplet or not. Placing his finger right above the droplet mark in his hand, ready to come into contact with it and activate the power at any moment, Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before taking another step forward warily. He only had 2 more uses of Kong Shi's blood droplets, so he could not afford to waste it. Voila! Barely after walking around the bend, he saw dozens of water droplets of varying sizes flying over rapidly, sealing all his paths of escape. These water droplets were not really infused with tremendously powerful Zhenqi, but the speed of their movements was simply frightening. Given his current cultivation, if they got a clean strike on him, he would definitely sustain severe wounds or even lose his life. Bloodline activate. Knowing that there was no time for him to escape, Zhang Xian immediately activated the Zhang clan bloodline, which Sword Saint Xing had given him previously. In an instant, time seemed to have slowed down. The water droplets that had been surging in his direction furiously a moment ago seemed to have become mired in a swamp, such that he could perceive them clearly even with his plain eyes. He raised his finger and tapped the closest water droplet to him lightly. The water droplet immediately scattered apart, moistening his finger. He moved on to tap the remaining dozens of water droplets, and they scattered into the surroundings, too. Knowing that he was finally out of danger, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief as he nodded in awe. As expected of the Zhang clan bloodline, its prowess was even more fearsome than the Luo clan bloodline, displaying astounding might upon activation. If he had not utilized this ability, there was no doubt that he would have sustained severe injuries from the barrage of water droplets. However, through the acceleration of his time, the water droplets were slowed to the speed of a snail's crawl, thus posing no threat toward him anymore. Unfortunately, the rate of depletion of the blood essence is simply too great. As excited as Zhang Xian was, he could not help but shake his head helplessly after seeing the amount of power that he had left from the droplet of Zhang clan blood essence. Just to pop a couple of water droplets, he had actually expended more than half of a droplet of Zhang clan blood essence. In other words, he could only repeat what he had done 6 more times before completely depleting the Zhang clan blood essence that he had. This was simply too wasteful. With another thought, he returned from his state of time acceleration, and the scenery before him reverted to its original state. It was then that he realized that he was standing in the midst of a vast hall. At the very center of the hall was a lake of a radius of several hundred meters. The water in the lake were bubbling furiously, as if it was being boiled. Just as Zhang Xian was perplexed as to how the lake could conjure such swift bullets of water, he heard an intense rumbling from beneath the water, following which, a bizarre entity spurted forth from the lake of water, surging upward. Voila! More water droplets whizzed into the surroundings. Chapter 1598 Dragonbone Divine Spear. Woo woo woo. Carrying the might to pierce through the air, the water droplets tore through everything that stood in their path. Even the water droplets that it flicked out so casually wield such formidable might. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He was still wondering how the water droplets had come about, and the answer had surpassed his wildest imagination. If even the water droplets flung out by a casual flick from the fellow in the lake harnessed such might, just how powerful would that fellow be? Would Yangshi even be a match for it? Bloodline activation. Knowing that it was no time for him to be dozing off, he quickly burned the remaining half a droplet of Zhang clan blood essence, and the time around him slowed once again. I have to get rid of the problem from its roots, or else it'll just be a matter of time before I lose my life. Zhang Xian thought as he swiftly traversed past the water droplets toward the edge of the lake. Voila! Right after doing so, the half a droplet of blood essence also burned dry, and the water droplets ended up striking the wall all around. Papa! Zhang Xian raised his head to take a look at what was ahead of him. The fellow that had risen from the lake was a massive skeleton. From its head to its tail, it was dozens of meters tall. Every single one of its translucent bone glistened with jadeite, and even though it was impossible to tell just how tough it was, Just the fact that a casual flick of its body was able to fling out water droplets that wielded the strength to kill St. Nine Dan pinnacle cultivators was more than enough to instill fear. Upon catching the true appearance of the skeleton, Zhang Xian jolted in shock. This is the skeletal frame of a dragon? Having tamed the netherworld azure dragon beast, he had some understanding of the physical structure of such life forms. He could tell that the skeletal frame before him had a much more natural and harmonious structure compared to the netherworld azure dragon beast, making it highly likely that it was the skeletal frame of a dragon. Even if it was not a pure-blooded dragon, it was bound to possess a far purer dragon bloodline than the netherworld azure dragon beast. Seeing that the young man had successfully dodged its water droplets, the skeletal dragon glanced down at the young man as its deafening voice boomed in the air. You wield the ability to control time? No, your power seems to be dependent on a bloodline. Who are you? Which sage's descendant are you? I am Zhang Xian. Noting that the skeletal dragon had no intention of attacking him for the time being, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief as he clasped his fist and bowed toward the massive fellow before him while discreetly examining it. The skeletal dragon had a dark exterior, and the voice seemed to have originated from the dragon's head. Its eyes were basically two holes imbued with faint green light. If not for the fact that it had spoken, it would be difficult for one to imagine that the skeletal dragon was a living being with independent consciousness. Zhang? You aren't a disciple of Kongshi? The skeletal dragon asked. I'm not. Zhang Xian shook his head. It was only after the 100 schools of philosophers left the master-teacher continent that the Zhang clan rose to power. As such, the founder of the Zhang clan was indeed not a successor of Kongshi's heritage. To be able to comprehend the laws of time, which only Kongshi is able to utilize, despite not being one of Kongshi's disciples, it seems like the later generations are filled with plenty of talents. The skeletal dragon nodded slightly. I'll give you some credit for being able to withstand my pressure and dodge my water droplets, but that is far from sufficient. If you wish to win my acknowledgement, you'll have to defeat me. Win your acknowledgement? Zhang Xian asked in confusion. Indeed. This passageway contains the greatest treasure of the 99 doors, but it's also the most dangerous of them. The one who wins my acknowledgement will be able to take me away, and those who fail my trial shall have their lives reaped by me. The skeletal dragon said impassively. You said that the one who wins your acknowledgement will be able to take you away? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in excitement at that notion. Even the droplets casually flung out the skeletal dragon wielded the strength to slaughter St. Nine Dan pinnacle cultivators with ease. That prowess was definitely nowhere beneath Yangshi's. If he could take this skeletal dragon away with him, his overall prowess would surely rise by leaps and bounds. Indeed. However, if you wish to earn my acknowledgement, you'll have to first display prowess surpassing mine. Back then, ancient sage Ranxio also used his strength to convince me to serve him for life. I have already slept here for tens of thousands of years, awaiting another worthy individual to serve. The skeletal dragon replied, Ancient sage Ranxio, you are ancient sage Ranxio's weapon? Could you be the dragonbone divine spear? Zhang Xian suddenly thought of something, and his body shuddered in astonishment. He had read some books concerning ancient sage Ranxio, so he knew bits and pieces of his history. The dragonbone divine spear was the weapon that ancient sage Ranxio had wielded as he slew hordes of otherworldly demons, as if a mortal manifestation of the god of war. Even Kongshi had once praised the formidability of the dragonbone divine spear. Could this skeletal dragon really be that legendary weapon? If that was the case, he really had made the right choice choosing this passageway. Indeed, the skeletal dragon replied nonchalantly, Ancient sage Ranxio has sealed my powers, such that my fighting prowess is only at the level of great sage at the moment. Nevertheless, as long as you are able to defeat me, I'll willingly leave with you. Otherwise, no matter who you are and what background you come from, I'll pierce a gaping hole through you for your arrogance of daring to challenge me. Of course. It's only right that you should do so. Just that. Zhang Xian raised his head to look at the skeletal dragon earnestly. As you can see, I'm only a St. Nine Dan pinnacle cultivator myself. Even if you can only tap into the strength of a great sage at the moment, I'm still no match for you. Won't you consider suppressing your cultivation to my level before fighting it out? You want me to suppress my cultivation to match your level? The skeletal dragon asked with a hint of displeasure in its voice. Having been sealed here for a long time, I believe that you are craving to dive into the world and clash with some worthy opponents. Right now, I'm the only one who has chosen this passageway, and if no one else comes by after me, doesn't that mean that you'll never be able to get out? That would be the greatest tragedy for a top-notch weapon like you, wouldn't it? Zhang Xian exclaimed passionately. Since it's a duel, it will only be meaningful if the both of us are on equal standing, right? Otherwise, what fun will it be if you win in a single move? The skeletal dragon hesitated upon hearing those words. It's settled then. You are the trump card of ancient sage Ranqiu, so your fighting prowess is bound to be at the very top. There's no way a weak cultivator like me will be able to pose a threat to you, even if you do suppress your cultivation down to my level. Zhang Xian remarked admiringly. But if you aren't feeling too confident, I guess it can't be helped then. Humph. There's no way I would lose to you with my cultivation suppressed. Provoked by Zhang Xian's words, the skeletal dragon harumphed coldly. Fine. I'll suppress my cultivation down to St. Nine Dan Pinnacle. In truth, the skeletal dragon knew that Zhang Xian was intentionally provoking it, but its pride still got in its way. More importantly, it did not think that it could possibly lose to Zhang Xian. Boom. The next moment, the Dragonbone Divine Spear's powerful aura gradually reduced to a level equivalent to Zhang Xian's, St. Nine Dan Pinnacle. Humph. Let's begin then. After sealing its cultivation, the skeletal dragon was just about to make its move when the vision before it abruptly blurred. Unknowingly, the young man who had been standing right there a moment ago was already standing before it, sending a punch right toward its dragon head. You. Caught off guard by the other party's swift movement and abrupt assault, the skeletal dragon felt a little stifled inside. It swiftly whipped its tail to strike down the young man, but the next instant, it found that the space around it had been completely sealed. As if a frozen river, it was unable to move at all. Ancient Sage Qiu Wu's spatial sealing art? The skeletal dragon exclaimed in shock. The next instant, a splitting pain ripped through its skull. The young man's fist had already landed squarely on its head. Pung 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 pung. Punches and kicks rained down on the skeletal dragon, sending stabbing pain reverberating through its body. It was almost like being battered by the ceaseless rapids of a river, completely messing up its momentum, not giving it the opportunity to recover at all. Under the relentless attack, not only were the skeletal dragon's bones slowly accumulating damage, its soul was also severely jolted. The skeletal dragon was frenzied. How is he so powerful? Chapter 1599 Acknowledge Your New Master. Even though the skeletal dragon had lowered its cultivation, there was no doubt that it was the absolute pinnacle among St. Nine Dan Pinnacle entities. Putting aside the fact that its body had already been tempered to a level exceeding great sage realm cultivators, just its battle instincts alone had been refined over the many years of battle with ancient sage Ranqiu. It had encountered all kinds of cultivators and many different ultimate techniques. But this? What the heck was this? Seemingly devoid of skills, the young man simply rushed in to rain down a barrage of attacks on it, as if some street hoodlum. And what was even more stifling was that it was actually unable to dodge at all. This had to be the greatest humiliation that it had ever faced since its birth. Roar! As the fists and kicks continued raining down on its head, the skeletal dragon finally reached the limits of its patience. With a furious roar, it compressed its body tightly together. Hula! The entire body of massive bones swiftly converged together to form a black spear. Break! With a powerful pierce, as if a block of ice struck by a hammer, the sealed space shattered instantaneously with a resounding reverberation. Ding 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 ding. Due to the feedback, Zhang Xian was forced to retreat several steps as his chest ached a little under the impact of the previous encounter. The ability to seal space was indeed powerful, but in the face of a true expert, its effectiveness was discounted. While the force that the Dragonbone Divine Spear exerted was still within the range of St. Nine Dan Pinnacle, It was able to gather all of its might in a single point to conduct a burst attack that exceeded the limits of the sealed space. Of course, this also had something to do with the fact that he had just comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing. If he spent more time comprehending it so as to advance his level of mastery of spatial arts, he would be able to use it more smoothly, and it would not have been so easy for the Dragonbone Divine Spear to break it. How dare you humiliate me? I'll make you pay the price for your actions. After breaking the sealed space and achieving freedom once more, the skeletal dragon howled furiously. From its spear form, it reverted back to the appearance of a skeletal dragon as it dashed forth with its mouth wide open. So, barely after arriving before the young man, another blur flashed across its eyes, and the young man vanished from sight. It hurriedly searched the surroundings for the young man, only to see a leg flying toward its face. Pong 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 pong. For consecutive kicks threw the skeletal dragon into a state of disorientation, and its skull was nearly lopped off its neck. Screw you. The skeletal dragon bellowed hysterically. Since it's a duel, surely we can have a fair fight, right? Why do you have to keep aiming for my face? Are you sure that you are a master teacher? Don't you know that the face is out of bounds? Voila! Seething with fury, the skeletal dragon whipped its thick tail toward the young man in the air, wanting to crush him to bits. However, barely after raising its tail, it suddenly felt a tension stopping the movement of its tail. Unknowingly, the young man was already beneath him, grabbing its tailbone. Bam 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 bam. With overwhelming might, the young man slammed it from left to right as if a whip, causing its head to crash relentlessly with the ground, creating huge pits here and there. The skeletal dragon is being pummeled? The adolescent boy sculpture watching the happenings through a screen of light shuddered in horror at that sight. It was simply too shocking that his head even fell to the ground and rolled to the side. He swiftly picked it up and secured it on his neck before turning his gaze back to the screen. The more he watched it, the more horrified he seemed to become. Even though the skeletal dragon had suppressed its cultivation down to Saint Nindan, it should still have been the absolute pinnacle existence among Saint Nindan entities. Yet, the young man was actually able to render it completely helpless, almost as if an adult toying with a child. Do you really have to be this savage? If not for the skeletal dragon tempering its bones to the level of near invulnerability, this vicious pummeling would have already reduced it to powdery remains. The adolescent boy sculpture had considered most possibilities, including one where the young man was completely destroyed by the skeletal dragon, but not even in his wildest imagination did he fathom such an outcome. How could he have? That was the personal weapon of ancient sage Ranchio, the Dragonbone Divine Spear. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I'll kill you! Slammed to the point where its head was spinning endlessly, the skeletal dragon could not stand it any longer and released the seal on its cultivation. Its powers immediately pierced the heavens, and in the blink of an eye, its cultivation had risen from Saint Nindan to Great Sage One Dan introspective convalescence realm. With the huge boost in its prowess, the skeletal dragon successfully struggled free from Zhang Xian's grip, and it twisted its body forcefully and tore its claw down upon Zhang Xian. But with a burst of wind, the young man vanished from the skeletal dragon's vision once more. The next instant, he appeared right above the skeletal dragon's head as he sent a powerful kick toward its temple. The skeletal dragon's frenzy had already transcended words. It was one thing for it not to be a match for the young man in the same realm, but it had already raised its cultivation by one realm, and the young man was still able to dodge its attack with ease. Just how powerful was the young man? Not even the powerful ancient sage Ranchio possessed such fighting prowess. In a battle in the same cultivation realm, it was likely that even ancient sage Ranchio would not be a match for the young man. The skeletal dragon hurriedly cowered back to dodge the attack. While its agility and reaction speed had been enhanced significantly after raising its cultivation up to the introspective convalescence realm, it was still nowhere near enough to compete with the young man's speed. If the young man executed that time bloodline ability once more, it could still have accepted its loss. After all, there were no moves that could possibly outdo time. But the young man was only relying on some unique movement arts, and his understanding of spatial laws to render him powerless. Honestly, the skeletal dragon was still trying to figure out how this had happened. It was as if the other party knew where it would attack in advance, easily finding the blind spots and flaws in its attacks. The more the skeletal dragon fought, the more stifled it felt. Pong 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 pong. After suffering yet another 4-kick chain combo, its rage finally exploded, and its cultivation surged forth once more. Despite wielding such strength, the young man had actually duped it into lowering its cultivation. Without a doubt, it was a vicious scheme, and against schemers, there was no need for it to uphold its principles. Thus, it decided not to suppress its cultivation anymore, and in the blink of an eye, its cultivation broke through the bottleneck of introspective convalescence. Aureate body, intuitive impulse, sempiternal. In less than a single breath, it had returned to the overwhelming expert from before. Lad, didn't you have a lot of fun pummeling me? Very well, let me see how you'll cope with this. The skeletal dragon roared furiously, but even so, the young man still vanished from its sights once more. Hurriedly raising its head, it saw that the young man was already sitting on a stone bench not too far away from the lake, holding a cup of tea in his hand like a refined gentleman. Hearing the skeletal dragon's roar, Zhang Xian put down his teacup calmly and replied, "Don't you think it's really barbarous to be talking about pummeling and killing? Since you are ancient sage Rancho's personal weapon, you should understand the propriety of respect and magnanimity. Since you have already lost, you should obediently acknowledge me as your master." You want me to acknowledge me as your master? An insolent brat like you actually dares to... If its emotions could be materialized, the skeletal dragon would have burst into flames there and then. You were the one who was viciously pummeling earlier, but now that I have restored my cultivation, you suddenly said that you don't want to fight anymore. How can there be something so convenient in the world? Dream on. If I don't leave several holes in you and reduce you to a pile of meat, I shan't be known as the Dragonbone Divine Spear anymore. Are you sure you don't want to acknowledge me as your master? The young man asked calmly. If you want me to acknowledge you as my master, why don't you try defeating me right here and... The skeletal dragon sneered furiously. But before it could finish its words, a loud rumble echoed in its head. Moo! Mao! Pada! All of a sudden, the skeletal dragon felt its body stiffening in place. It felt as if a superior being was exerting dominance over it, suppressing it very down to the core. Unable to move at all, it plummeted from the sky. It's out of respect for you that I allowed you to clash with me, but you seem to be climbing over my head. Harumphing coldly, Zhang Xian composedly rose to his feet and placed his hands behind his back. Acknowledge me as your master right now, or face the consequences of your insolence. Chapter 1600 Golden Origin Spirit Stone. Regardless of whether the huge fellow carried the dragon bloodline or was a pile of dragon bones, since there was a dragon in its name and it had not reached the level of a pure-blooded dragon, it would be suppressed by the 8 notes of heavenly dragon. Even before the battle, Zhang Xian had known this, but being the low-profile person that he was, he had intended to use his raw strength to win the Dragonbone Divine Spear over. However, who would have thought that the other party would be so shameless as to raise its strength after seeing that it was on the losing end? I could still turn a blind eye to you raising your cultivation by a realm, but raising it by several at once, that would really be going too far. Even someone as magnanimous like me can't turn a blind eye of it. Thus, he had mercilessly used the 8 notes of Heavenly Dragon, and of course, as expected, the Dragonbone Divine Spear was immediately suppressed. Lying on the ground, the skeletal dragon asked through chattering molars, "Why you are a pure-blooded dragon?" Suppressed by the power of the 8 notes of Heavenly Dragon, it felt as if its consciousness was on the verge of slipping away from it. It was not the primary consciousness of the dragon bone, but a weapon spirit that had grown after the dragon bone had been forged into a spear. As such, it had retained the traits of the dragon tribe, and the instinctive deference and fear toward pure-blooded dragons was ground in its bones. Pure-blooded dragons were existences that represented the pinnacle of the dragon tribe's authority, and no lower dragons could ever buck up the courage to oppose them. Must I be a pure-blooded dragon in order to use the 8 notes of heavenly dragon? Zhang Xian sneered coldly. The skeletal dragon was rendered speechless. Having fought alongside ancient sage Ranqiu, it had met the strongest being of the master-teacher continent, Kong Shi, before, but not even Kong Shi had the ability to vocalize the 8 notes of heavenly dragon. Yet, the young man before it was actually able to do so. Just who in the world was the young man before it? The skeletal dragon hesitated for a moment before eventually lowering its head. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. The hierarchy within the dragon tribe was based on their bloodline. It was natural for those of a lesser bloodline to serve those of a higher bloodline. On top of that, it was a fact that the young man had defeated it, so there was no shame in its actions. Good. Zhang Xian nodded. Just as it was about to ask how the acknowledgement ceremony would go, the skeletal dragon suddenly began contracting rapidly, and just like before, it turned into a massive spear. Wong. It circled in the air for a bit, as it shrank to the length of roughly a zhang before falling into Zhang Xian's hand. Lowering his head to take a closer look, Zhang Xian assessed his winnings. The spear in his hand was black in color, and a cold glint reflected off its tip. Just the sight of the spear left one with the sensation that the spear would pierce a hole through one the next moment, sending shivers down the spines of the weaker-minded. Excellent spear, Zhang Xian exclaimed in agitation. Just by stroking the spear lightly, he could hear the roar of a dragon echoing around him. When he attempted to infuse his zhanqi into the spear, he delightedly realized that there were no obstructions at all, as if the spear was just an extension of his meridians. It was actually capable of harnessing his power with full efficiency. Pada, a droplet of his blood fell on the spear tip, and it was swiftly absorbed in. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant surge of light burst forth from the spear, and slight cracks appeared in the space all around. With this powerful weapon, my fighting prowess would be heightened by at least twofold. Zhang Xian trembled in agitation. There was no doubt that this Dragonbone Divine Spear was the most powerful artifact that he had acquired ever since he arrived on the Master-Teacher continent. While ancient sage Ranqiu might have sealed its power, the might that it wielded was still beyond formidable. Of course, due to the limitations of his current cultivation, it was inevitable that he would still be unable to bring out the true prowess of the spear. Nevertheless, once he triggered Kong Shi's blood droplet, with this spear in hand, there would be absolutely no one beneath ancient sage who would be a match for him. In fact, even half-ancient sages would be well within his means to deal with. It's no wonder the Library of Heaven's Path guided me to this passageway. With this alone, the long journey here won't have been in vain. Laughing heartily, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist, and the spear warped back into a skeletal dragon. With a thought, the skeletal dragon turned into a belt that wrapped around his waist. After taming the spear, he found that the skeletal dragon had the ability to freely change its form. As a spear, it could pierce through anything that stood in its way. As a whip, it could leave deep gashes on the world. After that was done, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief as he scanned his surroundings once more. At this point, the lake had already quietened down, returning back to its initial tranquility. In the empty-looking hall, there were no visible exits. Have I cleared the trial yet? Zhang Xian asked the skeletal dragon in confusion. Of course, you have already cleared the trial. I'd send you out right now, but there are some of my possessions over here that I hope to take away with me. The skeletal dragon said. I see. All right then. Zhang Xian said. Go and take them then. The skeletal dragon swiftly flew out from Zhang Xian's waist and rose into the air, reverting back to the massive several-dozen-meter-long dragon. It descended to the top of the water and swiped its claws into the lake. Hula! The lake immediately billowed furiously under the overwhelming might, and a circular platform slowly rose into the air. It was roughly 3 meters in diameter, but it emanated a shockingly concentrated spiritual energy that felt nourishing like the warm breeze of spring. This is the ultimate treasure of smithing, the golden origin spirit stone? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. Despite being a failure of a blacksmith who could only forge bricks, His comprehension of smithing and ores was at least up to standard. Or to be more exact, even 9-star blacksmiths might not be able to compete with him in terms of sheer knowledge. Even with a glance from afar, he could tell that the circular platform was the ultimate treasure that the top blacksmiths dreamt of even with their eyes wide open. The Golden Origin Spirit Stone. In the forging of an average Saint high-tier artifact, just adding a single gram of the Golden Origin Spirit Stone into the forging process would be enough to enhance the artifact into a Saint Pinnacle artifact, and there was actually a huge circular platform of it right in front of him. Just how many tons would that weigh? Even someone as calm as Zhang Xian could not help but feel his face flushing red in agitation, and uncontrollable desire sprouted in the depths of his heart. It could be said that just this circular platform, in terms of value, would not pale in comparison to a pinnacle Great Sage artifact. Indeed, this is the Golden Origin Spirit Stone. Back then, when ancient sage Rancho sealed me here, he instructed me to wait for the next destined person to appear and win my acknowledgement. However, I have waited here for so long that I have already lost track of time. Ultimately, as a weapon spirit, my lifespan is still limited. Knowing this, ancient sage Rancho placed this artifact into the lake. As long as I rest above it, my strength wouldn't dissipate, and my lifespan can be significantly lengthened. The skeletal dragon explained. I see. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. This was also a question that he had been wondering about. Even if the Dragonbone Divine Spear had been one of the strongest weapons tens of thousands of years ago, after the passing of so many years, its weapon spirit should have already aged to the point where battling would be impossible for it. Fortunately, it seemed like ancient sage Rancho had already predicted this problem and made preparations in advance. With the Golden Origin Spirit Stone to sustain the Dragonbone Divine Spear, the vitality of its weapon spirit could be sustained. Even after hibernating for tens of thousands of years, it was still able to exert its greatest fighting prowess without any problem. However, since I have already awakened, this Golden Origin Spirit Stone is of no use to me. Thus, I'm willing to offer it to you, Master. With a wave of its claw, the Golden Origin Spirit Stone flew toward Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian hurriedly caught it and stowed it into his storage ring. Ha ha ha, I won't turn down your gift then. Seeing the possessions and magnanimity of Sword Saint Xing had made him acutely aware of how shallow his view of valuable was compared to others. While this Golden Origin Spirit Stone might be an invaluable treasure to him, it likely meant nothing to an expert of ancient sage Rancho's caliber. Since the skeletal dragon was willing to offer it to him, he had no reason to turn it down. Furthermore, it just so happened that the Golden Origin Spirit Stone was an ideal resource to reforge the Golden Origin Cauldron. With this, he would be able to upgrade the Golden Origin Cauldron once more, and it would be able to aid him in his future battles. Master, we can leave right now. After handing the Golden Origin Spirit Stone over, the skeletal dragon warped back into a belt and wrapped itself around Zhang Xian. Raising his head, Zhang Xian found that there was an identical stone door to the one that he had entered through not too far away. He quickly walked over to it and pushed it open. Jia. When the stone door opened, he found that he had returned to the atrium, where two groups of people were standing against one another. Their zhenshi crackled in the air, hinting at an impending battle. One zhang is almost equal to 33. 3 centimeters. Chapter 1601 The Emergence of the Celestial Amulet of Legacy. The first group of people whom Zhang Xian managed to process consisted of Luo Ruoxin and Wu Chan. They had grim looks on their faces. On the opposite side were the 4 young men who emanated a vicious killing aura. Even before making a move, their auras had already permeated the entire room, as if signaling their dominance. They were the 4 otherworldly demons who they had tailed here. At close proximity, Zhang Xian was finally able to get a clear look of the appearances of the 4 of them. Donned in a black robe, they had tall hats and a little stubble beneath their chins. These are the culprits who have kidnapped Zhao Ya, Wei Ruyan, and Yuan Tao. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes menacingly as he casually placed his hand on his waist, ready to make a move at any moment. The final candidate has finally cleared the trial as well. In this moment, a calm voice sounded in the air, breaking the heavy tension in the air. The adolescent boy sculpture walked over and faced the crowd. Since you have successfully cleared your respective trials, you are qualified to inherit the treasure that ancient sage Ranchio has left here. Voila! Right after those words were spoken, radiant light shimmered all around the room as a stone platform slowly rose from the ground. At the very center of the stone platform was an amulet the size of a palm. Ancient inscriptions were carved on the amulet. While it appeared to hold no extraordinary prowess at all, if one attempted to peer into it through one's consciousness, one would immediately experience a searing sensation in the mind. Is that the celestial amulet of legacy? Zhang Xin wondered with a frown as he hurried over to Luo Ruoxin's side. The prime amulet was the very reason for their visit there. Since it had already emerged, it seemed like a fight could not be avoided anymore. Not only did they have to secure the amulet, they also had to capture those four and force them to reveal the whereabouts of Zhao Ye and the others. It has finally appeared. The four young men could not conceal the agitation from surfacing on their faces when they saw the prime amulet, and an excited gleam shone from their eyes. Paying no heed to the group of four, Zhang Xin discreetly looked at the young lady beside him and asked, "Are you fine?" Since he had gone through so much danger in his trial, it was likely that Luo Ruoxin had encountered quite a bit of trouble as well. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Luo Ruoxin shook his head as she glanced at the belt around Zhang Xin's waist and nodded in approval. "It seems like you have gained quite a lot from your trial." Not expecting to be found out so quickly, Zhang Xin scratched his head awkwardly. "Haha, I guess so." Really, it felt as if there was nothing that he could do that could escape from her sight. The Dragonbone Divine Spear is powerful. With your current strength, you won't be able to draw out even 1/100th of its full prowess, but even so, it's already more than sufficient. Luo Ruoxin remarked with a smile. Zhang Xin nodded. He was just about to continue speaking when the voice of adolescent boy sculpture sounded once more. "I can tell that both sides desire to obtain this celestial amulet of legacy. Since that's the case, let's decide the allocation through your strength then. Feel free to use any means at your disposal, and whoever manages to acquire it shall be the new owner of this celestial amulet of legacy." The adolescent boy sculpture chuckled softly as he addressed the crowd. "Since the elder has already said such words, we shan't stand on ceremony then." The scholarly young man of the group of four immediately dashed right toward the celestial amulet of legacy, intending to swipe possession of it. Wang, however, before his hand could reach the celestial amulet of legacy, it suddenly struck something hard. No matter how much might he exerted, he was unable to push his hand any closer toward the amulet. It was an isolation barrier. "You want to take away the amulet? Have you asked for my permission yet?" Wu Chen smirked disdainfully as he dashed forward as well. Unlike the scholarly young man, his target was not the amulet. Devastating might rumbled in his hand as he directed it toward the back of the scholarly young man. Audacious! Seeing that Wu Chen was intending to make a move on one of their comrades, a fragile-looking young man leaped forth, and with a furious roar, an ancient zither appeared at his fingertips. He stroked his fingers gracefully across the strings, and a ferocious melody burst forth. Trying Ting. It's indeed an artifact of ancient sage Yin Yin. Zhang Xin narrowed his eyes. This zither was not the strongest of ancient sage Yin Yan's artifacts, but it had been personally refined by him. Even the slightest stroke could produce the most imposing of notes, as if an army of thousands charging forward with an unstoppable momentum. Any ancient sage artifacts that could be preserved to this very day, even the simplest of them, were tools that could not be underestimated. Under the assault of the fragile young man, Wu Chen retracted his attack toward the scholarly young man and redirected his might to clash with the demonic tune. In the clash, ripples of shockwaves diffused into the surroundings. Over the course of the clash, Zhang Xin could tell that both the scholarly young man and the fragile young man wielded fighting prowess that could match Yang Shi. They had reached the pinnacle of great sage, the sempiternal realm. It was no wonder they could take Zhao Ye and the others away so easily. With their strength and the ancient sage artifacts in their possession, they were indeed a force that would be hard to stand against. Ruoxin, I'll be counting on you to stop the fellow attempting to snatch the celestial amulet of legacy. If possible, try to find a way to snatch the amulet yourself. As for the rest, leave them to Wu Chan and me. Zhang Xian said. Taking a deep breath, he touched the blood droplet in his palm, and a powerful surge of energy swiftly swept through his body. Since the culprits who had kidnapped Zhao Ye and his other students were there was no need for him to stand on ceremony. He would pry open their mouths and get their locations out of them. Knowing that the current Zhang Xian had the ability to deal with those 4 young men, Luo Ruoxin nodded before dashing toward the celestial amulet of legacy. How can I possibly allow you take the amulet so easily? With a deafening roar, a dark-skinned young man dashed forth, intending to hinder Luo Ruoxin. But barely after he took a step forward, he felt an immense pressure crushing down on him, forcing him to stop in his tracks. The next moment, he saw that Zhang Xian was already standing right before him with a cold smile on his face. Get your facts right. Your opponent is me. Astonished by Zhang Xian's sudden appearance, the dark-skinned young man instinctively realized that he would not be able to get past the other party easily, so he quickly barked an order to the last young man in the group. What are you dawdling around for? Stop her. The last young man finally recovered from his daze and hurriedly nodded. All right. Following which, he stretched his hand forth to grab Luo Ruoxin. This last young man was the tallest among the group of 4, and his body was slightly bloated as well, giving an impression that he was not too nimble. However, the fighting prowess that he displayed was extraordinary, not losing out to the other 3 at all. A powerful might rumbled from the last young man's hand, as if he wielded strength comparable to a devastating bolt of lightning. Ha ha ha, don't waste your effort. The 2 of you are mine. But before the last young man could get too far, a cold chuckle echoed in the air, following which a ferocious pressure pressed down on the last young man, dissipating whatever might he wielded in his hand. Astonished, the 4 young men could not help but shoot a glance at Zhang Xian, who was holding a pitch-black spear in his hand, emanating a cold and lofty aura. Realizing that Zhang Xian's strength was far beyond what they could deal with individually, the dark-skinned young man yelled anxiously, "Let's make a move together." Voila! Thus, the dark-skinned young man and the last young man whipped out their swords and flicked 2 bolts of sword chi over simultaneously. Even space itself seemed to moan under the tremendous force of their sword chi, and it appeared as if the bolts would rip Zhang Xian apart if they struck him. Let me show you just how frightening an existence you have provoked when you chose to kidnap Zhao Ye and my other students. With a flick of his wrist, a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar sounded from Zhang Xian's spear as it bolted forward. Kacha! Kacha! A black hole appeared in the point of collision between the spear and the 2 bolts of sword chi, causing the entire atrium to shake intensely. Even though the folded space that they were in was extraordinarily stable, it was ultimately still an artificial space. It could not possibly withstand such frightening might. Pong! Pong! The faces of the dark-skinned young man and the last young man warped in horror as their bodies were sent flying into the distance, as if they had been struck squarely by a hammer. They crashed heavily into the wall, creating a massive hole behind them as blood seeped down from the corners of their mouths. With just a single flick of his spear, Zhang Xian had successfully suppressed a coordinated attack from 2 sempiternal realm experts. For the first time, the ultimate fighting prowess derived from Kong Shi's blood droplet and the Dragonbone Divine Spear was shown to the world. Chapter 1602, Otherworldly Demons Indeed. Where are Zhao Ye and my other students? After sending the 2 young men flying, Zhang Xian continued walking toward them as a cold glint shone from the tip of his spear. In that instant, it felt as if he was a war god who had descended from the heavens. Tring-ting! Just as Zhang Xian was about to capture one of the young men for interrogation, a sonic wave swept in his direction, piercing toward his soul. Turning his head over, he saw the fragile young man wielding ancient sage Yin Yan's artifact stroking his zither in his direction. He immediately turned his sight to Wu Chan, only to see that the latter was currently bogged down by 3 golden warriors. These golden warriors wielded incredible strength that left the space around them crumbling with their punches. Even with Wu Qin's strength, he was still unable to subdue them within a short period of time. They sure do have plenty of artifacts. These three golden warriors were similar to the ones that they had encountered when they entered the Ranzi Hall. They were also the soldiers created by the personal writing of an ancient sage expert, harnessing his spirit and psyche. However, unlike the golden warriors that had materialized previously, these three did not suppress their cultivation at all, and their coordination was impeccable. As a result, even Wu Chun was having some difficulty dealing with them. A doubt arose in Zhang Xin's mind. Golden warriors of Minter's calligraphy, the ancient zither used by ancient sage Yin Yin. Are they really otherworldly demons? Not even the master-teacher pavilion was able to whip out so many precious treasures at once. Yet, these otherworldly demons actually had so many in their possession, and they used them as if they were not worth much at all. Could they possibly not be from the otherworldly demonic tribe, but from the 100 schools of philosophers? However, if those four young men were truly from the 100 schools of philosophers, who were Luo Ruoxin and Wu Chun? After all, Luo Ruoxin had told him personally that she was not an otherworldly demon, and he really wanted to trust her. Flaws. With such a doubt in mind, Zhang Xin decisively activated the Library of Heaven's Path on them in hopes of uncovering their identity. Wang. The Library of Heaven's Path jolted, but no books were compiled. What's going on? It can't be that they possess the discarnate constitution of divination as well, right? There can't possibly be so many people who have that constitution in the world. Zhang Xin narrowed his eyes. He could still accept not being able to read Luo Ruoxin and Wu Chun, but why was he unable to read these young men? Just what was going on? Those young men were currently executing their battle techniques, so he should have been able to read them easily. Could it be? Yes, that seems to be very likely. Even if they don't possess the discarnate constitution of divination, there's a very high chance that they might still have some artifacts on them that allow them to conceal themselves from the heavens. Otherwise, there's no way the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters in the Zhang clan could have been unaware that they were going to kidnap Zhao Ye and the others. Zhang Xin nodded in realization. Given the importance of Zhao Ye, Wei Ruyan, and Yuan Tao in the expedition to the Temple of Confucius, the Master-Teacher Pavilion had their most skillful seers keeping close tabs on them. If they were going to be captured, those seers definitely would have divined it. But that did not happen. The only reason for that was that the four young men were in possession of some method of concealing themselves from the view of the heavens. In a sense, this was similar to how the sage she's tortoiseshell was concealed from the detection of the heavens under the isolation barrier of the Shrine of Seers back then. It seems like I really should journey around the Shrine of Seers after leaving this ancient domain, Zhang Xin thought. If this went on, it felt like his Library of Heaven's Path would be rendered obsolete in no time. It was really high time for him to upgrade his Library of Heaven's Path. If that did not work either, the least he could do was learn about the various means to avoid the detection of the heavens so that he would be able to deal with them in the future. Forget it. Even if I can't see through them, I'll know after trying them out, Zhang Xin thought as he glanced at the three men before him coldly. Just because the Library of Heaven's Path could not see through them did not mean that he did not have any other ways of finding out. Even if otherworldly demons were able to disguise themselves as humans, they were still unable to alter the fundamental nature of their zhenqi. In times of danger, their instinctive responses would immediately kick in, thus exposing their true identity. Unless they were so powerful that they could deal with his attacks with ease. However, considering the strength of the four young men, the possibility of such a situation happening was non-existent. In any case, Zhang Xin did not believe that anyone beneath ancient sage would be able to hide their true forms from him. The three of you should come at me together. Zhang Xin roared in laughter as he flicked his wrist and thrust the spear forth. Wang. The sonic waves produced by the fragile young man were kept at bay by the spear tip, and taking a huge stride forward, Zhang Xin swept his spear in a horizontal arc in front of him. Voila! The spear flew toward the dark-skinned young man closest to him. Humph! With his flick of his wrist, the dark-skinned young man took out a brush to defend against Zhang Xin's spear sweep. Ding 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 ding. The brush swiftly chipped away at the might of the Dragonbone Divine's spear with multiple strikes. While the dark-skinned young man was still forced to retreat 8 steps in the end, he managed to walk out of this encounter relatively unscathed. Is that brush another ancient sage artifact, too? Zhang Xian wondered in astonishment. However, knowing that this was not the time to allow his mind to wander, he smoothly maneuvered his spear into an upward flick to pierce the last young man. Tzzzzzzzzzzzz. A furious storm swept through the air like a hurricane, and the last young man's face immediately paled in the face of the spear. Trying Ting. Just as the spear was about to strike the last young man, the fragile young man's zither started playing once more. This time, Zhang Xian did not resist the demonic tune. Instead, he drew the entire soul attack into his body. Gotcha! In an instant, the metamorphosis that he had started under the pressure of the Dragonbone Divine Spear was immediately completed, and his soul began undergoing a qualitative change. Zhang Xian could clearly feel his soul cultivation being raised to a whole new level. While it had not reached the level of Great Sage yet, it had become much purer, and the size of his soul was also reduced by almost half. With the current state of his soul, he was already able to pull off Soul Traverse. Refreshed from his breakthrough, Zhang Xian could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you have my deepest gratitude. Then, he took a step forward. Cold sweat immediately rained down from the last young man as alarm bells rang endlessly in his head. He hurriedly retreated, but Zhang Xian's spear traced him relentlessly as if it was his shadow. No matter how the last young man maneuvered around the place, trying all kinds of movement techniques, he was unable to shake off the spear piercing toward him. Damn it! The dark-skinned young man cursed beneath his breath as he poured ink all over the place and began painting swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he had already painted a shield for the last young man to hide in. Selah! The Dragonbone Divine Spear collided with the painted shield and tore it apart with ease. Nevertheless, the painted shield did manage to reduce the might of the spear's pierce significantly. The last young man swiftly turned around, and with all his might, he deflected the spear with his sword, thus surviving this ordeal. Seeing how the last young man did not whip out any peculiar artifacts despite being driven to a corner, Zhang Xian thought, it seems like this fellow doesn't have any ancient sage artifacts. To be honest, while the combination of Kong Shi's blood droplet and the Dragonbone Divine Spear did grant him incomparable fighting prowess, it would still take some time for him to capture those three young men alive. Unfortunately, there was a time limit to Kong Shi's blood droplet, so time was not a luxury that he could squander. Since that was the case, it would be best for him to focus his attention on the weakest young man, who did not have any ancient sage artifacts in possession. Once one was down, it would be easier for him to take down the other two. With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian decisively launched his spear toward the last young man once more. Tzzzzzzzzzz. If the previous attack was just a maneuver to try the last young man's hand, this would be the true, deadly strike. Before the spear could even reach the last young man, a deafening sonic boom had already permeated the entire atrium. As if a fragile sheet of paper, the space standing between the spear and the last young man was callously torn apart, causing multiple spatial ripples to diffuse into the surroundings. Tying Trining, Trining Ding. Not expecting Zhang Xian to neglect the other two of them and focus his offense solely on the last young man, the fragile young man hurriedly stroked his zither. But even though the demonic tune that he played held fearsome might, it was kept at bay by the spatial ripples diffusing outward. Spatial interference. Damn it! The dark-skinned young man hurriedly rushed forward to protect the last young man as well, but with just a flick of the Dragonbone Divine Spear, his brush was sent flying. Let me kill one of you first to quell my rage first. Zhang Xian bellowed coldly as he drove his spear forth. The last young man's face paled in fright. Knowing that he would be killed if he did not make a move, he raised his head and roared. Ah! Amid the deafening roar, his body swiftly increased in size. His already tall stature swiftly rose beyond 2 meters, and an overwhelming killing aura burst forth from his body, piercing into the heavens. You really are an otherworldly demon. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes menacingly. Chapter 1603 Escape. His conviction had wavered when he saw the group of young men whipping out ancient sage artifacts one after another before him, and he had wondered if he might have got it wrong once more. However, with the tall young man's transformation, it was apparent that the group of young men before him were not from the 100 schools of philosophers, but otherworldly demons. To be honest, even though he really wanted to trust Luo Ruoxin, there had been just a hint of doubt at the back of his mind that he could not shake off. For that, he had even attempted to check on Wu Chan as well. In an instant, his face reddened in embarrassment. Luo Ruoxin had trusted him unreservedly, sharing any news that she had with him without any hesitation. She even gave something as precious as Kong Shi's personal handwriting to him as if it was nothing more than dirt. Yet, he had actually doubted her. The more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt. At the same time, Luo Ruoxin and Wu Chun also swiftly noticed the last young man reverting back to its original form as an otherworldly demon, and they were visibly startled for a moment. "Since you are an otherworldly demon, I shan't stand on ceremony." Having verified the other party's identity, Zhang Xian could not be bothered to waste his breath on words. With a furious bellow, he thrust the spear toward the last young man once more. Puh! Regaining his true strength after reverting to his true form, the last young man's fighting prowess became much stronger than before. Nevertheless, he was still far from a match for the Dragonbone Divine, spear-equipped Zhang Xian. Soon, he was pierced in his shoulder, and fresh blood gushed out from his gaping wound. At the same time, the fragile young man and the dark-skinned young man also had their hands full with the powerful attacks that Zhang Xian sent their way from time to time. They could hardly find any time to catch their breath, let alone assist the last young man. Knowing that they would be defeated if this went on, the fragile young man bellowed anxiously, "Quick, grab the celestial amulet of legacy." "All right." The scholarly young man before the amulet quickly replied. He was currently in the midst of battling Luo Ruoxin. The young lady's attacks were neither fast nor powerful, but every strike carried some kind of unpredictable danger that would kill him the moment that he let his guard down. After trading a few blows, the scholarly young man found his arms becoming numb, and his face paled from the damage that he had accumulated thus far. They were all sempiternal realm cultivators, but for some reason, the members of trio before them were each more frightening than the last. The tides were simply not in their favor. If this went on, they might really lose their lives. Thus, the scholarly young man gritted his teeth and tossed a book out. Boom! As soon as the book appeared, it warped into a cloth that could conceal even the heavens. It fell right upon Luo Ruoxin, isolating her from the rest of the world. The writings of an ancient sage? Luo Ruoxin's face darkened as she hurriedly raised her palm to strike the cloth around her. However, all of the force that she exerted was completely absorbed by the cloth, preventing her from breaking out. The writings of an ancient sage harnessed immense powers, such that even half-ancient sage experts would be unable to break free, let alone sempiternal realm cultivators. Heaving a sigh of relief, the scholarly young man turned his sight toward the celestial amulet of legacy. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a token and pressed the token against the seal around the amulet lightly. Wong. As soon as the token came into contact with the seal, the latter began dissipating at a visible rate. Voila! With a swipe of his hands, the celestial amulet of legacy was already in his grasp. Let's go. Having acquired the item that they had come for, the scholarly young man quickly beckoned to his comrades as he whipped out another jade token. He crushed the jade token forcefully, and a spatial rift swiftly appeared around him and swallowed him whole. Voila! Let's go. Seeing that they had achieved their objective in the ancient domain, the fragile young man and dark-skinned young man quickly grabbed the exposed otherworldly demon before retrieving a similar-looking jade token and crushing it as well. Where do you think you are going? Not expecting the young man to actually have such a method of escape, Zhang Xian quickly tapped his finger ahead. Wong. The space around the three young men froze in place. The spatial quintessence of sealing had the ability to seal all energy disturbances within a given space. The jade tokens that the young men were using were probably some sort of teleportation formation, so by sealing the space, he would be able to prevent them from escaping. As expected, the The three young men who were just about to escape through the spatial rift abruptly froze in midair, unable to move or escape. Speak. Where did you take Zhao Ya and my other students? Zhang Xian roared with wintry-killing intent. Zhao Ya? Do you mean the host of the Pure Yin Constitution? The fragile young man asked. That's right. Zhang Xian eyed the three of them with a threatening gaze. If you want to find them, meet us at the Temple of Confucius. With a cold sneer, the fragile young man crushed an amulet that had appeared in his hand at some point in time. Voila! A calamitous surge of sword chi suddenly burst forth from the crushed amulet, tearing the sealed space in an instant. Wang! With the disappearance of the sealed space, the silhouettes of the trio immediately became illusory, signaling that their teleportation would be successful the next instant. Since you aren't willing to speak, you can die now. With crimson eyes, Zhang Xian drove his spear right toward the three. He had gone easy on the trio in order to acquire news regarding Zhao Ya from them. However, since it was confirmed that they had taken her away, and they were already on the verge of escaping, he could not hold back his killing intent against them anymore. Those three young men might be powerful, but against the current Zhang Xian, they were not even close to being a match at all. Voila! With raging might, the spear thrust forth. Humph! With a cold harumph, the fragile young man flicked his finger, and another surge of sword chi burst toward Zhang Xian once more. Zhang Xian was intending to use his spear to crush right through the sword chi, but a force behind him suddenly tugged him away. Hula! Wherever the sword chi passed, the annihilation of space could be seen, leaving a long gorge of dark destruction. Seeing such a sight, cold sweat dripped down Zhang Xian's head. If someone had not pulled him back, he would have been sliced in two back there. But in the moment that he dodged the attack, the three young men also successfully slipped through the spatial rift and vanished. A myriad of emotions bottled up in Zhang Xian, helplessness, frustration, and anger, culminated into a deep, long sigh. Turning around, he saw Luo Ruoxin standing right behind him with a disapproving frown on her forehead. Do you want to die? That's an amulet left behind by an ancient sage, and it harnesses 1/10 of an ancient sage's strength. There's no way you could have stood against something like that. 1/10 of an ancient sage's strength? Zhang Xian's face paled in realization of what he had just faced. It was no wonder that surge of sword chi was so powerful. Even if it was just 1/10 of an ancient sage's might, it was not something that the current him could stand against. Humph! I didn't think that they would have an inscripted amulet of an ancient sage, and even a dimension flit amulet. Wu Chun walked over with a complicated look on his face, seemingly pondering deeply over something. Dimension flit amulet? It's a special type of amulet inscripted by an ancient sage specializing in spatial arts. It works similar to a teleportation formation when crushed, transporting the user over a distance of 1,000,000 li. To even have such an artifact in their possession, it seems like they must have spent a very long time preparing for this operation, Luo Ruoxin explained grimly. It can transport a person over 1,000,000 li away? Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly. If only he had known that those young men had such artifacts in their possession, he would have killed them right from the start. Had he just crushed their cultivation, they would not have been able to use the Dimension Flit amulet. Even though the Dimension Flit amulet allowed them to travel through space, if their cultivation was too low, they would not have been able to survive the spatial turbulence from the travel. After all the effort we have put into this, the celestial amulet of legacy still ended up falling in their hands. Wu Qin shook his head bitterly. It's fine. No matter who obtains the amulet, they will have to unlock the seal at the Temple of Confucius eventually. As long as we camp there, we'll be able to get in as well. It was a huge disappointment that the celestial amulet of legacy had slipped through their fingers, so they could only console themselves as such. Fret not. They might have gotten away, but they didn't manage to take the celestial amulet of legacy away with them. Zhang Xian said. They didn't manage to take the amulet away with them? Luo Ruoxin and Wu Cheng glanced at one another, unable to comprehend the young man's words. He. Instead of answering the doubts of the duo, Zhang Xian turned his gaze toward the adolescent boy sculpture not too far away and asked, May I ask if my words are correct? Celestial amulet of legacy? 500,000 kilometers. Chapter 1604 Prime Amule. The adolescent boy sculpture was taken aback for an instant before he chuckled awkwardly. What are you saying? I'm just an artifact spirit left here by ancient sage Ranxio to guide the visitors around. Luo Ruoxin and Wu Qin also had perplexed looks on their faces. This adolescent boy sculpture had been accompanying them around the Ranzi Hall from the moment that they arrived there. They had always thought of the other party as an enchanted sculpture, so how did he turn out to be the celestial amulet of legacy? If that was really the case, how could the four young men before them not realize it despite the number of ancient sage artifacts that they possessed? Artifact spirit? May I know what kind of artifact spirit you are then? Would you care to share it with me? Zhang Xian replied with a smile. I am the artifact spirit birthed from this stone sculpture, the adolescent boy sculpture exclaimed. An artifact spirit birthed from this stone sculpture? Zhang Xian's lips curved up as he placed his hands behind his back and circled around the sculpture. The material that you are made of is known as the Magi Rock. It's found in the far northeastern Lushu mountain of the continent, slowly tempered over an unimaginably long period of time through the grinding of tectonic plates, the currents of the ocean, and the searing heat of the underground lava. There aren't many of these rocks in the continent, definitely numbering no more than 10. The greatest property of the Magi Rock lies in its ability to nourish a soul. Souls that are deposited into it will grow more resilient and powerful. Ironically, due to the overwhelming soul energy that is harnessed within the Magi Rocks, it's impossible to gather the huge bulk of soul energy together to give birth to a conscious spirit. In other words, no matter how skilled a spirit awakener is, it's impossible to successfully enchant a Magi Rock. You mentioned that you are the artifact spirit of this stone sculpture. Why don't you tell me who the person that granted you life is then? The adolescent boy sculpture was visibly stunned by those words. He did not think that the young man before him would actually be able to identify a rock as rare as him, and he subconsciously took a step back out of apprehension as he replied, It's ancient sage Ranxio. The capabilities of an ancient sage go far beyond your imagination. Just because you aren't able to do it doesn't mean that others aren't able to do so. Ha ha ha. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian's lips curled into a smile, as if he had managed to corner his prey. Ancient sage Ranxio is one of the 10 apostles, and I am indeed incapable of fathoming the full extent of his capabilities. However, enchanted artifacts tend to have deep feelings for the spirit awakener that granted them life, thus making it extremely easily for the spirit awakener to tame them. Since ancient sage Ranxio left the Ranzi Hall in your hands and entrusted you the mission of bringing the visitors around, I don't see why he wouldn't tame you. After all, there would be a risk that you could betray him otherwise. Yet, since meeting you, I've noticed that you have been addressing him as ancient sage Ranxio instead of master. All enchanted artifacts harbor deep feelings for the spirit awakeners that enchanted them, and it was such a property that allowed spirit awakeners to easily control the artifacts that they had enchanted. This was similar to how the golems that he had enchanted before had only been willing to listen to him and no one else. Even a hatchling would view the very first life it saw as its parent, let alone an enchanted spirit. Since ancient sage Ranxio had left the important Ranzi Hall, which even contained his personal weapon, to the care of the adolescent boy sculpture, there was no reason why he would not tame the latter, especially since he should have been able to do so easily. Yet, ever since they had entered the Ranzi Hall, the adolescent boy sculpture had never once addressed ancient sage Ranxio as a master. In fact, his attitude toward ancient sage Ranxio could not even be said to be respectful. The adolescent boy sculpture was unable to refute Zhang Xian's words. Silence loomed for a moment before he anxiously rebutted, Even if I didn't acknowledge him as my master, I can't possibly be the celestial amulet of legacy either. Your deduction has no strong reasoning behind it at all. It seems like you won't admit it unless I spell it out clearly. A glint flashed through Zhang Xian's eyes as he shook his head with a smile. When we arrived at the Ranzi Hall, I challenged 2 golden warriors simultaneously and sealed the space around them. You mentioned that I was the successor of Qiu Wuzi and asked me to show mercy. Indeed. What's wrong with that? The adolescent boy sculpture harumphed doubtfully. He did recall saying such words, and he did not see any problem with them. While ancient sage Xiao Wu might have been Kong Shi's subordinate, he was much older than Kong Shi, and Kong Shi addressed him as a peer. Considering how ancient sage Ran Xiao is a disciple of Kong Shi, even he would have to address ancient sage Xiao Wu with the utmost respect, not daring to overstep his bounds at all. Zhang Xin said. In a sense, this was similar to how even though Sun Chang was his subordinate, Zhang Yang and the others still addressed him respectfully as Uncle Sun. This was even more so for ancient sage Xiao Wu, who was much more aged than Kong Shi. Even Kong Shi regarded him with much respect, so how could ancient sage Ran Xiao, as a student, dare to address him casually? On the other hand, you addressed ancient sage Xiao Wu directly as Xiao Wu Zi, and that's an address that peers use to address one another. Zhang Xin continued. As an artifact enchanted by ancient sage Ran Xiao, don't you think it's inappropriate for you to speak in such a manner? Why you? Taken aback, the adolescent boy sculpture backed away several steps as he stared at Zhang Xin with a horrified expression. To be able to deduce that he was the celestial amulet of legacy just by the method of address, the young man was frighteningly sharp. Realizing that there was no longer any point in him concealing his true identity, the adolescent boy sculpture raised his head and asked, "When did you see through me?" He was confident in his disguise. Even if an ancient sage stood before him, the other party would not necessarily be able to see through his disguise. So, when did the young man see through him? Earlier, before entering the passageway, I noticed the peculiarity in your material when I patted your shoulder, and that was when I began suspecting you, Zhang Xin replied. When he entered the granite door previously, he had walked up to the adolescent boy sculpture and patted his shoulder so as to use the library of Heaven's Path on him. Through the compiled book, he had learned that the material of the sculpture was not suitable for enchantment, but even so, he did not think too much about it. Or rather, with the danger that came right after, he did not have any time to think too much about it. However, with the escape of the 4 young men, he had suddenly recalled this matter, and putting it together with the peculiar address that the adolescent boy sculpture used for ancient sage Xiao Wu, he would have to be really dense not to figure it out. Considering how the celestial amulets of legacy were artifacts that Kong Shi had forged, it would not be inappropriate for them to address ancient sage Xiao Wu informally as Xiao Wu Zi. Even if they showed a lack of respect for ancient sage Ran Xiao, the latter would not say anything. The true conclusive evidence was that he could feel a very familiar aura coming from the adolescent boy sculpture. The other 6 subordinate amulets were forged using the blood essences of those possessing unique constitutions, but as for the prime amulet, if he was not mistaken, it was likely to have been forged using Kong Shi's blood essence. In other words, the familiar aura that he was feeling was that of a fellow celestial master teacher. With such a feeling guiding him, it would not be too difficult for him to figure out who the adolescent boy sculpture truly was. I see. As expected of Xiao Wu Zi's successor, not only have you mastered the spatial quintessence of sealing, you have also managed to tame the dragonbone divine spear. Your eye of discernment is truly extraordinary. Hearing Zhang Xian's explanation, the adolescent boy sculpture confessed. You're right. I am the prime amulet forged by Kong Shi. What those young men have taken away is a mere imitation. Chuckling softly, a ray of light rose from the head of the adolescent boy sculpture and converged in the air. In just a few moments, he had already transformed into an amulet. It was identical to the celestial amulet of legacy that the scholarly young man had snatched earlier. I am the prime amulet that Kong Shi forged. Only the one who holds me will be able to enter the prime hall in the Temple of Confucius. However, my one true master is Kong Shi, and I won't bow down to just anyone. Putting aside the fact that you are Xiao Wu Zi's successor, even if Xiao Wu Zi stood before me this instant, there's no way he'd be able to make me submit to him. The amulet declared regally. In response to those words, Zhang Xin simply chuckled softly. You won't submit to me? Of course not. The amulet replied pridefully. Very well. I'll show you something first, and I'll accept any decision you make right after. Zhang Xin raised his finger and tapped the amulet lightly. There's nothing you can show me that will change my mind. As an artifact created by Kong Shi, how can I possibly submit TT2? Just as the amulet was declaring its stand pridefully, it suddenly shuddered before frightfully crumpling together in the air. Following which, it hurriedly stood in front of Zhang Xian like an erect card and said in a fawning voice, "Little amulet pays respect to master." Chapter 1605, I want to go to the Luo clan. That's more like it. Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction as he held the amulet between his fingertips. Since the other party had been forged using Kong Shi's blood essence, he was confident a celestial master teacher that he could get it to submit to him by revealing his true identity. And everything did go according to his expectations. Wu Chen opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He was a veteran who could be considered one of the most knowledgeable individuals on the master-teacher continent, but the shocks that he had encountered that day were far more than a lifetime's worth for him. At this point, he really had to bow down to the young man. The amulet forged by Kong Shi did not even regard ancient sage Qiu Wu or ancient sage Ran Qiu as much, and yet, with a light fondle, it actually submitted to the young man. Is there nothing that you can't tame with those fingers of yours? But what had truly left him shocked was not just that. Rather, after taming the prime amulet, which countless would murder to gain possession of, Zhang Xian actually flicked it lightly into Luo Ruoxin's grasp. "Ruoxin, I'll entrust this prime amulet to you. In any case, it won't be much use in my hands." Wu Chen's body froze in utter incredulity. Those four young men before them had been willing to whip out ancient sage artifacts one after another in order to snatch it away, and that was more than enough to show how valuable the prime amulet truly was. Yet, the young man did not hesitate to give it away to Luo Ruoxin. But what was even more shocking was soon to come. Since the prime amulet has acknowledged you as its master, it'll do for you to keep it. I have even less use for it here. Luo Ruoxin shook her head coolly as she passed the prime amulet back to Zhang Xian. "It'll suffice as long as you bring me in when the Temple of Confucius opens." After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xian took the prime amulet back and nodded. "All right then." No matter how formidable the great codex of spring and autumn was, as one who possessed the library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian did not think that it was something that he would necessarily require, let alone a mere prime amulet. The reason he had gone to this ancient domain was solely because Luo Ruoxin had invited him there. He had intended to uncover the identity of the culprits who had taken Zhao Ye and his other students away, as well as to clarify the misunderstanding of the engagement to her. As long as she would not use it to harm mankind, he did not mind giving away the precious prime amulet to her. But who could have thought that the young lady would have little regard for it as well? Seeing that it was pushed and shoved around, the prime amulet was on the verge of bursting into tears. As an artifact forged personally by Kong Shi, not even ancient sage Ran Qiu was qualified to tame it, and yet, there it was, tossed around from person to person as if it was useless trash that no one wanted. "Don't stop me. Let me bang my head on the pillar and die. Oh right, I am just a sheet of paper. Even if I bang my head against the wall, I can't die." Just as it was feeling deeply stifled, its new master suddenly turned his gaze to it with a greedy glint in his eyes. "Little amulet, since you have already acknowledged me as your master, shouldn't you show me some sincerity? There should be other treasures in the ancient domain, right? Come, bring me to them." The prime amulet twitched upon hearing those words. "There aren't any treasures left in here. How can there be no treasures in here? Aren't there 99 doors? Since the door that I went through has the dragonbone divine spear, surely the others should contain some kind of valuable treasure, right?" Zhang Xian exclaimed in agitation. "The other passageways are really just trials consisting of slaughter formations or illusory formations. There are no treasures in the rest," the prime amulet replied. "Really?" Zhang Xian turned his doubtful gaze to Luo Ruoxin and Wu Chen, only to see the latter two nodding in agreement. "It's right. The passageways that we went through are really just trials. There was no treasure at the end." "Is that so?" Zhang Xian could not help but lower his head in disappointment. He had thought that each of the 99 granite doors would contain top-notch treasures comparable to the dragonbone divine spear, but it seemed like he had set his expectations too high. Since that was the case, Zhang Xian had no choice but to compromise. Right? I'll have to trouble you to help me gouge out the 3 words, Ranzi Hall, on the entrance plaque. Those are good too. Prime amulet. He had met plenty of stingy people in his time, but this was the first time he had seen anyone like that. That was the entrance plaque to the Ranzi Hall, and yet, he would not even let it go. Other people sought to claim swords, spears, and legendary treasures from ancient domains, and yet, Zhang Xian snatched even the very face of the esteemed Ranzi Hall. Paying no heed to the tearful prime amulet, Zhang Xian did as he pleased and took everything that was of the slightest value away from the Ranzi Hall before leaving with a satisfied grin. As the old adage goes, only the breadwinner of a family knows how expensive every grain of rice is. It had not been easy for Zhang Xian to happen upon such a rich household, so it was a given that he had to fill his pockets to the brim in case of rainy days. Teleport us out, Zhang Xian instructed the prime amulet. The prime amulet's paper body crumpled together, and a shadow devoured their bodies. The next instant, they were already standing in the midst of the White Creek mountain once more. As soon as Wu Chun regained his balance, he clasped his fist and bowed deeply. "Milady, Zhang Shi, I have some matters that I have to attend to, so I'll have to bid my farewell right now. I'll find you all once more after my business is done." There was a deeply worried look on his face. "What happened? Do you need help?" Zhang Xian asked. "It's just a couple of trifling matters. I am very grateful for your offer, Zhang Shi, but I'll be able to resolve them on my own." Wu Chen nodded. "That's good." Zhang Xian nodded in response. "Go on. Look for me after you are done with whatever you have on hand," Luo Ruoxin replied. "Thank you, milady." With a tap of his finger, a spatial wormhole appeared before Wu Chun, and he leaped right in. In the blink of an eye, he had already vanished from sight. With his departure, Zhang Xian turned his gaze to the young lady before him and smiled. "Ruoxin, what do you intend to do now?" Having obtained the prime amulet, it no longer mattered whether they found the remaining subordinate amulets or not. The only thing that they had to do was wait for the Temple of Confucius to open. "I don't have anything on at the moment," replied Luo Ruoxin as she shook her head. "Since that's the case, why don't you come to the Zhang clan with me?" Zhang Xian said with a smile. "We left too hurriedly the previous time around, and I didn't get to introduce you to my parents." To be honest, he still felt a little awkward around his parents, especially since they had only reunited with one another a few days ago. But no matter what, they were still his blood kin, so it was only right for him to introduce his girlfriend to them. Furthermore, this would also show Luo Ruoxin that he was serious about her. A hint of redness crept onto Luo Ruoxin's fair complexion as she replied with a slight hint of fluster in her voice, "I snatched you away from the Luo clan, causing a fallout between the Zhang clan and the Luo clan. Isn't it a bad time for me to pay them a visit?" "There's nothing bad about the timing. Don't worry, my parents are very open people," Zhang Xian reassured with a smile. Despite the slight awkwardness in their relationship, he had not even gotten around to calling them father and mother yet. He had to admit that the Xingming Sword Saints were extremely doting. Putting everything aside, what he had done back at the Luo clan had snubbed not only the reputation of the Luo clan, but that of the Zhang clan as well. Had it been any other parents, they would have already killed that unfilial son of theirs, yet his parents actually offered him their full support. Just from that alone, he wanted to try accepting his parents. Luo Ruoxin was still a little hesitant and worried about meeting Zhang Xian's parents. She could remain cold and nonchalant toward anything in the world, such that not even the prized prime amulet could cause the slightest fluctuation in her emotions. Yet, a simple matter like this actually left her at a loss. "There's nothing to worry about. I'm around. It's only a matter of time before we'll have to meet them to affirm our relationship." Knowing what Luo Ruoxin was worried about, Zhang Xian held her hand tightly and consoled her. "Let's meet them, all right?" Looking into Zhang Xian's eyes, Luo Ruoxin hesitated for a moment before eventually sighing deeply. "All right, I'll meet your parents." Seeing that Luo Ruoxin had agreed to it, a bright smile crept on Zhang Xian's face. At this moment, he suddenly recalled something and added, But before we head back to the Zhang clan, I want to drop by the Luo clan first. You want to drop by the Luo clan? Luo Ruoxin frowned. Chapter 1606 Luo Tianya. After the huge upset with the Luo clan, the latter would skin Zhang Xian alive if they ever got their hands on him. So why did he want to head over? Even though Luo Ruoxin had a lot of doubts in her mind, she did not think that he was heading to the Luo clan to have a rendezvous with Luo Qiqi. She might be unfamiliar with love, but she was still able to tell that the feelings that Zhang Xian had for Luo Qiqi did not transcend those of a teacher-student relationship. That's right. Zhang Xian nodded. I have done them a huge injustice during the engagement ceremony, and since I have comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing, I want to impart it to them so as to compensate them for what I have done. It's indeed unfair that they had to go through such a matter, and it's only right for you to make it up to them. However, I fear that if you visit them right now, not only will they not appreciate your help, it might even worsen the conflict between the two clans, Luo Ruoxin replied grimly. Were it not for Yang Shi and the Master-Teacher Pavilion mediating by the side, a full-blown war between the two clans could have broken out during the engagement ceremony. Even if Zhang Xian did not bear any malicious intent toward the Luo clan, his goodwill toward them was unlikely to be looked favorably upon. In the worst-case scenario, they might even come to blows with one another. That's also something that I am extremely concerned about. So, I was thinking of disguising myself so as to prevent any misunderstandings from happening. Knowing full well that he had already become the archenemy of every single member of the Luo clan, Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. The spatial quintessence of sealing has always been an exclusive secret art of the Luo clan. As far as I know, there has been no one in their clan who has been able to comprehend it ever since the era of their founder, so I believe this will be the best way to make it up to them. If he had tried to look into who the little princess was instead of rushing into the engagement, such a huge misunderstanding would not have happened. At the same time, the Luo clan would not have been embarrassed before so many experts. There was a slight moment of silence before Luo Ruoxin replied with a nod. I think it's a good idea. Seeing how readily the young lady expressed her approval toward the matter, Zhang Xian could not help but ask, Aren't you angry? Honestly speaking, considering how he and Luo Qiqi had nearly become a couple, he could understand it if Luo Ruoxin felt uncomfortable about this matter. To accept this matter so readily, did she really have no qualms about it? Of course not. Luo Ruoxin replied with a light chuckle reminiscent of a blooming flower. To be honest, this was probably the reason that she liked Zhang Xian in the first place. To remain humble in the face of success, constantly maintaining a low profile, never hesitating to admit his faults, keeping a magnanimous heart toward the world. Those were traits that a true man should have. And this was the kind of man that she, Luo Ruoxin, loved. Let's set out then. Laughing heartily, Zhang Xian grabbed Luo Ruoxin's hands tightly as he felt a surge of bliss racing through his heart. With his deepened understanding of space, through tapping into the prowess of the Dragonbone Divine Spear, Zhang Xian was able to find spatial wormholes and travel through them as well. With this, the speed of their journey was hastened significantly. It did not take long for them to arrive in the perimeter of the Luo clan. It's true that even 9-star master teachers will have trouble seeing through your disguise, but you still won't be able to fool some of the unique identification artifacts. I have an amulet here that is used specifically for disguise. It should be able to bypass the detection of most unique identification artifacts. After closely inspecting Zhang Xian's disguise, Luo Ruoxin took out a piece of paper. That will really be a great help. Zhang Xian took the amulet overexcitedly. The previous time he tried to disguise himself carefully, he had still ended up being seen through by Yang Shi. As such, if anything could further augment his disguise, he would take it willingly just to lower the risk of him being revealed. Zhang Xian took a closer look at the amulet and saw unfamiliar characters and patterns inscribed on it. He had no idea what they meant, but he sensed tremendous energy from them. He tried to scan them with his spiritual perception, but he found that he could not see through it at all. Curious, he tried placing it lightly on his forehead. Wong. As soon as the paper came into contact with his face, it swiftly dissipated into a surge of energy that delved right into his body. With just a thought, Zhang Xin's body swiftly morphed into the form of a middle-aged man in his 40s. A lanky figure with yellowish, wrinkled skin, he would appear unspectacular at first glance. However, upon taking another look, one would swiftly notice that he had a pair of sharp eyes reminiscent of those of eagles, reflecting acuity and wisdom. "This is a true treasure," Zhang Xin exclaimed in astonishment. He had used his spiritual perception to scan his appearance multiple times, but he could not see any openings that suggested that he was different from how he appeared. In fact, even the Eye of Insight was unable to see through his own disguise. This disguise amulet was indeed far more effective than the disguise techniques that he usually used. With this, even if he met Yang Shi once more, the latter would not dare doubt his true identity. After checking on himself, he turned his gaze to the young lady not too far away and saw that she had already morphed into the appearance of a middle-aged lady to match him. Even though she had concealed her ravishing countenance, her grace still showed through her subtle gestures. "Ha ha ha, this disguise is superb. Say, why don't we try creating a reputation for ourselves as the next calamitous couple?" Zhang Xian proposed with a chuckle. As the patriarch and matriarch of the Zhang clan, as well as top-notch experts on the continent, no one would dare speak badly of the Xingming Sword Saint openly. While they addressed them respectfully as Sword Saint Xing and Sword Saint Ming on the surface, they did not neglect to spitefully label them as the calamitous couple behind their back. Considering that the two of them were a middle-aged couple and their prowess stood at the top of the continent as well, it would not take too long for them to forge such a reputation for themselves. "Who are you calling a couple? We are just siblings." Luo Ruoxin's face reddened upon hearing those words. Siblings? But siblings usually look similar to one another, no? Is it because I'm too handsome? Is that the reason I'm so well-liked by others? Zhang Xian stroked his lower jaw contemplatively. Narcissist. Luo Ruoxin burst into laughter. She had still been a little reluctant to pass off as a couple a moment ago, but all of a sudden, she felt that it might not be so bad after all. "Fine, let's act as a couple then. However, we have to choose a name to call ourselves. Otherwise, it will appear suspicious if we can't even introduce ourselves when others ask who we are." My parents took a character from each of their names to derive the nickname Xingming Sword Saint. I think we can try doing the same too. How does Xuanqin Sword Saint sound to you? Zhang Xian asked. Luo Ruoxin rolled her eyes. What's the point of the disguise then? Right. I have used Yang Xian, Sun Chong, Wu Zhangxian, and several other aliases before, so I should find a new one this time around, right? I should pass myself off as a member of the Luo clan. They should feel much safer around me if I'm one of them, especially given the fact that I'm going to impart the spatial quintessence of sealing to them. Otherwise, they might just think that I have stolen their heritage and try to kill me. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Since he was going to come up with a persona anyway, it would help in his cause if he assumed the identity of a member of the Luo clan. After all, the heritage of sealing space had remained a unique heritage of the Luo clan for many years. On top of that, the Luo clan had also grown too big over the tens of thousands of years for it to track all of its members accurately. They would have no way of verifying it even if he claimed to be from their distant side family. Such was the case in the Zhang clan as well. There were distant relatives of the Zhang clan, due to their Zhang clan bloodline being too thin, who would not even be recorded in the clan genealogy. I think that's a good idea. I should come up with a name for myself too. How about Lingxi? I haven't given much thought to the surname yet, but I think Lingxi should do, Luo Ruoxin said. Lingxi? Two hearts united by a profound connection. That is a wonderful name. Since that's the case, I'll call myself Luo Tianya. No matter how far away we are from one another, even if the boundaries of the world sever us so, our hearts will remain connected together with one another. Zhang Xian said with a smile. That sounds great. Luo Ruoxin nodded with a slight smile. After resolving the issue regarding their names, the two of them quickly flew in the direction of the Luo clan. The current Luo clan was still in the midst of reconstructing their damaged buildings and returning the gifts that the many powers had sent to them. There were people scattered all around the area, and the place looked incredibly messy. Zhang Xian was intending to exploit this chaos to find Luo Xianqing or Luo Qiqi to impart the spatial quintessence of sealing to them when he heard a gust of wind right above him. A few figures suddenly appeared above, and a deafening voice echoed in the air. Nangong Yuanfeng from the 100 Schools of Philosophers' great frontistery of Confucianism has come with a couple of juniors to pay a visit to the head of the Luo clan. The name Lingxi is derived from an idiom which literally means two hearts are connected by a telepathic connection. It's not exclusively used for couples, but it tends to have such a connotation. It's usually used to describe people whose thoughts are in sync with one another. The name Tianya literally means the boundary of the world. In the past, people believed that the world is cuboid in shape, so naturally, if a person were to just walk in one direction, they would eventually reach the boundary of the world. Chapter 1607 The 100 Schools of Philosophers Wants a Duel. They're from the 100 Schools of Philosophers? Taken aback, Zhang Xian raised his head to carefully assess the 5 people floating above. The person who was speaking was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had a gray, flowy beard and a tall hat, reminiscent of the typical image of ancient scholars. The long robe that he wore was similar to that of a master-teacher robe, the only difference being that it was black in color. From afar, he appeared a little severe. He's wearing the same clothes as the 4 otherworldly demons who took Zhaoya and the others away. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. The middle-aged man was wearing the exact same attire as the 4 otherworldly demons that they had just encountered in ancient sage Ranxio's ancient domain. From the looks of it, it seemed like the 4 young men were intending to pose as experts from the 100 Schools of Philosophers so as to fool little Amulet. Yet, under the assault of the Dragonbone Divine Spear, they had still been forced to show their true form. There were 4 young men who appeared to be in their late 20s standing around Nangong Yuanfeng. Each of them carried the imposing aura of an expert. They are all great sage Wundan introspective convalescence cultivators, Luo Ruoxian remarked with a nod. If I recall correctly, Nangong Yuanfeng is the offspring of ancient sage Zirong, a scholastic master of the great frontistery of Confucianism. Ancient sage Zirong? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before nodding. Ancient sage Zirong was one of the Kong Shi's 72 direct disciples, and he was famed as a sage. While his fame did not come close to matching ancient sage Ranxio, ancient sage Boshang, or ancient sage Yin Yin, his name was still remembered even after the passing of so many years, and he continued to command the respect of many cultivators. To think that Nangong Yuanfeng would actually be his descendant. What's the great frontistery of Confucianism? Zhang Xian asked curiously. The great frontistery of Confucianism is somewhat similar to the Master-Teacher Pavilion of the continent. However, while the Master-Teacher Pavilion seeks to impart knowledge and values to ordinary mortals and cultivators, the great frontistery of Confucianism specializes solely in the research and impartation of Kong Shi's teachings to the cultivated. Typically speaking, only cultivators who have reached great sage are qualified to join its ranks, Luo Ruoxian explained. Only great sage cultivators are qualified to join the great frontistery of Confucianism? Zhang Xian was astonished. He had thought that the Sanctum of Sages was the highest academy of the master-teacher continent, but who knew that the 100 Schools of Philosophers would actually have a great frontistery of Confucianism to top that? Zhang Xian was just about to continue asking about it when a voice suddenly boomed in the air. I'm the deputy clan head of the Luo clan, Luo Ganshin. It's my pleasure to meet you, Elder Nangong. This way, please. Following which, Luo Xuanqing's father, followed by Luo Qingchen and the numerous other elders of the Luo clan, flew out and clasped their fists courteously. Let's head down. Seeing that the deputy clan head had come to welcome them, Nangong Yuanfeng returned the greetings before descending to the ground with the 4 young men. The crowd from the Luo clan quickly did the same as well. For those of the 100 Schools of Philosophers to appear at this moment, something must be up. Let's follow them. Zhang Xian sent a telepathic message to Luo Ruoxian. He knew that those from the 100 Schools of Philosophers had come to the Master-Teacher continent, but he did not expect 5 of them to suddenly pay a visit to the Luo clan abruptly. Considering the timing, it was likely that their visit had something to do with the opening of the Temple of Confucius. Luo Ruoxin nodded. With the extraordinary strength of the two and the chaotic situation that the Luo clan was in, they were able to successfully advance into the depths of the Luo clan without drawing anyone's attention. Of course, to be safe, they chose to keep a safe distance from Luo Ganzhen and Nangong Yuanfeng. Dong 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 dong. Just as they were planning to sneak into the main hall, the loud chimes of a bell suddenly echoed throughout the Luo clan. That's the assembly bell of the Luo clan? Did something happen? Zhang Xin's eyebrows shot up in astonishment as he and Luo Ruoxin quickly followed the crowd from the Luo clan to where the bell was chiming from. Not too long later, he arrived at a relatively spacious square. By that time, a huge crowd had already gathered in the area. As soon as the bell started chiming, all members of the Luo clan had rushed over as fast as possible. Across the crowd, Zhang Xin saw Nangong Yuanfeng and the others from the 100 schools of philosophers sitting on top of an elevated platform at the center of the square, and Luo Ganzhen, Luo Qingchen, and the others were seated opposite them. Zhang Xin scanned the crowd and quickly found a couple of Luo clan offspring dressed in clothes that suggested that they were core members discussing quietly among one another. He quickly walked up to them and asked, "Excuse me, may I ask what has happened? Why was the assembly bell rung?" It just so happened that all members of the Luo clan were gathered there, so it was impossible for the other party to recognize all of the faces there. "You are." Seeing an unfamiliar face before them, one of the core members frowned. "I am Luo Tianya, a member from the side family," Zhang Xin replied. "Ah, I see." The core member of the Luo clan nodded. "Based on what I have heard so far, it seems like the 100 schools of philosophers wishes to acquire something that the Luo clan has, but our deputy clan head is reluctant to hand it over. Thus, Nangong Yuanfeng proposed a duel of spatial arts between the 4 students that he has brought with him and the offspring of the Luo clan who are beneath 100 years old. If they achieve victory, the Luo clan will have to place the treasure under the care of their great frontistery of Confucianism. On the other hand, if they lose, they will hand over an equivalent treasure to the Luo clan as compensation for their disrespect. What treasure did Nangong Yuanfeng offer in return? Zhang Xin asked. There was little doubt that the treasure that the 100 schools of philosophers wanted was the celestial amulet of legacy. In order to goad the Luo clan into accepting the duel, the treasure that they would have to stake had to be of considerable value as well. It's a sword that was once used by ancient sage Zirong. The core member of the Luo clan replied as he pointed onto the elevated platform ahead. "There, you should be able to see it." Tracing the core member's finger, Zhang Xin saw a sword floating quietly above the elevated platform. Even though it was unsheathed, one could still feel a disquieting, chilling air emanating from it. Luo Ruoxin took a glance at the sword as well before sending a telepathic message to Zhang Xin. It's a great sage artifact, but as it was once used by ancient sage Zirong, its might is comparable to most half-ancient sage artifacts. That being said, it comes nowhere close to competing with your Dragonbone Divine Spear. Zhang Xin nodded. It was too far away for him to come into contact with it, making it impossible for him to accurately gauge the true rank of the sword. Nevertheless, with his current eye of discernment, he could tell that it was a formidable weapon, albeit far beneath his Dragonbone Divine Spear. After all, the Dragonbone Divine Spear was the weapon that ancient sage Ranqiu had wielded at his peak. Back in the ancient era, there was no one who would not tremble in the face of the Dragonbone Divine Spear. Thus, how could a sword that ancient sage Zirong had only used before possibly match it? Luo Ganzhen scanned the crowd and declared loudly, "Offspring of the Luo clan, Elder Nangong of the 100 schools of philosophers, has brought his students here in order to challenge the members of our Luo clan to a duel of spatial arts. As long as you are beneath 100 years old, you'll be eligible to challenge them. Is there anyone who would like to challenge our guests here?" His voice sounded composed on the surface, but Zhang Xin could detect a furious undertone beneath the calm exterior. It seemed like despite the treasure offered by the 100 schools of philosophers, he did not intend to accept the duel. Most likely, the group from the 100 schools of philosophers had resorted to some degree of blackmail to force the Luo clan to do their bidding. Considering how the Luo clan had suffered a huge setback, they were indeed in no position to clash with the 100 schools of philosophers at the moment. Allow me to test the strength of our guests over here. With a loud bellow, a figure leaped onto the elevated platform in the middle. Glancing over, Zhang Xian saw that the person who had volunteered himself was none other than Luo Xianqing. I'll face them too. I'm willing to give it a try as well. They might be our guests, but aren't they too insolent to challenge our Luo clan to a duel of spatial arts? Humph, that's no different from courting death. Another 3 young men leaped onto the elevated platform in the middle. They were all young experts of the Luo clan, and every single one of them emanated a powerful aura. In fact, 2 of them had reached St. Nindan Pinnacle, just like Zhang Xian, and they were already serving as elders in the Luo clan. Very well. Seeing that their men had stepped up to the challenge, Luo Ganzhen nodded in approval. He turned his gaze to Nangong Yuanfeng and said, Elder Nangong, what do you propose for the format of the Duel of Spatial Arts? Chapter 1608 Spatial Top. I have a spatial top with me, which is able to gauge the stability of a space and determine one's level of control over a certain space. Whoever is able to keep this top spinning for the longest time possible will be deemed to have the deeper understanding of space. As Nangong Yuanfeng spoke, he flicked his finger, and a top of roughly a qi long appeared before everyone's sight. It stood motionlessly on the elevated platform, and even though there was no energy emanating from it, there were still many slight dimensional rifts around it. The presence of dimensional rifts hinted that the space was not stable. In order to get the spatial top to stand, one had to reconstruct a stable space, or to put it in simpler terms, mend the dimensional rifts around. As simple as that sounded, it was actually easier said than done. It required knowledge of the 4th level of the heavenly art of dimension unravel, creation. This, Luo Ganzhen could also see through that, and his complexion turned rather awful. While the offspring of their Luo clan did have a deep understanding of spatial laws, especially since their bloodline bestowed them with natural aptitude in that field, it would still be difficult for them to achieve. If Nangong Yuanfeng students were really able to achieve this feat, then things were looking bad for them. Emoer, you'll go first. Give a demonstration to the experts of the Luo clan. Nangong Yuanfeng took a glance at Luo Ganzhen's dark expression and chuckled softly before issuing an instruction to one of the 4 young men that had come with him. Yes. The young man known as Emoer appeared to be in his late 20s. He strutted out from the group arrogantly, walked up to the spatial top, and clenched his fist tightly together. Wong. There was a slight hum in the air as a surge of spatial energy wrapped around the spatial top. In an instant, the tattered space around the spatial top was mended, and it slowly stood up. However, it lasted for no more than 3 seconds before faltering and collapsing back onto the ground. By the time he ended the demonstration, the young man known as Emoer was already sweating profusely, and he was panting heavily from exhaustion. He clasped his fist toward the Luo clan before retreating to his group. Emoer is the weakest among my students here, so it's a little difficult for him to make the spatial top stand on its end. I beg your pardon for this embarrassing demonstration. Nangong Yuanfeng chuckled softly as he addressed the crowd. He turned his gaze back to Luo Ganzhen and said, Deputy Clan Head Luo, shall we begin the duel? Luo Ganzhen's face had turned utterly livid. The other party had well and truly cornered him. By showing a demonstration, it would reflect badly on the Luo clan if they backed out of the duel at this juncture. Whether they liked it or not, they would have to accept this challenge. Deputy Clan Head, allow me to give it a try. One of the 2 elders who had stepped up to the challenge earlier clasped his fist and volunteered to go first. I'll be troubling you then, Elder Luo Fu. Luo Ganzhen nodded. Elder Luo Fu stepped forward and took a deep breath before clenching his fist together as well, just like Emoer had done earlier. Wong. The same humming sound echoed around the spatial top, and it shook a little. With sweat dripping profusely from his head, Elder Luo Fu exerted his strength to his limit, to the point where he spurted a mouthful of blood and staggered backward weakly. But till the very end, the spatial top still did not stand up. With a pale face and trembling body, Elder Luo Fu apologized feebly. I'm sorry, Deputy Clan Head. When he saw that Emoer achieving the feat easily, he had thought that he would be able to pull it off easily as well. But despite using his full strength, he still was not able to make the spatial top stand up at all. It was no wonder the 100 schools of philosophers dared to challenge them in their field of specialty. They did have confidence to achieve victory. Let me give it a try. The other Luo clan elder walked up and tried to mend the dimension rifts around the top. A moment later, blood spewed out of his mouth. Just like Elder Luo Fu, he was unable to get the spatial top to stand up. This was a challenge that appeared deceptively easy on the surface. Only when one was trying to raise the spatial top with one's spatial prowess would one realize that it was heavier than a mountain. As long as one's comprehension of spatial laws was not deep enough, putting aside making it stand up, even making it move was a difficult feat in itself. Seeing that 2 of his clan members had failed, Luo Ganjin's complexion turned even more awful. The 100 schools of philosophers had indeed come to claim their clan's celestial amulet of legacy. Given the dangers that their predecessors had gone through to acquire it, there was no way that they could simply give it away so easily. However, the other party had brought the decree of the ancient sages left behind by the predecessors of the 100 schools of philosophers, as well as the rules that Kong Shi had set back in his era. Left with no choice, they could only accept the duel. He had thought that even though none of the clan members had comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing, given their expertise in spatial laws, it should not be too difficult for them to achieve victory. Yet, who would have thought that they would be outdone so spectacularly? The 100 schools of philosopher sure was fearsome. Deputy Clan Head Luo, is there no offspring in the Luo clan who can make the spatial top rise? If so, I won't stand on ceremony anymore. Expecting such an outcome, Nangong Yuanfeng stroked his beard and chuckled softly. Wait for a moment. A bellow suddenly sounded from the elevated platform, and Luo Xianqing took a step forward. The spatial top is an artifact that you have brought out, so there's no way we can be certain that you haven't tampered with it beforehand such that our clan members won't be able to make it stand. Furthermore, despite all that has been said and done, don't you think what's most important is to be able to utilize one's spatial arts effectively in a battle? Why don't we have a duel instead? Your students will lower their cultivation to fight with us, and if they are able to win, we'll admit our defeat. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we can't go with your judgment. You are suggesting a duel? Nangong Yuanfeng queried. That's right. Luo Xianqing nodded. Ultimately, the main purpose of comprehending spatial laws was to raise one's cultivation and fighting prowess. Since that was the case, why should they waste their effort on something as extraneous as moving the spatial top? A duel would be a far more direct method to determine their qualification. You seem to be very confident. Very well, our 100 schools of philosophers will go with your proposal. Nangong Yuanfeng chuckled confidently. The heritage of the 100 schools of philosophers originated from Kong Shi, and they had received the complete inheritance from the predecessors. Not to mention, these students were all from the great frontistery of Confucianism. They were elites who could easily fend off hundreds by themselves. There was no way they would fear battle. To challenge them to a duel was utter foolishness. Deputy Clan Head Luo, can I take his word for it? Nangong Yuanfeng turned to Luo Ganzhen and asked. Of course. Luo Ganzhen nodded. At the rate things were going, it was unlikely that there would be any eligible Luo clan member who would be able to get the spatial top to stand up. In fact, even he did not have absolute confidence that he could do it. At the very least, there was still a hope of success if it was just a simple duel. Since that's the case, Emoer, you'll be their opponent. Hearing that Luo Ganzhen had agreed to the matter, Nangong Yuanfeng nodded. While Emoer might have exerted himself quite a bit in order to drive the spatial top, he should still suffice to deal with the juniors of the Luo clan. Hearing Nangong Yuanfeng words, Luo Ganjin's nostrils flared in fury. That was blatant disdain for their Luo clan. It was just a moment ago that the Zhang clan had trampled on their pride and humiliated them, and now, the 100 schools of philosophers were doing the same. Were the heavens really heralding the fall of their Luo clan? Equally infuriated by Nangong Yuanfeng's words was Luo Xianqing, and with a furious bellow, he walked to the center of the elevated platform and roared, "Come on then, let me see just how powerful you are." Heh. The young man known as Emoer chuckled softly as he walked up and said, "You are at Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering Realm Primary Stage. I shan't take advantage of you, and will lower my cultivation to the same level as you. Voila. After saying those words, Imoer's aura swiftly declined to Luo Xuanqing's level. All right, let's begin. Seeing that Imoer had finished suppressing his cultivation, Luo Xuanqing immediately dashed forward and thrust his palm forth. Pacha! The rumbling of thunder reverberated through the air as devastating might poured forth from Luo Xuanqing's palm. His fighting prowess had advanced significantly since the last time he clashed with Zhang Xian at the Sanctum of Sages. While he still had not achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, he was not too far away from Dimension Sundering Realm Intermediate stage anymore. 1 Qi equals 33 centimeters. Chapter 1609, Why Don't I Give It a Try Too? Luo Xuanqing won't be a match for him. Zhang Xian could not help but shake his head. The fact that the young man from the great phronestory of Confucianism is able to make the spatial top stand for several seconds means that his grasp over space is already nearing the level of spatial quintessence. Luo Ruoxin nodded in agreement. In comparison, Luo Xuanqing still has much to improve on. Furthermore, the battle techniques that they cultivate are not on the same tier. It's only a matter of time before Luo Xuanqing loses. The 100 schools of philosophers were filled with experts who had inherited Kong Shi's heritage. They had all kinds of powerful battle techniques that were on par with, if not surpassing, those of the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters. No matter how powerful the Luo clan's battle techniques were, there was no way that they could compete with them. Zhang Xian sighed deeply in response as he continued watching the battle on the stage. At this moment, Imoer had already begun launching his counterattack. His movements were extremely simple. He raised his finger and tapped the space in front of him lightly. Voila! The space around Luo Xuanqing was immediately sealed up tightly, unable to be broken no matter how much force one exerted against it. Luo Xuanqing swiftly executed a series of ferocious assaults in order to break free from the sealed space, but to no avail. Recognizing the technique used, Luo Ruoxin explained, "This is a spatial art known as the mirror sealing art." Mirror sealing art? It serves to seal a person within a completely isolated space, a little reminiscent to the world within a mirror. No matter how those within a mirror struggle, they will never be able to break free of their constraints and harm those on the other side of the mirror. That is basically the principle of the battle technique. To utilize the power of space to seal others in another dimension, unable to break free, Luo Ruoxin explained grimly. In terms of prowess, it's inferior to your spatial quintessence of sealing, but the effects are roughly similar. It's indeed a formidable move, but it's true that Luo Xuanqing won't be able to harm the other party if he is sealed within a mirror-like space. But won't the other party be unable to attack him? As powerful as the battle technique sounded, it had a fatal flaw. The effect worked both ways. While the cultivator inside the sealed space was unable to harm those outside would not be able to harm the cultivator inside. It went without saying, it would still be a formidable technique in a group battle, but in a one-on-one duel, it seemed to be a waste of time and energy. After all, nothing would be achieved from this move. In contrast, there were some variations of spatial sealing arts where the caster could travel freely in and out of the sealed space in principle, which would make them a more efficient technique in a one-on-one. It's true that the other party won't be able to harm Luo Xuanqing unless the mirror-like space is destroyed. Nevertheless, the fact that the other party controls the mirror means that he has the initiative in the battle, thus putting him in a favorable position, Luo Ruoxin said. I see. Zhang Xian nodded slightly before falling silent. Being in control of the mirror-like space meant that Imoer could decide where and when the space should break, thus allowing him to make a move whenever he wanted and catch the person within the space off guard. I admit that this mirror-like space is a good concept, but it isn't that easy to trap Luo Xuanqing, Zhang Xian said. Right after those words were spoken, Luo Xuanqing's hair suddenly rose, and a unique surge of energy wrapped itself on the surface of his body. His aura grew more powerful and imposing, reminiscent of a ferocious tiger. He thrust his palm forward forcefully. Voila! The mirror-like space shattered into innumerable fragments. He has activated his bloodline? Luo Ruoxin frowned. With her eye of discernment, she could tell that Imoer's mastery of space far surpassed that of Luo Xuanqing. and Luo Xinqing himself should have realized that fact as well. Cornered, Luo Xinqing had no choice but to activate his bloodline ability. With the augmentation of the Luo clan's bloodline, Luo Xuanqing's sensitivity toward space was enhanced tremendously, thus allowing him to break the mirror-like space and attack Embark directly. Boom! As the two palms collided, a furious gale raged in the area. Countless cracks surfaced on the floor of the elevated platform like a spider's web. Luo Xinqing has lost. Zhang Xian shook his head. The other party's comprehension of spatial laws, cultivation, and battle techniques are all above his. There's no way Luo Xinqing could have won. Luo Ruoxin shook her head and sighed. Right after those words were spoken, Luo Xinqing was forced to retreat 8 steps before a frenzied spurt of blood spewed from his mouth. His body wavered a little before eventually collapsing to the ground. Teacher. After subduing Luo Xinqing with a single palm strike, Embark clasped his fist before turning around and returning to the group with a nonchalant look on his face, as if he had just accomplished something insignificant. Young Master Xinqing. An elder hurriedly rushed forward to feed Luo Xinqing a pill and infuse some zhenqi into him, and only then did the latter recover a little. The injuries that he had sustained and the side effects from activating his bloodline had left his limbs with a wobbly feeling, devoid of any strength. I have embarrassed the clan. Please punish me. With a pale face, Luo Xinqing staggered up to his father and kneeled down. Rise. You aren't to be blamed for this matter. In that moment, Luo Ganzhen looked as if he had aged 10 years. All along, while he would not be so arrogant as to say that the heritage of their Luo clan was the top in the world, he did not think that they were too far from it. Yet, who would have thought that they would be utterly defeated in their field of specialty? Throughout the entire battle, that Embark person had only executed spatial arts, and faced with such a situation, they really had no choice but to admit their defeat. Yes, Luo Xinqing lowered his head shamefully. It was one thing for him to be unable to defeat Zhang Xian in the same cultivation realm, but to think that he would not be a match for these people either. The feeling of superiority that he had always felt as a genius of the Luo clan suddenly popped like a bubble, leaving not a single trace behind. Father, what do we do now? Luo Xinqing asked telepathically with clenched fists. While his cultivation was only at dimension-sundering realm primary stage, due to the purity of his bloodline, he could already be considered the strongest expert among the younger generation of the Luo clan. While there were plenty of other Luo clan offspring beneath 100 years old who were in a higher cultivation realm than him, they were unlikely to be a match for the crowd from the 100 schools of philosophers in a fight in the same cultivation realm. Furthermore, based on what Nangong Yuanfeng had said, it seemed like the person whom he had faced was the weakest of their group, and yet, he did not stand the slightest chance at victory at all. Things really were not in their favor. Luo Ganzhen hesitated for a moment before replying. There's nothing we can do, unless your younger sister is willing to make a move. Currently, the person who commanded the highest control over space was not him or any other elders but that daughter of his. Having assimilated the dimension silencer, while she had not comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing yet, her ability to manipulate space would never lose against those fellows before them. But ever since the Zhang clan departed, she's locked herself in her room, unwilling to come out, Luo Xinqing said gloomily. As Luo Qiqi's elder brother, he could feel the deep emotions that she had for Zhang Xian, and for Zhang Xian to reject her publicly and leave with another woman. This blow was simply too great for someone as young as her to take. She needed some time to come to terms with the matter, and he was unwilling to bother her at a time like this. This is an emergency situation, so it's no time for her to be throwing a tantrum. Quick, call her out. Luo Ganzhen instructed. Yes. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Xinqing nodded before rising to his feet, intending to head off to find his younger sister. However, at this moment, Nangong Yuanfeng suddenly chuckled softly and said, Deputy Clan Head Luo, if this is the capability that you and your clan members wield, you shouldn't send them up here to publicly embarrass themselves. No matter how many weaklings come up to challenge my students, it's only a waste of time and effort. So, if you don't have anyone more formidable than him, I suggest that you admit defeat. At the very least, You will be able to preserve a shred of dignity for your Luo clan. You. Hearing Nangong Yuanfeng's words, Luo Ganzhen nearly exploded on the spot. He was just about to refute those words when a calm voice suddenly sounded from beneath. It's just a duel, so why don't I? Following which, a middle-aged man with yellowish, wrinkled skin leaped onto the elevated platform from the crowd beneath. Give it a try to. Chapter 1610. The spatial top wouldn't stop. Who is that fellow? I have no idea. I don't recall seeing such a face before. He's probably from the Side family, right? I know most of the more notable individuals from the Side family, but his face doesn't seem familiar. Why is he running up at this moment? I don't know that, but he doesn't seem too weak. Perhaps he might just be able to pull something off. Seeing that a middle-aged man had barged out of nowhere, a huge commotion broke out beneath the stage. Everyone glanced at one another in confusion, unsure of what was going on. Most of the notable figures in the Side family tended to know one another, but the middle-aged man's appearance did not seem to jog anyone's memory. Shockingly, it appeared that no one recognized him at all. You are? Luo Ganzhen asked with a frown. I am Luo Tianya, a distant relative of the Luo clan. I am not often in the clan, so it's normal that you don't recognize me, deputy clan head. Zhang Xian clasped his fist and reported. Since he was there to compensate the Luo clan, this was a good opportunity to recoup the reputation of the Luo clan. Thus, after hearing Nangong Yuanfeng's words, he had not hesitated much before leaping right up. Luo Tianya? Luo Ganzhen shot a glance toward the first elder Luo Qingchen, only to see that the latter was equally confused. It seemed like not even the first elder was aware of whom the other party was. Luo Qingchen stared at the middle-aged man before him for a long while, but he found that he was unable to identify the other party, so he could only respond with an awkward chuckle. The Luo clan's heritage has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and its offspring have spread far and wide across the master-teacher continent. There isn't a genealogy book for the Side family, so there's no way to confirm his identity for certain. Nevertheless, we can't deny the possibility that there might be a member of the Side family who has worked hard and climbed up with his own ability. This was a problem that arose when a clan got too big. Each year, there would be a lot of disciples who headed out to venture into the world, and no one could guarantee that they would not have affairs outside. If they bore offspring, it would be hard to tell if that person was truly a member of the Luo clan without checking their bloodline. Understanding this logic, Luo Ganzhen shook his head helplessly before turning back to the man before him. Tianya, I understand your wish to stand up for the clan, but they are the experts from the 100 schools of philosophers, and the topic of the duel is comprehension of spatial laws. This isn't a problem that can be resolved with just sheer strength. Honestly, he did not think that it was likely that a member of the Side family would be able to defeat the 100 schools of philosophers. Even Luo Xianqing, who boasted one of the purest Luo clan bloodline, had ended up suffering a tragic loss, so he dared not wish that a member of the Side family would really be able to achieve victory. Why don't you allow me to give it a try? I am a member of the Side family, so even if I lose, it won't bring shame to the Luo clan. Zhang Xian said. Luo Ganzhen fell into deep contemplation. The other party was right. They had already embarrassed themselves enough as it was, so even if another member of the Side family lost in the duel, it would not really worsen the plight that they were in anyway. It also happened that they needed to buy some time for his daughter to get there. Very well then. Luo Ganzhen nodded. Turning to Nangong Yuanfeng, he said, Elder Nangong, Luo Tianya over here wishes to challenge your student. But before Nangong Yuanfeng could say a word, Emo had already exclaimed with the utmost contempt, Challenge? You want us to fight a mere Side family offspring of the Luo clan? It seemed like the Luo clan had really gotten so desperate that they would clutch at every straw they had. Nangong Yuanfeng's eyebrows shot up in displeasure as well. The blood of ancient sage Zirong flows in through veins of the offspring of our Nangong clan. The rules of propriety from Kongshi state that one should regard a guest with courtesy and respect. Do you think that it's appropriate for a member of the Luo clan Side family to challenge us? Or is the Luo clan trying to humiliate us through this? Even the core members were not a match for them. So to find a nobody from the side family to challenge them, the Luo clan really was not taking them seriously. Humiliate? Before Luo Ganzhen could respond to those words, Zhang Xian had already shaken his head and uttered disdainfully, "You sure have a grand view of yourselves. Worry not, a bunch of weaklings like you aren't worthy of me going out of my way to humiliate you." Not expecting to be despised by a mere offspring of the side family, Nangong Yuanfeng narrowed his eyes threateningly. "If you dare not battle against me, just say so. There's no need to find so many excuses." Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back and spoke nonchalantly. "Arrogance of the ignorant." Emoer harumphed coldly. It was one thing for offspring of the 100 schools of philosophers like them to come down to a place as remote as this, but to think that these countryside bumpkins would still dare to say such words to them. Did that fellow really not know how insignificant he was before them? Emoer was not the only one who had such thoughts. By the side, Luo Ganzhen also clutched his forehead in distress. Did this member of the side family really not know the significance of the term 100 schools of philosophers on the master-teacher continent? Otherwise, how could he bring himself to utter such ridiculous words? He's really as shameless as that Zhang Xian. Luo Xinqing harumphed coldly on the inside. As an ex-friend of Zhang Xian's, I have seen just how shameless that man was. However, as shameless as that man was, he did have the capabilities to back it up. As for you, is it really good for you to be saying such words? Even though Emoer was so furious that he could kill, he still had to the reputation of the 100 schools of philosophers to maintain. So he pointed to the spatial top by the side and said, "Fine, I'll have a duel with you if you like. However, you should at least show that you have the qualifications to challenge me first. If you can at least get this spatial top to stand, I'll give you a chance." "You want me to make it stand?" Zhang Xian asked as he shot a glance at the spatial top. All of a sudden, the lazing top suddenly sprung up and began spinning non-stop, as if fearing that it would be struck to death if it showed the slightest hint of indolence. "Do you mean like this?" Emoer rubbed his eyes in disbelief. With his current proficiency, the most he could do was get the top to stand up. He still was not capable of making it spin. In fact, the only person who was capable of doing so was his teacher, Nangong Yuanfeng. Even so, his teacher would still have to put in a great deal of effort. Yet, for the spatial top to start spinning from a mere glance, did that fellow shoot lasers out of his eyes or something? Nangong Yuanfeng was equally stunned by the abrupt happenings. He had thought that this was a play staged by Luo Ganzhen in order to reduce this duel to a farce, but after witnessing this sight, it had become apparent to him that the inconspicuous-looking middle-aged man was actually a true expert. At the same time, Luo Ganzhen, Luo Xinqing, and the members of the Luo clan stared at the sight with mouths agape, almost as if they had seen a ghost. Could it be? Luo Ganzhen suddenly thought of something, and he quickly turned his gaze toward the first elder Luo Qingche. That's likely the case. Other than the person who has comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing, I really can't think of another man who has the ability to make the spatial top spin like that. Luo Qingche nodded. We have been looking for him among the inner clan members, but who would have thought that he was from the distant side family? Luo Ganzhen's face reddened in agitation. He had already resolved himself to face a tragic loss, and he had thought that the Luo clan would be utterly humiliated. Not even in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that the anonymous expert whom they had been searching for all this time would appear at this crucial moment to save them from the crisis. On top of that, the other party was a member of a distant side family that even the first elder did not recognize. I have really underestimated the Luo clan. It seems like they still have many formidable experts hidden among them. Taking a deep breath, Nangong Yuanfeng suppressed his astonishment and instructed, Emoer, you have to tread carefully. His comprehension of spatial laws is surely nowhere beneath yours. Yes, teacher. Knowing that the middle-aged man standing before him would not be an easy target to deal with either, Emoer quickly swallowed his complacency as he walked back to the center of the elevated platform. He clasped his fist and bowed. Feel free to choose the format of your duel. The format of the duel? With his hands still behind his back, taking on a seemingly unguarded position, Zhang Xian shot an impassive glance at Emoer and said, "Do you think that you are worthy of dueling me?" "You." Emoer's face reddened in fury. "Let that old fellow face me by himself, or if you still find that unreasonable, I'll allow the 5 of you to come at me together," Zhang Xian said calmly. Chapter 1611. I'll give you 1 second, audacious. You scoundrel, do you know whom you're talking to? I advise you not to let your ego get the better of you. Just because you have some talent, you've become so complacent as if there's no one better than you in the world. It seems like I really should pound some humility into those haughty bones of yours. Upon hearing his words, the other 3 students of Nangong Yuanfeng glared at him furiously. If not for their position, they would have dashed right up and torn that fellow's mouth apart. To challenge the 5 of them simultaneously? Who do you think you are? Do you think that you are Kong Shiyao? At the same time, Luo Ganzhen and Luo Xuanqing's lips also twitched uncontrollably upon hearing those words. That middle-aged man is truly daring. To dare to humiliate even the 100 schools of philosophers, is he really unafraid of death? That being said, why does it feel so exhilarating to hear him say such words? Calm down, calm down. I mustn't laugh at this moment. That would be too embarrassing. In truth, the 100 schools of philosophers had appeared several times in the master-teacher continent before, but they had always taken a high and mighty position, which was also understandable since they had succeeded the heritage of Kong Shi and his 72 direct disciples. However, from the man's tone, it seemed as if those lot from the 100 schools of philosophers were the true countryside bumpkins. Really? So what if they were from the 100 schools of philosophers? Was it really something worth bragging about? Well said. Weren't you all arrogant just now? Screw them all. This is the kind of dominance that our Luo clan should have. If we had maintained such an attitude from the very start, do you think that Zhang Xian would have dared to reject the engagement with our little princess? Huh. Even if that Zhang Xian inflated his ego tenfold, he would not dare say such words. While those on the elevated platform were still astonished by the turn of events, the many spectators beneath were so excited that they almost began dancing. After all of the grievances that they had suffered, there was finally an outlet for them to vent their frustration. A duel is not won by having a sharp mouth. I hope that you have the strength to match your words. With a livid expression, Nangong Yuanfeng flicked his wrist and raised his head. The fact that you were able to keep the spatial top spinning shows that your comprehension of spatial laws has already reached the 4th level. As such, it's indeed true that Emoer would not be a match of you. Why don't you propose the format of the duel that is fair for the both of us then? Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you all. There's not much point competing over a mere top. So, just like Luo Xianqing, I'll challenge you all to a battle of strength. As long as Zhang Xian willed it, he could get the spatial top to spin for many days without falling, but that would not be enough to recoup the Luo clan's reputation. Since he had already chosen to deal with the 100 schools of philosophers, he should go all out. Before Nangong Yuanfeng could say anything, Emoer narrowed his eyes. You wish to challenge us to a battle of strength? Are you certain? His comprehension of space was not on par with the other party, but as a genius of the great phronestory of Confucianism, he was skilled in all kinds of top-notch battle techniques. On top of that, his cultivation was also higher than the other parties, so if they fought in a normal duel, he was confident that he would be able to achieve victory. This was an ideal opportunity to teach that arrogant brat a lesson and grind some humility into his bones. Of course I'm certain. Make your move. Zhang Xian replied arrogantly. Chuckling softly, a hint of viciousness flickered across Emoer's eyes. Very well then. I won't take advantage of you either, so I'll suppress my cultivation down to St. Nine Dan Pinnacle. He swiftly suppressed his strength, and in the blink of an eye, his cultivation had already fallen to St. Nine Dan Pinnacle. After that was done, Emoer clenched his fists tightly and dashed forward, intending to make the first move. Emoer, exercise some prudence when you attack him. Make sure not to hurt him too much. Nangong Yuanfeng sent a telepathic message over. Teacher, rest assured. I understand. Emoer replied telepathically as he suddenly morphed into a gust of wind, and his silhouette vanished completely from the spot. Where is he? Why did he suddenly disappear from view? A huge commotion broke out from the crowd. Clearly, Mo had not gone all out when he fought with Luo Xinqing earlier. Perhaps viewing Zhang Xian to be a dangerous opponent, he had gone all out from the very start and vanished from the elevated platform, leaving Zhang Xian alone in the middle. That's a unique spatial art. It utilizes the distortion of space to erase one's presence from the surroundings, allowing one to go into concealment. Luo Ganjin's face darkened. Putting aside Luo Xianqing, not even Luo Ganzhen himself was confident that he would be able to overcome this move. Utilizes the distortion of space? Luo Xianqing frowned in confusion. Light moves in a straight line, and that's how our vision works. The other party is exploiting this very property of light through warping the space around him, making it impossible for us to see him at all. Not only so, as it's a complete distortion of space, not just a simple refraction of light, it's impossible for our spiritual perception to perceive it. Of course, this manipulation is extremely straining, making it infeasible to maintain it for an extended period of time, but considering how a battle could be determined within a fraction of a second, it could be a powerful tool if used under the right circumstances. Luo Ganzhen explained. Doesn't that mean that the geniuses of our clan don't stand a chance at victory at all? Luo Xuanqing's face paled. If one could not even locate one's opponent, how could one possibly win a battle? It seems like the chances at victory are extremely slim. Luo Ganzhen shook his head gloomily. Meanwhile, at the center of the elevated platform, Luo Tianya's eyebrows shot up in displeasure as he complained grumpily, "What are you leaping around for? You are giving me a headache over here." Right after saying those words, he flicked his palm out and struck the air. Pa! There was a crisp feedback to that slap. A figure was instantaneously squeezed out of a space that was supposed to be completely empty, and the figure crashed heavily down from the elevated platform and spurted a mouthful of blood before passing out. Emoer, Junior Emo, seeing the unconscious figure twitching on the ground, the faces of Nangong Yuanfeng and his 3 other students warped in horror. Even they would be hard-pressed to locate Emoer once he had activated that technique, and yet, without even taking a single step, the middle-aged man had actually been able to send Emoer flying with a slap. Just how in the world was this possible? Luo Ganzhen was also rendered speechless by that feat. He had just said a moment ago that their chances of victory were slim, but then the expert from the 100 schools of philosophers had been sent flying the next instant. Was that Luo Tianya not a little too fearsome? The 3 young men quickly rushed down to pop a pill into Emoer's mouth. A few moments later, Emoer slowly regained consciousness. He stared at the sky with a dazed look, almost as if he had lost his soul. Even at that moment, he still could not understand how the middle-aged man had managed to find him and slap him out of the distorted space. "Teacher, I wish to challenge him to a duel." Knowing that Emoer had suffered a heavy setback and needed some time to recover, one of the young men from the remaining 3 students clasped his fist and bowed. "All right, go ahead," Nangong Yuanfeng said as he clenched his fists tightly together. "There's something weird about that fellow. Be careful." At this moment, he knew better than to continue underestimating the man. "Teacher, rest assured." The young man nodded. He turned to Zhang Xian, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. "I wish to challenge you to a duel. Are you willing to accept the challenge?" "You." Zhang Xian clicked his tongue impatiently and shook his head. "Like I said, you all should come me at once, or else all you will be getting is a good pummeling." "Fine, I won't take advantage of you. I'll give you a second to do whatever you want, and I won't retaliate at all." Chapter 16:12 Full Strength. Those words really provoked the young man. Rage surged into his head, and his face looked so red that it seemed as if it would explode at any moment. He felt as if he would die of anger if he said a word more to the other party, to those of their cultivation realm. Putting aside an entire second, even a tenth of a second was enough for them to claim a person's life in the midst of an intense battle. To give a second to him to do whatever he pleased without retaliating, that was really showing him utter contempt. "I don't need it. I dare you to use whatever you have at your disposal, and let me see the full extent of your strength." The young man gritted his teeth and howled. "Are you certain?" Zhang Xin frowned doubtfully. "Why not? I'm not like Nangong Mo, who can only rely on movement techniques. Don't worry, I'll use my strongest move as well and show you that those from the 100 schools of philosophers aren't to be humiliated." Hong Long. With a roar, the young man's aura surged. Even though his cultivation was suppressed at St. Nine Dan Pinnacle as well, his aura felt almost on par with that of a great sage expert, powerful and inviolable. "Since that's the case, I'll be making my move then." Hearing the young man's response, Zhang Xin nodded in satisfaction. "Feel free. I'll make my—" The young man raised his palm, intending to make a move, but before he could do anything, a blur flashed before him, following which, he felt an intense pain assaulting his chest. "Kacha! Kacha!" With several bones of his ribcage shattered, he was immediately sent flying into the distance. He crashed heavily onto the ground, and just like Emoer, he ended up blacking out. Even so, his body continued twitching uncontrollably as if he was suffering from a stroke. "You were the one who told me to use my full strength and not hold back at all," Zhang Xin remarked as he gazed down on the young man lying on the ground with an innocent look on his face. "All of you should have heard how I offered him a second's advantage earlier, but he turned me down. I guess the 100 schools of philosophers does value its reputation a lot. However, that might not necessarily be a good thing, as it could very well be tarnished very soon. You are courting death." Hearing how the middle-aged man was shooting his mouth so smugly after knocking out one of their peers, the remaining two young men roared furiously. They stepped out with gritted teeth, fully revealing their intention to tear the young man before them to pieces. Never has there been anyone on the master-teacher continent who dared offend our 100 schools of philosophers. The two young men took their positions on either side of Zhang Xin, and the young man on the left growled, "You are Luo Tianya, right? Do you care to duel with us?" If looks could kill, Zhang Xin would have burst into flames under their fiery gaze. "Yes, the two of you should just come at me together. We'll save some time this way. I don't know how it is for the two of you, but honestly, I'm getting tired of this already," Zhang Xin said with a disdainful wave of his hand. "Tired? Tired your head. All you have done is execute a slap and a kick, and you are already tired after that?" The lips of the two young men twitched. "You sent Emoer flying with a punch and our other junior with a kick, yet you still dare to complain about getting tired? Can you at least be any more perfunctory than that? This annoying vibe. Why does it feel so familiar to me?" Luo Xinqing was startled for a moment before he swiftly shook away that feeling and turned his gaze back to the confrontation. These two young men were clearly stronger than the previous two, and they would form a formidable foe if they coordinated with one another. Even though he had some confidence in Luo Tianya, he still could not help but worry. In this crucial moment, just as it seemed like a battle would break out at any moment, a deep voice suddenly echoed across the air. "Both of you, stand down." The two young men quickly turned their heads around, only to see that their teacher had stood up and was looking at them. "Teacher, our friend over there has not only comprehended the 4th level of spatial sealing, his cultivation is equally exceptional as well. It would be no exaggeration to say that he's invincible in his class. Even if the two of you collaborate with one another to fight against him, it's highly unlikely that you'll be able to match him," Nangong Yuanfeng said grimly, while the fellow who had popped out of the Luo clan all of a sudden had an unseemly appearance. His true strength had really struck fear into their hearts. Those students that he had brought with him had been carefully selected among the student populace, the elites of the great phronestery of Confucianism. Of course, they were still lacking compared to those high rankers on the Heaven Board and Earth Board, but they could definitely match up to most talented master teachers and combat masters. Yet, for two of them to be defeated so easily, the prowess of the middle-aged man could only be described with a single word: horrifying. Even though his remaining two students were the stronger ones of the group, it was unlikely that they would be able to win against him. But he insulted the 100 schools of philosophers. Hearing their teacher proclaiming their likely loss, the two young men clashed their fists tightly in frustration. The reputation of the 100 schools of philosophers is built through our might. It's not so fragile as to be torn down by just a couple words of insults. Nangong Yuanfeng harumphed. Following which, he turned a grim look toward Zhang Xian and said, I know it's inappropriate for an old man like me to be challenging you, but that item is something that the 100 schools of philosophers is determined to obtain regardless of the cost. I can't afford to return empty-handed, so allow me to apologize in advance. Boom. An overwhelming aura burst into the clouds as distortions appeared in the surrounding space. It felt as if even the heavens would collapse down from the immense amount of energy pouring into it. The very pinnacle of great sage, sempiternal realm. He was an expert on par with the 4 otherworldly demons from before. Like I said earlier, the 5 of you should have come at me together. Look, isn't the outcome still the same at the very end? Zhang Xian glanced at Nangong Yuanfeng indifferently. When it came to a duel of equal cultivation realm, not even the Dragonbone Divine Spear was a match for him. Those 4 young men were not weaklings, but they were still a long way off from catching up to Zhang Xian. Perhaps this Nangong Yuanfeng might still be able to entertain him for a bit. Very well. Taking a deep breath, Nangong Yuanfeng quickly suppressed the energy in his body, and in the blink of an eye, his cultivation was lowered to Zhang Xian's level. Given his standing and seniority, it was indeed inappropriate for him to be challenging a Saint Nine Dan cultivator. However, the celestial amulet of legacy was of the utmost importance to the 100 schools of philosophers. This was a mission from the upper echelons, and if he returned empty-handed, even if he was the descendant of an ancient sage, he still would not be able to bear the consequences. Please. Nangong Yuanfeng beckoned with his hand, gesturing for Zhang Xian to make the first move. He could tell from the 2 earlier battles that once he suppressed his cultivation, it would be hard for him to match the middle-aged man. If he really wanted to win, he would have to give it his all. Of course, the prerequisite to that was that the middle-aged man had really used his full prowess in the fight against his other 2 students earlier. With such a thought in mind, Nangong Yuanfeng clasped his fist and said, Brother Tianya, I have a request for make of you. I hope that you'll fight me with your full prowess. With my full prowess? Zhang Xian frowned. Are you sure? He did not even use his full strength when he fought with the Dragonbone Divine Spear. So would the other party really be able to withstand his full might? Of course. I am a descendant of ancient sage Zirong, so even if my strength is lacking, I still have my dignity to uphold. I hope that you can accede to my request. Nangong Yuanfeng clasped his fist. If it was found out that a teacher of the great phronestory of Confucianism, a descendant of an ancient sage, had won only by having his opponent giving him some leeway, he would never be able to raise his head even if he returned to the 100 schools of philosophers. Fine. I accept your request. Seeing the earnest look on Nangong Yuanfeng's face, Zhang Xian nodded. I'll be exerting my full force from now on then. Let me see how formidable an expert who has reached the 4th level of spatial laws is. With a grand wave of his hand, Nangong Yuanfeng bellowed as he drove his zhenqi through his body. But barely after he had said those words, one of his students behind him exclaimed, Teacher, be careful. So, before he could even react, Nangong Yuanfeng felt a stabbing pain assaulting his chest, and the next instant, the scenery around him retreated swiftly. The buildings of the massive ethereal shrouding city swiftly minimized into nothing more than a little black before completely vanishing from sight. Chapter 1613 Please be our clan head. Poo. Only at that moment did Nangong Yuanfeng realize how powerless he was. There was a surge of energy that was coursing through his body relentlessly, and it almost felt as if he would explode from it. Unable to take it anymore, he spewed a mouthful of blood. Knowing that he might die if this continued, he immediately released the seal on his cultivation. Hong Long Long. Introspective Convalescence Realm, Aureate Body Realm, Intuitive Impulse Realm. In an instant, his cultivation reverted to the level of Sempiternal Realm, and by driving his zhenqi desperately, he finally managed to stabilize himself. Nevertheless, his face still remained ghastly pale from the near-death experience that he had just had. He scanned his surroundings, only to find himself in a completely foreign land. Just how freaking far had he flown out for even something as large as the Luo clan's ethereal shrouding city to have completely vanished from sight? Have I actually flown tens of thousands of li? Nangong Yuanfeng did a quick calculation, and it was almost as if a mini explosion broke out in his head. It was just earlier that he had told the other party to use his full strength. To be honest, he had already resolved himself for defeat, but he did not expect it to come so quickly and decisively. The might that he had just been struck with was something that even introspective convalescence realm cultivators who had reached the level of consummation would not necessarily be able to bring out. But as a Saint Nine Dan pinnacle cultivator, he actually managed to pull it off. Is this his true strength? It's no wonder he requested for the 5 of us to go at him together. We are indeed no match for him. Nangong Yuanfeng could not help but shudder from fear upon recalling what had just happened. If he had not released his cultivation at the crucial moment and restored his strength to the sempiternal realm, he could very well have been crushed into bits. More importantly, had the other party focused his strength not on ramming him but killing him, even though his body had already achieved the level of sempiternal, the strike would have still penetrated through him, bringing instantaneous death upon him. Terrifying. How could there be such a powerful Saint Nine Dan pinnacle cultivator in the world? In terms of talent, it feels like he's on par with even Kong Shuriao. To think that there would be such a person on the master-teacher continent. Nangong Yuanfeng thought in astonishment. With that single punch, it was already apparent who the winner of the duel was. It seemed like he would be punished when he returned back to the great frontistery of Confucianism. However, there was nothing he could do. A loss was a loss. As a descendant of an ancient sage, he could not abandon his dignity and steal from the Luo clan just because he had lost the gamble. Forget it, I'll think about it later. Nangong Yuanfeng sighed deeply as he quickly headed back to the Luo clan. You're back. As soon as Nangong Yuanfeng returned to the square, he saw Luo Tianya sitting on his seat, and there was a steaming hot pot right in front of him. With a pair of chopsticks in his hand, Luo Tianya devoured the food before him greedily as he remarked, "We got hungry while waiting for you to come back, so we decided to have some food first. Do you want to join in?" Nangong Yuanfeng suddenly felt a deep pain in his chest. So frustrating. It was obvious that Luo Tianya was intentionally eating hot pot at this moment so as to embarrass them. If it was found out that experts from the 100 schools of philosophers had come to challenge the Luo clan, only to be sent flying with a single strike, and by the time they returned, the Luo clan had already moved on to dinner. Their reputation would be completely tarnished, knowing that they would only embarrass themselves more the longer they remained here. Nangong Yuanfeng stowed the spatial top into his storage ring and clasped his fist. I, Nangong Yuanfeng, admit my loss. Farewell. After which, he beckoned his 4 students over and said, "Let's go." After saying those words, they swiftly flew off and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Let's go. Did we just defeat the 100 schools of philosophers? Long live Tianya. Tianya, you have just made a fan out of me. I want to bear your babies. From now on, my role model shall be Tianya. I shall strive hard to become like him. There was a brief moment of silence before a deafening commotion broke out all around the Luo clan. Everyone had thought that the Luo clan would be humiliated like earlier, especially considering that their opponents were from the 100 schools of philosophers. Yet, who would have thought that Luo Tianya would single-handedly turn the tables around and restore honor to the Luo clan? In an instant, from a nobody whom no one had ever heard of, Luo Tianya had become the most respected and admired individual in the Luo clan, the idol of both youths and elders alike. Looking at the reinvigorated looks of the clan members all around him, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. His rejection of the engagement with the Luo clan had indubitably dealt a heavy blow not only to their reputation but their morale as well. However, it seemed like this incident had helped them recover from the trauma and unite as one again. Brother Tianya, allow me to thank you on behalf of the entire clan for saving us from this dishonor, Luo Ganzhen said as he walked to the center of the elevated platform. With a wave of his hand, the sword left behind by ancient sage Zirong, which had been floating in the air all along, flew into his grasp, and he presented it to Zhang Xian. This is the gift that Nangong Yuanfeng offered for the bet. Of the entire Luo clan, there's no one more suited than you to wield it. Zhang Xian was visibly taken aback by how generous Luo Ganzhen was being. To be honest, he had helped the Luo clan in order to soothe his guilt-ridden heart, so he had not expected to receive anything in return. Thus, he quickly waved his hand and said, "This is my responsibility as an offspring of the Luo clan. This sword belongs to the entire Luo clan, so I shan't overstep my bounds. There's no need to stand on ceremony, Brother Tianya. You have saved the entire clan and united us once more. You are the only one among us who is worthy of holding this sword." Luo Qingchen insisted with a smile. Noticing the intent gazes that others were shooting him, Zhang Xian swiftly realized that there was no other way out of this. Thus, he could only nod his head helplessly and take the sword. "Since you have said so, I won't stand on ceremony." Possessing the Dragonbone Divine Spear, he did not have the slightest interest in ancient sage Zirong's sword. But in any case, he could always slip it back to the Luo clan's treasure vault at a later date. If not, it would make a good weapon for Zhao Yu once he had rescued her. Luo Ganzhen heaved a sigh of relief internally after seeing Zhang Xian taking the blade before asking, "If I'm not mistaken, the person who induced the submission of the predecessors earlier on was you, right?" "The submission of the predecessors?" Zhang Xian frowned doubtfully. "You are a member of the Side family, so it's understandable that you are unaware of it. Our Luo clan is founded on the spatial quintessence of sealing, and if a person in the world comprehends such a quintessence, they will be able to attain the acknowledgement of our founder and make the predecessors fall in submission." Luo Ganzhen explained. That should probably be me then." Zhang Xian widened his eyes in realization. After leaving the Luo clan earlier, he had gone to White Creek Mountain with Luo Ruoxin. Considering that the submission of the predecessors phenomenon occurred during this period of time and was related to the comprehension of the spatial quintessence of sealing, it was likely that it was really due to him. The fact that you have comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing makes you eligible to become the head of the Luo clan. Luo Ganzhen said before hurriedly clasping his fist and bowing down, "Brother Tianya, I implore you to lead our Luo clan to greater heights." "What? You want me to become the clan head?" No. How can that do?" Zhang Xian had still been wondering where this was going to when he heard the other party requesting for him to become the head of the Luo clan, and he immediately leaped in fright. He was not even a member of the Luo clan, so how could he possibly be its clan head? The Luo clan has just suffered the worst humiliation in its dozens of millenniums of history. That so-called young prodigy of the Zhang clan publicly annulled the engagement with our Luo clan before the top powers on the master-teacher continent, trampling on our dignity. You are the only one with the prestige and ability to unite the Luo clan once more and restore confidence in it. Please lead our Luo clan to greatness." Luo Ganzhen bent his back perpendicular to the ground, fully displaying the sincerity in his request. "Please lead our Luo clan." Luo Qingchen and the other elders echoed Luo Ganzhen's plea and bowed deeply too. Zhang Xian was frenzied. He had come here to compensate the Luo clan for wronging it previously, not to become its clan head. What the heck is this? How in the world could this happen to me? Where did the fairness and justice of the world go to? Is it my fault for being so outstanding and welcoming? If only I'd known that, I would have acted average. Just that, what in the world is ordinary? Is it my fault for not knowing what average is? Please, can anyone save me from this? Why is being ordinary so difficult? Chapter 1614 Zhang Xian is from the Luo clan. Frenzied, Zhang Xian turned to Luo Ruoxin amid the crowd, only to see her directing an indifferent, brilliant smile at him. It was almost as if she was saying, "This is something that you stirred up, so solve it by yourself." You reap what you sow. Zhang Xian immediately realized that she could not be relied on to get him out of this mess, so he could only face Luo Ganzhen and the other elders alone. "I can understand your feelings, but I'm too used to living a carefree life. I'm afraid that I'm really not suited to being a clan head." "Brother Tianya, if that's your concern, there's really nothing to worry about. You can leave the miscellaneous matters to First Elder Luo Qingchen and me. All you have to do is help rally our Luo clan together in times of need or during crucial moments. You can still spend the rest of your time traveling freely around the world or go into seclusion if you like. Luo Ganzhen hurriedly said. The rejection from the Zhang clan had cost the Luo clan its prestige and honor. At a time like this, they needed a strong leader to convince their followers that the Luo clan had not fallen yet. Given how Luo Tianya had managed to subdue even the experts from the 100 schools of philosophers, if he could become the head of the Luo clan, they would be able to rebuild the Luo clan's reputation and let the whole world know that they were not a force to be trifled with. At the same time, they would also show the world that those of the Zhang clan were fools for turning their backs on them. Seeing that it was impossible for him to turn down this matter, Zhang Xian could only resort to his trump card. Even though my surname is Luo, I am only a very distant relative of the Luo clan. My Luo clan bloodline is so thin that it might not even be detectable at all. I fear that it might not be too appropriate for me to become the head of the Luo clan. That's not an issue at all. First Elder, bring the bloodline basin over, Luo Ganzhen instructed before turning his gaze back to Zhang Xian. Brother Tianya, if it isn't too much trouble for you, please allow us to check your bloodline. Check my bloodline? Zhang Xian nodded slowly. If the purity of my bloodline is too low, I'd ask you not to ask me to become the head of the Luo clan anymore. Given that he had nothing to do with the Luo clan at all, it was a given that the check would end with a negative result. With that, he would have a good reason to turn down Luo Ganzhen's request. Luo Ganzhen hesitated for a moment before nodding. Very well. If the middle-aged man's bloodline was truly too thin, he would just have to marry his daughter to the other party to bind him to their Luo clan. In other words, no matter what happened, the person who had comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing would have to become the head of their Luo clan. Otherwise, just the very existence of a man who had unlocked the secrets of the Luo clan's heritage was enough to bring about the Luo clan's gradual fall from grace. Upon hearing Luo Ganzhen's orders, First Elder Luo Qingchen quickly rushed away. He returned not too long later, and with a flick of his wrist, a compass-like object materialized right in front of him. It floated quietly in the midst of the elevated platform. This is the bloodline basin. It's used to gauge the level of purity of the Luo clan bloodline within a cultivator. All in all, there are 10 levels, and each level denotes a tenth of the founder's bloodline. In other words, 1 means that the cultivator possesses a tenth of the founder's bloodline, and 10 means that the cultivator's bloodline is on par with the founder's. One has to have a purity level of at least 3 to qualify as an inner member, and 1 to qualify as an ordinary member. Anything beneath that will result in the individual being banished to the side family. Luo Qingchen explained. He raised his head to look at Zhang Xian expectantly. Brother Tianya, even though you are from the side family, the fact that you have managed to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing shows that the talent you wield is unparalleled. As long as your bloodline surpasses 1, you will already be eligible to become our clan head. No one in the Luo clan would dare to voice their objection to the matter. Surpasses 1? Zhang Xian did not think that there would be such a classification for bloodlines within sage clans. It was likely that it was through an artifact similar to the bloodline basin that he had been deemed to be an unparalleled prodigy of the Zhang clan before he was even born. Thinking about it now, he had probably been an 8, 9, or perhaps very close to a 10 in terms of Zhang clan bloodline back then. That's right. Brother Tianya, you just have to place a droplet of blood on the bloodline basin, and the compass will immediately reflect the result. Luo Qingchen said. All right then. However, I'll just say in advance that my bloodline is so thin that it's almost negligible. I hope that you won't raise the matter of having me become the head of the Luo clan anymore after this test. Zhang Xian said. As an offspring of the Zhang clan, his bloodline definitely had no ties to that of the Luo clan at all, so there was no need for him to worry at all. He flicked a droplet of his blood into the bloodline basin, and it fell into the groove at its very center. Wong. A slight whirring sound echoed in the air, and the droplet of blood suddenly burst into flames. Seemingly triggered by some unknown energy, the compass needle began spinning frenziedly. Gia. A while later, it came to a stop. The number that it was pointing at, 9. How could it be 9? This bloodline basin must be spoilt. As if a streak of lightning flashed across Zhang Xin's mind, he nearly lost his mind at that ridiculous result. He was an offspring of the Zhang clan. How could he possibly have the Luo clan bloodline, and such a pure one at that? Or did the Xingming Sword Saints make a mistake? But his blood did fuse perfectly with that of Meng's Sword Saint. Wait a moment, he did check for the Zhang clan bloodline in him, and there was not the slightest trace of it at all. Did that mean that? A mini-explosion occurred in Zhang Xian's head at this moment, preventing him from thinking any deeper than that. While Zhang Xian was still completely frenzied by the outcome, Luo Ganzhen, Luo Qingchen, and the others froze on the spot. Indescribable joy slowly coursed through their entire beings, and their bodies began trembling intensely in reaction. If not in consideration of their standing, they might have even begun skipping around the place excitedly. A bloodline purity of 9. That effectively meant that the middle-aged man was not just a member of their Luo clan. He was even a core member that was even more crucial than any one of them present. It was no wonder he could comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing. Even if he had not done so, just his bloodline alone would have qualified him to become their next clan head. Knowing that this was the opportune moment to make his move, Luo Ganzhen clasped his fist and bowed down. Paying respects to our clan head. The wily elders also swiftly understood Luo Ganzhen's intention, and they quickly bowed down too, paying respects to our clan head. If it was because they had no other choice that they were pressuring the middle-aged man to be their clan head before, after seeing the sheer purity of the bloodline he possessed, there was no way that they could possibly let him get away. They eyed Zhang Xian intently as if cougars who had found their prey. I really am from the side family. I can't possibly qualify to become your clan head, Zhang Xian protested feebly. Thinking that the middle-aged man was just too shocked by the abrupt turn of events, Luo Ganzhen explained with a radiant smile on his face. Brother Tianya, you need not be so humble. The heritage of our Luo clan bloodline happens by chance. Those from the main family can very well birth offspring whose Luo clan bloodlines are negligibly thin. Similarly, from time to time, there are offspring from the side family whose bloodlines are even purer than that of the main family, leaving countless stumped by how such a thing could happen. It's for this reason that the clan conducts a bloodline test on all offspring of the Luo clan, regardless of whether they are from the main family or the side family. You might be from the side family, but due to the purity of your bloodline alone, you are more than qualified to return to the main family and become our next clan head. It would not be inaccurate to say that the inheritance of a bloodline was a random event. In fact, there were many cases throughout the Luo clan's history where the Luo clan bloodline in the main family had suddenly died out, and someone else from the side family had risen to power instead. While the Luo clan did conduct bloodline checks on all newborns of the main family and side family, it was inevitable that there would be lapses in their checks from time to time, especially considering how huge the Luo clan had become over the ages. There were cases in history where a grown-up from the side family had suddenly been shown to possess unbelievably pure Luo clan bloodline, so Luo Ganzhen and the others were not too surprised by the matter. Brother Tianya, I beseech you to lead our Luo clan to greatness. Your bloodline has been shown to be one of the purest in the history of our Luo clan, and you have comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing as well. There's no one who could be more worthy than you to take on this role. Our Luo clan has just suffered a major setback. At a time like this, we need a powerful leader like you to rally everyone. You are the only one who can unite our members together. If you don't agree to it, our Luo clan will really fall into decline. The elders also swiftly voiced their pleas as well, upping the pressure on the middle-aged man. On the receiving end of the pleas, Zhang Xian clutched his hair in frenzy. He had only agreed to the bloodline test in order to create a legitimate excuse to reject the Luo clan. Who could have thought he would end up cornering himself instead? After soothing the stifled feeling in his heart, Zhang Xian took a deep breath and said, To be honest with you, the reason I came here today is to impart the method of cultivating the spatial quintessence of sealing to you all. I didn't come here for honor or power, Putong. But before he could finish his words, and a pair of knees fell to the ground. Luo Xinqing was kneeling before him with a determined look in his eyes. Luo Xinqing pays respects to teacher. Zhang Xian was stunned. You said that I was fast, but aren't you way faster than I am? To actually acknowledge me as your master all of a sudden, is this really fine? Chapter 1615, Becoming the clan head once more. Zhang Xian was completely stupefied. He quickly shook himself out of his daze and walked forward to hold Luo Xuanqing's arms, supporting the latter back to his feet. There's no need to stand on ceremony. You can just think of me as a friend. To be honest, while Luo Xuanqing's recklessness had left him with a splitting headache on many occasions, he was actually quite fond of the other party's forthright personality. While it was a pity that the other party did not become his brother-in-law in the end, his impression of the other party still remained rather favorable. I thought that you were my brother, but you actually wanted to become my pupil instead. The Zhang clan's Zhang Xian has infringed on the honor of our Luo clan and broken my younger sister's heart. I can never forgive him for all that he has done. I know that given the limitations of my talents, I'll never be able to catch up with him alone. So I implore you to impart the method to comprehending the spatial quintessence of sealing to me. After I master the spatial quintessence, I shall exact vengeance and slaughter that wretched be *starred. Luo Xinqing declared with gritted teeth, refusing to stand up at all. Zhang Xian staggered slightly as a feeling of helpless despair arose in his mind. With a splitting headache once more, he took a deep breath and attempted to counsel the reckless young man. Ahem. Have you ever considered the possibility Zhang Xian also didn't intend for all of this to happen either? I thought of you as my brother, but not only do you want to become my pupil, you are even intending to use the skills you wish to learn from me to kill me. Just what in the world did I do in my previous life to deserve such retribution? Just because he didn't intend for it to happen, he can break my younger sister's heart and abandon her during the engagement ceremony? Just because he didn't intend for it to happen, he can humiliate our Luo clan and trample our dignity as if it was worthless dirt? Luo Xinqing raised his head as he spat with suppressed rage. Elder, I implore you to help me in my vengeance. As long as you are willing to take me in as your student, I'll devote my entire life to serving you once I have exacted my vengeance. Zhang Xian really had no idea what he should say. If only he had known that this would happen, he never would have come to the Luo clan. He really was asking for trouble. It's one thing for me to be forced to become the clan head, but even the one friend that I have made wanted to become my student, and the motive for doing so is to kill me in cold blood. What am I supposed to do? Am I to teach you or not? Completely distressed by the situation he was in, Zhang Xian directed another pleading gaze toward Luo Ruoxin, asking for her help. However, the young lady simply looked back at him with a knowing smile on her face, as if she had known that this would happen from the very start. Zhang Xian sent a telepathic message over and asked, Ruoxin, did you know that I would be tested to have the Luo clan bloodline? Wait a moment. Is it the effect of your disguise amulet? Despite the doubt he had earlier, the fact that his history was a perfect fit with the young prodigy of the Zhang clan and his ability to trigger the Zhang clan bloodline were more than enough proof that he was from the Zhang clan. Since that was the case, the only possible reason that he could think of for the bloodline basin revealing a 9 was the disguise amulet that Luo Ruoxin had given him. The amulet is made from condensing the zhenqi of cultivators possessing unique constitutions. Not only is it able to alter one's appearance and aura, it's even able to disguise one's bloodline as well, such that even ancient sages would not be able to see through it. Besides, given that you have comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing, if you reach ancient sage as well, the bloodline that you pass down to your offspring will be largely similar to that of the Luo clan. It's no surprise that the test with the bloodline basin showed a 9, Luo Ruoxin replied calmly. Zhang Xian's face twitched upon hearing those words. In the end, the fault lay in the disguise amulet. If he had known that this would happen, he never would have used it in the first place. Just that, he did not think that the amulet would be able to disguise one's bloodline as well. Such an ability meant that one would be able to create an impeccable disguise in the truest sense. Why had he not heard of such an artifact in the world before? Seeing the many emotions flickering across Zhang Xian's face, Luo Ganzhen thought that the middle-aged man was intending to turn them down. So he quickly bowed his head deeper and urged, "Brother Tianya, please stop turning us down. The Luo clan urgently needs a powerful clan head to lead us during this time of need. It's not that I'm unwilling to do so, but I'm really not suited to become the head of the Luo clan." Zhang Xian released an exasperated sigh. "Give me some time. I need to consult my wife on this matter first." Really, Ruoxin should have told him in advance that the disguise amulet had such an effect. He never would have agreed to the bloodline test if he had known this would happen. Since it was partially her fault, she could not blame him for using her as an excuse. Hearing that the middle-aged man was going to consult his wife, Luo Ganzhen was visibly surprised for a moment before asking, "Oh, is our sister-in-law here, too?" "Indeed," Zhang Xian replied with a bright smile as he turned his gaze to the crowd and beckoned. "Lingxi, come here." Luo Ruoxin did not think that Zhang Xian would really toss the ball to her. With everyone looking in her direction, she realized that she would not be able to continue watching the drama unfold as an idle spectator anymore. With a helpless sigh, she leaped onto the elevated platform as well. "Clan head Luo, I don't mean any disrespect, but power and authority mean nothing to me and my wife. We have vowed to spend our life traveling freely around the world, so I fear that I can only turn down your goodwill." Holding Luo Ruoxin's hand tightly, Zhang Xian sent a telepathic message over and said, "Ruoxin, help me turn him down." Having her hand held in front of so many people, Luo Ruoxin's face reddened slightly. She discreetly shot Zhang Xian a irked look before turning her gaze to face Luo Ganzhen. "Since my husband has asked for my opinion, I'll give my view on this matter then. Actually, I don't think it's an issue for Tianya to become your clan head." Huh. Shocked by what he had just heard, Zhang Xian's eyeballs nearly popped out. "This isn't the script we agreed on. Remember the script? The script? This isn't the time for you to be improvising." However, he wishes to devote his time to cultivating, so he won't have any time to manage the matters in the Luo clan. Furthermore, his purpose for coming here is to pass down the method to comprehending the spatial quintessence of sealing, so that the Luo clan can recover from the setback of being rejected by the Zhang clan. As long as clan head Luo is agreeable with this, I don't think it'll be much of an issue for Tianya to be your clan head," Luo Ruoxin said with a nod. Seeing a ray of hope, Luo Ganzhen immediately snatched at it. Of course. I have no problem with that. In the first place, they had already promised that they would deal with the miscellaneous affairs so that the middle-aged man would not be bogged down by administrative matters. In fact, it would be much better this way. If someone inexperienced in managing the Luo clan forcefully attempted to interfere in its matters, it could cause a huge mess instead. Furthermore, considering that the middle-aged man would be passing down the method to comprehending the spatial quintessence of sealing to them, what did they have to complain about? No matter how they looked at it, this deal was beneficial to the Luo clan. They would have to be dimwits to turn it down. Luo Ruoxin shot a glance at the dumbstruck Zhang Xian and chuckled softly. She explained through Zhenqi telepathic, "Considering the current circumstances of the Luo clan, there's no way they'll let you go easily. Since that's the case, you might as well just accede to their request for the time being. Our identities are fake anyway, so if you wish to back out at any moment, you can revert back to your original identity. After being unable to find you for some time, they'll get to electing a new clan head. Is that so? I guess it should be fine then." Zhang Xian nodded helplessly. Luo Ruoxin was right. Given the current turn of events, he had no choice but to go along with Luo Ganzhen and the others. But still, he had only gone there to compensate them for his earlier actions, but in a bizarre turn of events, he had ended up becoming their clan head as well. This really was a huge problem. The head of the Zhang clan, the Luo clan, and the Sanctum of Sages. And not to forget, there was also the Master-Teacher Pavilion. At this rate, he really might end up uniting all of the top powers on the Master-Teacher continent, becoming its supreme dictator. Speaking of which, of the three premier clans, there was still the Jiang clan. Given the current rate at which things were developing, if he took a walk around the Jiang clan, he might just end up becoming their clan head as well. The Luo clan pays respect to clan head Luo Tianya. With Zhang Xian agreeing to the matter, everything else swiftly flew into place. It happened that all of the clan members were still around, and in order to host the engagement ceremony, most of the items that were required for an inauguration ceremony were in place too. Thus, it did not take them long to complete the inauguration of their new clan head. Meanwhile, after leaving the Luo clan, Nangong Yuanfeng and the others were heading in a certain direction with a gloomy air surrounding them. Teacher, we didn't accomplish the mission required of us. What should we do? One of the young men asked. What else can we do? We'll just have to accept the punishment for our failure. Nangong Yuanfeng shook his head. For the time being, let's find a place to recuperate. Once we have recovered from our depletion, we'll head to the Zhang clan. I don't believe that the Zhang clan will also have a monster as powerful as that Luo Tianya. I guess that's all we can do for now. The young man nodded. All of a sudden, the space around the group of 5 froze in place, rendering them unable to advance any further. Narrowing their eyes in alarm, they quickly scanned their surroundings. Soon, they noticed a ravishing figure standing not too far away with them. A round sphere spun leisurely in front of her, emanating astounding prowess. Don't you think it's impolite for you to leave just like that after the fuss you have caused at our Luo clan? The young lady asked coldly. Chapter 16:16 Luo Qiqi's strength. Sensing an immense pressure coming from the rotating sphere in front of them, Nangong Yuanfeng asked warily, "Who are you?" The young lady in front of them did not seem to possess too high a cultivation level, but the sphere rotating in front of her induced a blood-curdling sensation within him. He could feel that the sphere wielded absolute jurisdiction over space. Typically speaking, the young lady should not have been able to control the sphere given the limitations of her cultivation, but for some reason, the sphere seemed to harmonize perfectly with the young lady, almost as if they formed one complete entity. He instinctively knew better than to underestimate the young lady standing before him. A thought came to mind, and Nangong Imo quickly exclaimed, "Teacher, she's likely the little princess of the Luo clan." Little princess? You are Luo Yusin? Nangong Yuanfeng clenched his fists tightly together. He had heard that the Luo clan had a highly talented little princess, but as he had not met her earlier, he had decided to simply shrug it off as a rumor. Who could have thought that the other party would actually come all the way out here to stop them? Could it be that the other party thought that she would be able to stop them with her individual prowess? Luo Yusin? You would have been right, but from this day forth, my name is Luo Qiqi, the young lady replied. All along, her real name had been Luo Yusin. Luo Qiqi was simply another alias that she had gone by after she lost her memories while sealing her cultivation. No matter what your name is, the matter with the Luo clan has already been resolved. We have already admitted defeat and compensated the Luo clan with a great sage artifact. May I know what you mean by halting us here? Nangong Yuanfeng asked with a displeased frown. What do I mean? Luo Qiqi's eyebrows shot up. Let's stop wasting time and get it over and done with. Get it over and done with? Nangong Yuanfeng was taken aback. If you aren't going to make a move, I'll be going first. Luo Qiqi harumphed coldly. The sphere in front of her hummed lightly, and all of a sudden, her body appeared before one of the young men. Pung! Fresh blood spurted out from the mouth of the assaulted young man, and he was struck into the ground. Before anyone could react, a person was already severely wounded, and from the looks of it, he would be bedbound for at least 3 to 4 months. Insolence! Not expecting the young lady to abruptly attack them, the faces of the other 3 young men turned utterly livid. They immediately rushed forward to subdue the young lady. Immense might burst forth from their bodies as their powerful auras surged right into the high heavens. In an instant, their attacks had already locked onto the young lady. Despite seeing his students executing their strongest moves simultaneously, Nangong Yuanfeng did not feel relieved at all. Instead, his eyes narrowed in horror as he bellowed anxiously, "Don't do it!" However, it was already too late. Pung, pung, pung. 3 consecutive thuds, and the 3 young men were already struck down before they could even figure out what was going on. Just like the first young man, they plummeted heavily onto the ground, unconscious and heavily wounded. Judging from the extent of damage they had sustained, It would be several months of treatment before they were able-bodied once more. Nangong Yuanfeng was on the verge of exploding. With wintry killing intent in his eyes, he glared at the young lady and growled, "Just what in the world do you want? Like I said, let's not waste each other's time. Make your move." The young lady could not be bothered to explain herself to Nangong Yuanfeng. With a cold look on her face, she raised her foot and began walking toward him. Her movements were not too quick, reminiscent of a leisurely stroll in the park, but every step that she took mysteriously covered several hundred meters. Before Nangong Yuanfeng knew it, she was already standing right before him. Realizing that the other party's comprehension of spatial laws was actually far above his, Nangong Yuanfeng felt his hair standing on end. Knowing that he was in a very dangerous position, he quickly drove his strength to the limits, causing an overwhelming aura reminiscent to that of an indomitable dragon to pour forth. As expected of an expert of the 100 schools of philosophers, the descendant of ancient sage Zirong, when fighting with Zhang Xian, he had needed to lower his cultivation, so he had been unable to pull off most of his battle techniques. However, as he invoked his true strength at this very moment, it felt as if the entire dimension was trembling under his dominance. The light of the world was stolen away, plunging the surroundings into disquieting darkness. Not only so, the air around them also seemed to have been sapped dry, creating a vacuum around him and the young lady. Seal. Without the slightest disturbance in her expression, Luo Qiqi raised her finger calmly and tapped the area ahead of her. Voila! Nangong Yuanfeng's raging might abruptly halted in place, and the palm strike that he was executing was also frozen in midair, unable to advance any further at all. Following which, Luo Qiqi casually flicked her finger. Pong! Nangong Yuanfeng was immediately sent flying into the distance. Crimson blood spewed ceaselessly from his mouth, and the profuse loss of blood caused his face to turn frighteningly pale. It was apparent at a glance that he had already sustained severe injuries. They might not have been as severe as his students, but nevertheless, it would already take him several days to make a full recovery. With fear reflected in his eyes, Nangong Yuanfeng watched the young lady slowly walking away into the distance with bated breath. Her ravishing looks and fluttering robe would have made her seem like a deity descending from the heavens, but after witnessing her frightening strength, Nangong Yuanfeng was unable to think of her as anything more than a demoness. At some point in time, the young lady suddenly halted. Without turning her head around, she said, "The Luo clan might not be a match for the 100 schools of philosophers, but it isn't a power to be trifled with either. If you ever wish to challenge the Luo clan again, know that you will be making an enemy out of me as well." After saying her piece, she ripped a hole in space and stepped into the spatial rift, vanishing from the spot. What horrifying strength she wields! How can there be someone as powerful as that on the master-teacher continent? It was only after seeing the young lady's silhouette vanish from sight that Nangong Yuanfeng dared to catch his breath fearfully. He quickly rushed to the ground to feed his students a pill each. It was true that the master-teacher pavilion of the master-teacher continent had been left behind by Kong Shi, but ultimately, the heritage that they had inherited from Kong Shi was still inferior to that of the 100 schools of philosopher, which consisted of Kong Shi's direct disciples. In a sense, this was similar to the relationship between Zhang Xian and his direct disciples in contrast to the Xinxian faction. With the opening of the Temple of Confucius due, their 100 schools of philosophers had decided to make a return to the master-teacher continent in a bid to claim the treasures within. They thought that they should have been able to tower over the major powers of the master-teacher continent and force them to submit to them easily with their superior prowess. But who could have thought that even a single Luo clan would wield such frightening prowess? More importantly, the young lady did not seem to be in her 20s yet. To possess such strength despite not having reached her 20s, her talents could be said to be on par with those monsters of the great frontistery of Confucianism, Luo Tianya and Luo Qiqi. The master-teacher continent really isn't as weak as I thought, Nangong Yuanfeng remarked grimly. Teacher, what do we do from now on? Roughly half a day later, one of Nangong Yuanfeng's students finally recovered enough energy to be able to speak. Are we still heading to the Zhang clan? We have to make a trip there eventually. However, given our current state, we won't be able to do it on our own. Nangong Yuanfeng frowned. It would take quite some time for them to recover to their peak, and even so, there was no guarantee that they would be able to get the celestial amulet of legacy from the Zhang clan. After all, they could not simply ignore the rumors that they had heard about the young prodigy of the Zhang clan anymore, especially after experiencing the prowess of the little princess of the Luo clan personally. Rumors might just be rumors, but if the rumors concerning the incredible strength wielded by the little princess were true, the young prodigy was also unlikely to be a weakling. Then, teacher, what do you intend to do? The young man asked in confusion. Send a message to Zhenqing Laoshe. Hasn't he been wanting to compete with me? Let him make a move first, and we'll spectate by the side. If we can uncover the trump cards that the Zhang clan wields, our chances of success will be higher. We have already failed to acquire the Luo clan's celestial amulet of legacy, so we cannot afford to fail with the Zhang clan as well. Nangong Yuanfeng harumphed coldly. Hearing those words, the young man quickly nodded and took out his communication jade token. Very well, I'll send a message over to Zhenqing Laoshe right now. The Zhenqing Laoshe, whom his teacher was referring to, went by the full name of Tantai Zhenqing, a descendant of ancient sage Ziyu. You should quickly heal and condition your body before Zhenqing and the others get here. Otherwise, they will just mock us once more. Nangong Yuanfeng said before closing his eyes to focus on assimilating the medicinal energy to heal his injuries. His student also quickly turned his attention to recuperating. They had thought that they would be able to easily force the Luo clan to do their bidding, but their expectations had fallen flat. The master-teacher continent had really changed a lot. Powerful dragons and ferocious tigers were hidden all around, and they could possibly be destroyed if they let their guard down. Laoshe means teacher. Ancient sage Ziyu, also known as Tantai Yiming, is one of the major disciples of Confucius, credited for spreading Confucian thoughts within several states. He was known to be an exceedingly ugly but principled and honorable man, respected and honored by many rulers in his era and beyond. Chapter 16-17 Guiding Luo Xianqing. Traveling through the spatial rift, Luo Qiqi returned to her room in the Luo clan. She had thought that the heavens had answered her prayers, and she had waited in anticipation for the blissful life that the world had promised her to arrive. No one could have expected such an outcome. Yet, by some bizarre working of fate, the deep fluctuations in her emotions ended up becoming the catalyst that further assimilated the dimension silencer together with her, granting her greater control over it. It was at that moment that the crowd from the 100 schools of philosophers arrived. She had been in the midst of comprehending the powers of the dimension silencer, so she could not afford to head to the square as well. However, by the time she was done, the problem was already settled. Thus, she tore a spatial rift open to catch up with those aggressors so as to teach them a lesson. No matter what, she was still a member of the Luo clan. She could not do nothing when it had been oppressed by some other power. Watching the inauguration ceremony outside through her spiritual perception, a slight relieved smile emerged on her face as she thought that Luo Tianya is indeed a genius. Despite not possessing the dimension silencer, he still managed to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing. With him around, the Luo clan will be in safe hands. Whether I am around or not won't make much of a difference anymore. Despite being a victim in the earlier incident as well, she knew that she had to take some responsibility for the huge setback that the Luo clan had suffered. She would have to shoulder the burden of propping up the Luo clan, at least until it was back on track. But at a time like this, Luo Tianya suddenly appeared, and there was no longer anything to worry about. Since that's the case, I want to pursue the happiness that belongs to me, Luo Qiqi muttered with resolve as she stood up. All along, she had lived her life passively. She had simply walked down the pathway that those around her guided her onto, and even when it came to a matter as important as her marriage, she had never tried to fight back or protest at all. But right now, she was already exhausted from living such a life. She did not want to continue living her life so passively, trudging down a road that others had paved out for her. She wanted to pursue what she wanted. So what if Luo Laoshe was around? She, Luo Qiqi, would not lose out to anyone. Since Luo Laoshe was able to win Zhang Shi's heart, She was confident that she would be able to do the same. As soon as she made this decision, the pressure that had squeezed her heart so tightly that it suffocated her suddenly vanished. An unprecedented feeling of relaxation coursed through her body. Recalling the words that her teacher had said to her when he left, a slight smile appeared on the young lady's face. She walked out of the room and dashed into the air, swiftly vanishing from sight. This is the method to comprehending the spatial quintessence of sealing. You should quickly go through it right now. If there's any portion you don't understand, feel free to ask me. I'll help you decipher it. In a spacious room, Zhang Xian tapped his finger and imprinted the cultivation technique manual of the simplified Heaven's Path spatial sealing art into Luo Xuanqing's mind. Since the reason he had gone to the Luo clan was to compensate them, he would help them wherever possible. However, it was unfortunate that no one except for him was able to cultivate the true Heaven's Path spatial sealing art, so he could only alter it a little before passing it on to the Luo clan. As for how much of it Luo Xuanqing would be able to make sense of, that would depend on his own aptitude and capability. Going through the new knowledge that had just been transferred over to his mind, Luo Xuanqing could not help but tremble in agitation, and he quickly kneeled onto the floor and exclaimed, "Thank you, teacher." As one of the core members of the Luo clan, he had accessed the full heritage of the Luo clan's spatial arts, but with just a quick scan through Luo Tianya's heritage, it became apparent to him that the Luo clan's spatial art heritage was incredibly shallow. It was like a small pond before a hulking ocean. To pass down such a formidable cultivation technique without any reservation, this was a debt that Luo Xuanqing might never be able to repay in his entire life. Like I have said, I'm not your teacher. Zhang Xian quickly rushed forward to help Luo Xuanqing up. Somehow, it just felt wrong to him to have Luo Xuanqing kneeling before him. The cultivation technique that you have just imparted to me is of unimaginable value. Teacher, I ask of you to accept me as your student. Otherwise, I fear to practice such a formidable technique. Luo Xuanqing exclaimed. All right then. Seeing that Luo Xuanqing was insistent on the matter, Zhang Xian could only nod in agreement. Lineage was extremely important in the master-teacher continent. There were some formalities that could not be disregarded, especially when a heritage was at stake. Seeing that he had received the middle-aged man's agreement, Luo Xuanqing hurriedly kneeled down once more, and just as he was about to kowtow, he suddenly heard a feminine voice by the doorway. After acknowledging Tianya as your teacher, you mustn't use the knowledge you have learned against him. Otherwise, you'll suffer a rebound in your cultivation. You should be aware of that, right? Of course. Luo Xuanqing nodded firmly. While lineages were highly regarded on the master-teacher continent, there was still no lack of incidents where students betrayed their teachers. In order to ensure that such an incident would not happen among the master-teachers, the master-teacher pavilion implemented the rule that if a master-teacher used the knowledge that they had learned from their teacher against their teacher, they would suffer a rebound in their cultivation. In order to enforce this rule, those who became master teachers would have to make such a vow under the supervision of the master teacher pavilion. It's good that you understand that. Luo Ruoxin nodded. Rest assured, I, Luo Xuanqing, will never make a move against my teacher. If I ever do, before the rebound in my cultivation even happens, I'll first cripple myself in repentance of my deed. Luo Xuanqing declared majestically. Luo Tianya was not only his elder, he was also someone who had unreservedly imparted the spatial quintessence of sealing to him. He would really have to be a beast to attempt to harm someone who had helped him so much. After saying those words, Luo Xuanqing stood up once more. He still could not be considered Luo Tianya's direct disciple yet, but connected by a common heritage, he could already be considered half a student. Wang. The moment that Luo Xuanqing stood up, the library of Heaven's Path in Zhang Xian's mind jolted. A golden page had materialized in the Book of Heaven's Path. Perhaps it might have just been his imagination, but it seemed like it was getting harder and harder to trigger the formation of a golden page. It had not appeared for such a long time that he had nearly forgotten about it. Luo Xuanqing spent the next few hours trying to comprehend the simplified Heaven's Path spatial sealing art. For portions that he was unable to comprehend, he wasted no time clarifying them with Luo Tianya. It was only when the sky lit up once more that he finally internalized everything. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian said, "It's good that you have managed to understand everything. Don't rush things and cultivate carefully. You should be able to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing within a single month." The simplified Heaven's Path techniques were indeed not as easy and fast to cultivate as compared to the perfect versions. Nevertheless, with Zhang Xian's personal guidance, Luo Xianqing should be able to avoid going on meaningless detours as a result of the few remaining flaws, so achieving a breakthrough within a month should still be possible. "Thank you, teacher." Luo Xianqing clasped his fist. He began cultivating according to the method that his teacher had just imparted to him, and to his delight, his mastery of spatial arts advanced at a rate that he would have never thought possible before. A thought came to his mind then, and he could not resist asking, "Teacher, may I know how long it took you to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing?" It was one thing for his teacher to be able to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing, but his teacher had actually managed to create such a formidable cultivation technique as well. Countless highly talented predecessors of the Luo clan had devoted their lives to searching for a way to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing, and Luo Xianqing knew that even his talent could only be considered average compared to them. Yet, his teacher's cultivation technique actually allowed him to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing within just a single month. Given so, just how masterful was his teacher's command over space? And how long did it take his teacher to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing? Zhang Xian was caught off guard by that abrupt question. "Let me think. I guess it should be roughly." At this point, Zhang Xian paused for several seconds. "This long?" "Yeah, about this long." Luo Xianqing was visibly confused for a moment before he understood what his teacher was getting at. In that instant, he could almost see his internal world collapsing. "Teacher, you mean to say that you only took a few seconds?" "I think so. I can't remember exactly how long I took. It might have been a few seconds longer too. I couldn't really feel the flow of time while I was cultivating." Zhang Xian stroked his lower jaw contemplatively. Back then, the dimensional sand had impeded their way forward, so his attention had been fully channeled into comprehending the 4-dan heavenly art of dimension unravel in order to freeze the dimensional sand in place. Looking back, it did not seem like he had taken too long. Likely a few seconds at most. Luo Xianqing could not help but feel deep despair at the huge gap between him and his teacher. He had thought that it was already a considerable feat for him to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing within a month's hard work, but his teacher's inhuman feat had crushed all feeling of glee and satisfaction within him. To comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing within a few seconds. "The heck, are you still a human?" Seeing the look on Luo Xuanqing's face, Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. "Hurry up and cultivate. You should try to achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible." "I'm just stating the truth. Surely you need not be so traumatized by the truth, right?" "Yes, teacher." Knowing that his teacher was a figure whom he could not hope to match, Luo Xianqing quietly reassured himself that he was still a sufficiently talented genius and took his leave. Shortly after Luo Xianqing left, Zhang Xian went over to the main hall. With a bright gleam in his eyes, he asked Luo Ganzhen, "Are there any books in the clan detailing insights and methods to achieving a breakthrough to Great Sage? May I know where they are?" It had been nearly a day since he had made a breakthrough to St. Nine-Dan Pinnacle, so it was about time for him to make another breakthrough. Chapter 1618 The Luo clan's treasure vault. Due to the differing cultivation techniques that one cultivated, there was no specific method to achieving a breakthrough from St. Nine-Dan to Great Sage. As such, Zhang Xian could only refer to the insights of the predecessors to find a path that was suited for him. Insights and methods to achieving a breakthrough to Great Sage? We've had countless Great Sage predecessors in our Luo clan, so we do have a substantial number of such books. However, these books can only serve as a reference. You mustn't attempt to practice them directly, Luo Ganzhen warned. The insights of the predecessors could serve as a source of inspiration, but as everyone had different constitutions and encounters, what they needed to achieve a breakthrough would be significantly different as well. If one were to attempt to blindly follow the path of another, chances were that not only would one be able to achieve a breakthrough, one's cultivation might even go berserk. Thank you for your warning. I'll take note of it, Zhang Xian replied with a nod. Hearing the middle-aged man's response, Luo Ganzhen quickly replied with a smile. You are the most talented cultivator in the many millenniums of our Luo clan's history, so it goes without saying that you'll be aware of something like this even without me pointing it out. Please follow me. Considering how the other party had managed to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing, his talent was indubitably great. Luo Ganzhen would only be viewed in annoyance if he kept repeating the same thing again and again. Knowing that Zhang Xian was going to read books, Luo Ruoxin nodded. Go on. I'll wait here for you. I'll be right back, Zhang Xian said before leaving with Luo Ganzhen. The both of them soon arrived in a library. The bottom 3 levels of the library are open to the inner members of our clan, and everything beyond that are only accessible to the elders. The insights to achieving a breakthrough to Great Sage are all contained at the higher levels. Luo Ganzhen explained as he brought Zhang Xian up to the 4th level. Zhang Xian swiftly looked through the massive collection books around him and noted that they were mostly notebooks. Most of the notebooks contained messy scribblings, and a couple of them had a lot of blurred words or missing pages, an inevitable result from having been stored for too long. These books don't have particular systems or an order to them, and they are only intended for reference purposes. Please feel free to look through them, and if there's anything you require, feel free to call me. Luo Ganzhen said, Thank you for your help. I'll just casually take a look around. I'll call you if I encounter any problems. After saying those words, Zhang Xian quickly began browsing through the shelves of books. Seeing this, Luo Ganzhen quietly took his leave. Shortly after Luo Ganzhen left, Zhang Xian began swiftly strolling through the shelves of books while echoing flaws in his head. It took him roughly 10 minutes to collect everything on the level into the Library of Heaven's Path. Compile, Zhang Xian willed, and a new book materialized in his head. He quickly flipped the materialized book open and browsed through it. While these insights didn't form a complete Heaven's Path divine art, they did give me a deeper understanding as to what a breakthrough to Great Sage signifies. Introspective convalescence is basically the ability to immerse one's spiritual perception into every cell and meridian within one's body. This allows a cultivator to resolve their internal flaws and induce a physical metamorphosis to surpass the limits of Saint Nine Dan. At the same time, the correction of one's physical constitution would also enhance one's longevity, allowing one to live for a longer period of time. Upon reaching Saint 2 Dan's spiritual perception realm, a cultivator would unlock their incipient eye, thus allowing them to inspect their own physical state through their spiritual perception. To achieve a breakthrough to the introspective convalescence realm, a cultivator would have to further refine their spiritual perception so as to make it fine enough to seep even within cells. As simple as it sounded, the effects it brought about were tremendous. If a cultivator's cells were to be damaged or breached by some kind of bacteria or virus, they would inspect the root of the problem through their spiritual perception and channel their Zhenqi to resolve the affliction. Through this, they would be able to ensure that their physical body was always at its peak state, thus allowing them to exert their full prowess at any moment. While ordinary saint cultivators would be able to live up to roughly 1,000 years, their physical functions would start deteriorating beyond their 800s, thus causing their fighting prowess to decline. At the same time, the deteriorating physical functions would also make it more and more difficult to achieve a breakthrough. Push yourself to the limits while you are still young was a phrase that was commonly said among master teachers. Once the physical functions started to deteriorate, it would be nigh impossible to achieve a breakthrough anymore no matter how hard one tried. This was also why there was such a thing as the golden age for cultivation. However, such a limitation was removed for those who had reached the introspective convalescence realm. The ability to immerse one's spiritual perception into cells allowed one to repair and replace wear and tear in the cells, ensuring that one's body remained in its peak condition at all times. In other words, one would always be able to exert the fighting prowess one wielded in one's prime. Furthermore, even when one's lifespan was reaching the end, if the impetus for a breakthrough came, one would still be able to advance one's cultivation. For this reason, the older a great sage cultivator was, the more formidable they were likely to be. This was in contrast to Saint cultivators, where older cultivators were much weaker and more prone to injuries than younger cultivators. Having cultivated the flawless Heaven's Path divine art, my Zhenqi is much purer than that of other cultivators. This makes it much more difficult for me to make a breakthrough to Great Sage. Going through the insights that he had collected, Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. It was indeed not easy to make a breakthrough to Great Sage. Even after reading so many books, he was still unable to find the most suitable way for him to do so. Forget it. I'll just collect all of the books in here first. If it still doesn't work out, I'll just have to collect the books in the Zhang clan too. The Zhang clan should have a compilation of the insights of predecessors too. Knowing that it was impossible to rush this matter, Zhang Xian calmed his anxiety and headed to the upper floors. Given that the books on this level detailed the insights on making a breakthrough to Great Sage, it stood to reason that the books on the higher levels corresponded to that of the other realms of Great Sage. It did not take long for Zhang Xian to collect all of the books in his path and reach the top level of the library. When he finally walked out of the library, he noted that Luo Ganzhen was still waiting around the vicinity. Thus, he walked up to Luo Ganzhen and smiled. I think I'll need some pinnacle spirit stones and items containing spiritual energy in order to make a breakthrough. May I know if there's anywhere in the clan that I can take such resources from? Also, is there a limit to how much of such resources I could take as the clan head? After reading through the books, Zhang Xian realized that he needed quite a number of spirit stones in order to make a breakthrough. Sword Saint Xing had given him a clear glimpse into just how loaded the premier sage clans were. Considering that the Luo clan was a premier sage clan as well, a couple of pinnacle spirit stones and items containing spiritual energy would definitely not be much to them at all. Thus, there was no need for him to stand on ceremony for this matter either. There's a quota to how much resources the clan head is entitled to. However, you have just done the clan a great service, so the elders have unanimously decided to give you free access to the resources of the Luo clan. Luo Ganzhen said as he led the way forward. Soon, they arrived at a treasure vault. This is the vault where we store the resources and treasures of the Luo clan. The rewards that we offer to meritorious clan members also come from here. Clan head, feel free to look around the vault. If there's anything that interests you, you can just take it away with you. There's no need to hold back at all. Thank you. Not expecting such a privilege to come from being the head of the Luo clan, Zhang Xian's eyes glowed in excitement. If he could take anything in the vault away with him, would he not be loaded if he stored everything in here into his storage ring? If so, he would not have to worry about acquiring resources for his cultivation anymore. But of course, those were just casual thoughts flashing across his mind. He had no intention of realizing them at all. His principles would not allow him to do something like that. He was a master teacher, not a burglar. Even if he had not been there to compensate them, it would be despicable for him to take everything in there. In the first place, he did not have a grudge with the Luo clan, and such an action would be a huge blow to even the wealthy Luo clan. There were many shelves placed around the treasure vault, and all kinds of weapons, gemstones, and spirit stones were placed on them. After gaining possession of the Dragonbone Divine Spear, not even Saint Pinnacle artifacts could catch his eye at all. Similarly, Pinnacle Spirit Stones were not of much use to him given his current cultivation realm, so he did not dawdle too much around them. What's this? Walking in between the shelves, Zhang Xian suddenly halted in his tracks, and his eyebrows shot up in surprise. On a shelf not too far away, there was a sealed jade box that emanated spiritual energy, so concentrated that it actually moved his heart. Seeing that Zhang Xian was looking at the sealed jade box, Luo Ganzhen explained, "It's an extraterrestrial meteorite. Our predecessors obtained it by some chance. I'm not too sure what it is, but over the years, no one has been able to find any way to refine it or extract the spiritual energy within it, so it ended up being stored in our treasure vault." Extraterrestrial meteorite? Zhang Xian repeated in surprise. He walked up to the sealed jade box and slowly pried it open. Before Zhang Xian could even see what was within the box, something within his body was already trembling in agitation, and a voice sounded in his mind. "Give it to me. I want that hard thing over there." "Who is it?" Zhang Xian exclaimed telepathically in alarm. Chapter 1619, The Speaking Pig Trotter. There were a few things within his body that could communicate with him telepathically. That fool of a clone of his, who always loved to fight for the limelight, was kept in the myriad ant hive nest. Vicious had not spoken much ever since the previous time they found his upper body in the sanctum of sages. Besides, the latter would not even dare to release his spiritual perception without his permission, so there was no way he could have been aware of what was happening outside here. As for little Amulet, he had kept it in his storage ring, so the latter would not be able to communicate telepathically with him at all. The voice clearly did not belong to that of the Dragonbone Divine Spear either. However, he had heard that voice loud and clear. It was reminiscent of that of a young child, crisp and sharp. It did not seem to be a product of his imagination, just what could have slipped into his body without his noticing. Zhang Xian quickly scanned his body, but to his shock, he could not find anything at all. Unable to take it any longer, he harumphed inwardly. Who in the world is it? Stop fooling around. What do you mean by fooling around? I'm Little Gourd. The voice replied anxiously. Little Gourd? Zhang Xian frowned in confusion. Who else can it be other than me? As those words sounded, a certain gourd lying lazily in Zhang Xian's dantian shook its bottom slightly. The Dongshu gourd? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He was aware that the Dongshu gourd was within the body, and of course, he knew that it was a sentient being. How else could it possibly have been so annoying? But the Dongshu gourd was actually able to speak? Not to mention, to call itself Little Gourd. Don't you find it cringy to address yourself in such a cutesy manner? That's right. After absorbing a lot of lightning energy, I have finally fully awakened. Quick, give me that extraterrestrial meteorite in front of you. I want to eat it. The Dongshu gourd continued shaking its bottom gleefully. You want to eat it? Zhang Xian frowned. Do you know what this meteorite is? He had guessed that the Dongshu gourd was not as simple as it looked, but he did not think that it would actually be capable of speech. Furthermore, given how anxiously it wanted the meteorite, could it possibly have guessed what it was? I don't know what it is, but I know that it's edible, the Dongshu gourd replied. Edible? Zhang Xian turned his gaze onto the extraterrestrial rock. He placed his finger on it, and the library of Heaven's Path jolted. A new book was compiled. He flipped it open and browsed through it. Extraterrestrial fallen crystal, an object that has slipped through the cracks of space-time. It can be used to forge artifacts. Uncertain value. Extraterrestrial fallen crystal? Uncertain value? What does that mean? Zhang Xian frowned. This was the first time that the Library of Heaven's Path had given such a vague appraisal of an artifact. In the past, as long as the item was touched, he would be able to uncover the full history of the object. Yet, for this extraterrestrial meteorite, the description in the compiled book was strangely vague. Uncertain value. Was this extraterrestrial meteorite something valuable or not? It seems like the Library of Heaven's Path isn't reliable anymore. Zhang Xian shook his head and sighed. Ever since he reached St. Nine Dan Pinnacle and came into contact with the top experts of the Master Teacher continent, the Library of Heaven's Path had not been as trusty a companion as before. To be unable to discern the history of a single rock, it seemed like he could not blindly rely on it anymore. I really should find some time to pay a visit to the Seer Guilds. Zhang Xian sighed deeply as he reaffirmed his decision once more. He considered whether he should pass the extraterrestrial fallen crystal over to the Dongshu gourd, but he eventually decided against it. You said that you are a Dongshu gourd, but I don't believe that Dongshu gourds are capable of ingesting something like this. Who in the world are you? Zhang Xian demanded an answer. If the other party was just an ordinary Dongshu gourd, he could have turned a blind eye to it staying in his dantian. However, with the realization that it was gaining greater sentience with time, to the point that it was even capable of speech, he could not help but be concerned about having it stay in his dantian. Should the other party intend to harm him, he would really be in deep trouble. What else can I be other than a Dongshu gourd? Rest assured, I acknowledged you as my master before entering your dantian, so there's no way I can hurt you. I still have a bright future ahead of me. There are countless damsel gourds out there for me to court, so I would really have to be a fool to seek my death. The Dongshu gourd replied haughtily. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. That won't do. I still don't feel safe with you being in my body. Why don't we make a trade? I'll give you the extraterrestrial fallen crystal, but in exchange, you'll have to leave my Dantian and enter my storage ring. I'll fall into a deep sleep once more after ingesting the extraterrestrial fallen crystal, so you don't have to worry about me bothering you. The Dongshu gourd replied lazily. It seemed to be content with the accommodation that it had at the moment, and it was reluctant to leave. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian frowned. He hated to admit it, but he was completely helpless before the Dongshu gourd. The Dongshu gourd had entered his Dantian without his permission, and he had tried time and time again to drive it out. He had tried once more not too long ago, after his cultivation reached St. Nine Dan pinnacle, but it was to no avail. As long as the Dongshu gourd remained in his Dantian, it would be equivalent to having a ticking time bomb in his body. While the other party claimed that it would not wreak havoc, who could be certain that it would hold its end of the promise? Ultimately, it would still be best to get it out first. This matter is not open to discussion. You can either hibernate in my storage ring or never mention the matter concerning the extraterrestrial fallen crystal again, Zhang Xian said as he shut the lid on the jade box. SK. Fine then. In the face of food, the Dongshu gourd had no choice but to cave in. It shuddered a little, and before Zhang Xian knew it, it had already vanished from his Dantian and appeared in his storage ring. This? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in shock. His Dantian was within his body, a space that should have been under his control. On the other hand, his storage ring was a separate folded space, which should have been impossible for another being to access without his permission as its master. Yet, the Dongshu gourd was actually able to travel over without any impediment. This effectively meant that the Dongshu gourd was above him in terms of spatial manipulation. Just what in the world was the Dongshu gourd? Humph, it doesn't matter what it is. As long as it dares wreak havoc, I'll throw the Book of Heaven's Path on it. Zhang Xian harumphed coldly. Fortunately, after Luo Xianqing learned the simplified Heaven's Path spatial sealing art from him, his gratitude had triggered the formation of a new golden page. Considering how the tool could subdue even vicious easily, it should not be too difficult for it to curb a mere gourd. As long as he slammed the Book of Heaven's Path down on the Dongshu gourd, that darn fellow would be smashed into bits. With a trump card to rely on, Zhang Xian suddenly felt more secure. In any case, he had managed to get the Dongshu gourd out of his Dantian for the time being, so there should be nothing to worry about at the moment. Thus, he turned his gaze to Luo Ganzhin and smiled. May I take this extraterrestrial meteorite away? Our predecessors have studied the meteorite many times, but were still unable to figure out what it is. Feel free to take it if you want it. Luo Ganzhin nodded. Thank you. Hearing that he could take it, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. With a thought, he sent the jade box into his storage ring. Upon seeing the jade box in the storage ring, the Dongshu gourd immediately rushed toward it excitedly. Its body distorted a little, and the extraterrestrial fallen crystal in the box abruptly vanished without a trace. It was almost as if some mysterious force had swallowed it whole. Following which, just like what it had said, the Dongshu gourd fell into a deep slumber, not moving at all. Seeing that the fellow had toned down for the time being, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. A moment later, he could not help but clutch his head in distress. A speaking gourd. Thinking about it, he sure had a lot of weird things with him. A talking amulet, a talking gourd, a talking spear. It was fortunate that those pig trotters that he had in his storage ring could not speak. If he had speaking pig trotters too, he might just die of shock. Ignoring the issue with the Dongshu gourd, Zhang Xian continued looking through the treasure vault. Very soon, he spotted some decent resources. There were concentrated spiritual essences, precious pills, and unique herbs. He really had to say that the Luo clan was crazy rich. The number of treasures that they had in their treasure vault would leave any cultivator's mouth agape. After taking a couple of items that would help in his breakthrough, Zhang Xian finally left the treasure vault. No matter what, these items had slowly been accumulated through the hard work of the predecessors of the Luo clan. It would simply be too despicable of him to steal all of them. That being said, he did loot quite a few good things. To make an analogy, If the item that he had taken from Sword St. Xing back then was referred to as a single unit, the items that he had taken were worth at least 10 units. If not for the fact that he was currently the head of the Luo clan, Luo Ganzhen would have surely thrown him out of the ethereal shrouding city by now. Stowing the items away carefully, Zhang Xian told Luo Ganzhen, "I am intending to head out to find an impetus to make a breakthrough. If anything happens to the Luo clan, send me a message and I'll rush right back." Chapter 16:20 Kick Zhang Xian's ass. You were going to head out? Cough cough. Luo Ganzhen nearly choked on his saliva. It was in view of the fact that Luo Tianya was from the side family and didn't feel a sense of belonging toward the Luo clan that he allowed the other party to take so many resources at once. His motive was simple. He wanted to bring Luo Tianya on board the massive ship known as the Luo clan and convince him to willingly serve as its captain. Yet, before that fellow even stepped out of the doors of the treasure vault, he was already thinking of slipping away. You callous man, can you be any more heartless than that? I know that you don't have much regard for the clan head position, but you can't just dump it aside like that as if it's dirt. Clan head, please hold on for a moment. The elders of the Luo clan has just pushed a motion forward, and they are waiting for your call on the matter. Once this matter is resolved, you can head anywhere you want to. Sighing helplessly, Luo Ganzhen said, "What matter is it?" Zhang Xian asked. Clan head, I believe that you should have heard about how the Zhang clan has publicly rejected us during the engagement ceremony. Luo Ganzhen said. Zhang Xian nodded. As the primary culprit of the incident, how could he possibly have not heard of it? The Luo clan is the second largest sage clan on the Master Teacher continent, and it has always been held in high esteem. Yet, it was humiliated before all of the powerhouses on the Master Teacher continent, causing its reputation to be pulled through the gutter. Given that we are weaker than the Zhang clan, we have resigned ourselves to the fact already. But clan head, you are someone who can defeat even the experts of the 100 schools of philosophers. At this point, Luo Ganzhen's eyes lit up. The middle-aged man before him had comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing, granting him invincible prowess within his power class. Without a doubt, the latter's talents had reached a height far beyond his imagination. So, our elders have proposed to have you return the humiliation we have suffered back to the Zhang clan. We hope to re-establish the dignity of our Luo clan and let the world know that we aren't to be humiliated. You want to exact vengeance against the Zhang clan? Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up in horror. Indeed. The head of the Zhang clan, Zhang Xian, is at St. Nine Dan primary stage, and he has only made a breakthrough 3 days ago. No matter how talented he may be, 3 days will only be enough for him to reinforce his cultivation. There's no way he could come close to matching you. Clan head, given how you were able to subdue even Nangong Yuanfeng, surely teaching that Zhang Xian a lesson should be a walk in the park to you. The more Luo Ganzhen spoke, the more agitated he became. The intention of the elders is to have you challenge the head of the Zhang clan and teach him a lesson he will never forget. Make him crawl around the ground searching for his fallen teeth. Through cleansing the humiliation that we have suffered, we'll rebuild the reputation of the Luo clan and rise up once more. In the end, the reason why the Zhang clan dared to be so arrogant was because Zhang Xian was the head of the Sanctum of Sages, Yang Shi Senior, and the teacher of leaders of many powers. But in a fair duel, all those titles he had wouldn't do him any good. As long as clan head Luo Tianya displayed his dominance over Zhang Xian, no one would dare to laugh at their Luo clan anymore. Since the Zhang clan dared to trample on their dignity to establish their authority, then they couldn't blame them for doing the same as well. Zhang Xian clutched his hair maniacally. What the hell is with this turn of events? Indeed, it is understandable that the Luo clan would want to cleanse their reputation, especially after they have found themselves a powerful clan head. But the problem is that the darn Zhang Xian you have been cursing all this while is me. Are you seriously asking me to beat myself up? Just what did I do that gave you the impression that I have an interest in self-harm? Do I look like a masochist to you? Once this matter is settled, we'll be able to restore the lost confidence in the Luo clan and even bring our reputation up to a whole new level. Clan head, I ask of you not to turn this matter down. Once this matter is done, you can go wherever you want to. and we won't question your decision. Luo Ganzhin quickly added. The reason why the Luo clan wielded so much influence on the master-teacher continent was partly because there were many other powers subordinated to it. However, if those powers were to lose confidence in the Luo clan, they could very well tear away from the Luo clan and follow other powers such as the Zhang clan instead. As such, it was of utmost importance for them to restore their reputation as soon as possible, or else there could be disastrous consequences. And just establishing a new clan head wouldn't be enough to restore confidence in the Luo clan. In the end, the most effective way to convince the other powers that the Luo clan hadn't grown weak was to return the humiliation to the Zhang clan and give that damned Zhang Xian a hell of a pummeling. Of course, the earlier conflict with Nangong Yuanfeng did showcase the prowess of the Luo clan, but the problem was that it might not necessarily be a good decision to besmirch the reputation of the 100 schools of philosophers. While they might have driven away Nangong Yuanfeng, Luo Ganzhin wasn't so arrogant as to think that the Luo clan would actually be able to withstand the wrath of the entire 100 schools of philosophers. At least for the time being, it wouldn't be a good decision to fall out with them. I need some time to think over the matter, Zhang Xian replied with a stifled expression on his face. Why does everyone want to step down on me so much? Does my face look like a good stepping stone? It's not as if I had intentionally rejected the engagement to humiliate the Luo clan. There's no need to think about this matter. Clan head, we have absolute trust in your strength. Luo Ganzhin continued heaping pressure on Zhang Xian as he led the latter out of the treasure vault. The elders are already waiting in the main hall. Once you are done preparing, we can set off right away. Set off right away? Zhang Xian nearly fainted on the spot upon hearing those words. Indeed, vengeance is a dish best served piping hot. In the tens of thousands of years since the founding of our Luo clan, when have we suffered such humiliation before? Of course, we can't and won't go around spreading the battle between the clan head and the 100 schools of philosophers due to the severe implications of the matter, but given the Zhang clan's intelligence network, it's only a matter of time before they find out about it. If Zhang Xian were to flee in fear after hearing about it, we would no longer be able to exact our vengeance anymore. Luo Ganzhin exclaimed in agitation before clasping his fist toward Zhang Xian. Clan head, we implore you to accede to our request this once. This is for the members of our Luo clan and its tens of thousands of years of heritage. Zhang Xian had never wanted to cry as much as he did in this very moment. All of you are so preoccupied with thinking about the interests of the Luo clan, but have you considered my feelings? I am not just the head of your Luo clan, but the head of the Zhang clan as well. Are you all really going to be so cruel as to force me to challenge, slap, and humiliate myself? Zhang Xian's instincts were to flatly reject Luo Ganzhin, but looking into the burning desire in the older man's eyes, he found that he had no idea how to go about doing so. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, he could only try to put off the decision as long as he could. Allow me to listen to the opinions of the elders first. On the other hand, hearing that the clan head didn't reject his request straight, Luo Ganzhin heaved a sigh of relief inwardly as he gestured Zhang Xian forward. Clan head, this way please. As much as he hated Zhang Xian, he had to admit that the fellow possessed extraordinary capabilities. In fact, it would be no exaggeration to say that he was the greatest pride of the Zhang clan. If they could just give him a good pummeling, the disgrace suffered by the Luo clan would be cleansed. Perhaps they might even be able to bring its prestige to a whole new height. Very soon, the two of them arrived in the main hall. The elders of the Luo clan were already seated within the main hall, and as soon as they saw Luo Ganzhin and Zhang Xian, they quickly rose to their feet with agitated looks on their faces. Clan head, shall we set off right now? Let's rip that bastard Zhang Xian a new one. We'll make that bastard know that snubbing our Luo clan is the greatest mistake he has ever made. Impassioned voices could be heard all over the room. It felt as if someone had poured gasoline all around the area, and raging flames would break out as soon as someone snapped his fingers. Two words flashed across Zhang Xian's mind in this very moment. I'm doomed. It really felt as if he had dug a pit for himself this time around. He had come with good intention in mind, wanting to compensate the Luo clan for what he had done, but in a weird turn of events, he ended up becoming its clan head instead. And if that wasn't enough, before he knew it, He was being pressured to pummel himself. If he were to toss away his disguise and reveal his true identity as Zhang Xian right now, not only would his compensation not be appreciated, the Luo clan might even think that he was toying with them, thus removing any possibility of reconciliation between the two clans. In the worst-case scenario, it could even provoke a war. It took Zhang Xian a very long while to calm down all of the elders enough for him to speak. I understand your emotions, but I don't think it's a good timing to challenge the Zhang clan right now. I don't deny that Zhang Xian is very powerful, such that there's nearly no one in his cultivation realm who would be a match for him, but clan head, you are someone who managed to defeat even Nangong Yuanfeng. We believe that you'll be able to thrash Zhang Xian easily too. We'll send an official challenge letter to the Zhang clan and invite the Master Teacher Pavilion to officiate the duel. As long as we follow the proper procedures, the Zhang clan would be forced to accept our challenge. Why do you say that it's not a good timing to challenge the Zhang clan? Clan head, I don't mean to refute your words, but I feel that this is the ideal opportunity for us to challenge the Zhang clan too. You are from the side family, and hardly anyone in the Luo clan has heard of you. If not for your pure bloodline, we would have even doubted if you are a member of our Luo clan. Since this is the case for us, it would be even more so for the others. This means that we'll be able to catch the Zhang clan off guard and teach that bratty Zhang Xin a lesson. On top of that, we'll also be able to build your reputation and let the entire master-teacher continent know of your prowess. It didn't even take a minute for the impassioned elders to tear down all of Zhang Xian's arguments. Zhang Xian, wow, all of you make so much sense. I don't even know what I can say anymore. Chapter 1621. What is your relationship with Kongshi? Zhang Xian could see Luo Ganzhen and the other elders' point, and that was precisely why he found it difficult to turn them down. Putting aside the vengeance against Zhang Xian, this was also an ideal opportunity to build up Luo Tianya's reputation. Luo Tianya might have become the head of the Luo clan, but the world was still ignorant of who he was and what he was capable of. Who else would serve as a better stepping stone to build Luo Tianya's reputation than the celebrated young prodigy of the Zhang clan, whose name had been hanging on the tip of everyone's tongue in recent days? In this moment of frustration, Zhang Xian caught sight of Luo Ruoxin in his peripheral vision. There was a dazzling smile on her face. He had no recollection of seeing such a bright smile on her placid face before. In an instant, Zhang Xian felt even more frustrated. Aren't you my girlfriend? Aren't you supposed to support me in my time of distress? How can you remain silent after seeing all this? Just as Zhang Xian had no idea how he should respond to the expectant faces around him, he suddenly heard a telepathic message from Luo Ruoxin. Actually, I think it would be better for you to agree to their request. Agree to their request? Zhang Xian's face twitched. You want me to beat myself up? That's not it. You should lead them first to the Zhang clan, find a suitable moment to reveal your identity, and force the two clans to sit down and resolve the situation peacefully. Otherwise, given the hostility the Luo clan bears toward the Zhang clan, the more you compensate them, the more weapons they will have at their disposal to use against the Zhang clan. In the worst-case scenario, the Luo clan might even feel prompted to start a war with their newfound power. It won't be easy to reconcile the two clans, but you can't keep putting it off either, Luo Ruoxin explained. Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. Ruoxin's words made sense. The Luo clan had a deep grudge against the Zhang clan. While it was out of goodwill that he wanted to compensate the Luo clan for their loss, such an action was actually no different from stoking their desire for vengeance. Not only would it not resolve the conflict, it would only worsen it. Since our Luo clan is already strong enough by ourselves, why should we reconcile with the Zhang clan? Such poisonous thoughts could very well take root within the Luo clan. If Zhang Xian left things as they were, it would only be a matter of time before a fight broke out between the two clans. Instead of allowing this volatile situation to continue, he might as well resolve it once and for all. After all, he could not possibly keep alternating between Luo Tianya and Zhang Xian. He would die of exhaustion that way. I guess there's no other way. Having thought the matter through, as frustrated as Zhang Xian was, he eventually gave his nod of approval. Very well, I'll agree to your request. Let's head to the Zhang clan right now. Woohoo! Off to the Zhang clan we go. Kick Zhang Xian's ass. Kill that pathetic excuse of a man. The elders cheered in delight. Zhang Xian. The crowd from the Luo clan were already all prepared and ready to set off. Upon receiving Zhang Xian's approval, without any hesitation, they quickly rose to their feet and beckoned their aerial saint beasts over. Dozens of saint beasts immediately appeared in the sky above, forming a truly majestic sight. The purpose of the Luo clan was to rebuild their reputation. As such, even though Zhang Xian could easily teleport them over, especially since he had already grasped the spatial quintessence of sealing, they chose to fly over on aerial saint beasts instead to draw attention. Standing atop the aerial saint beast, Zhang Xian glanced at Luo Ruoxin, who was having trouble suppressing her laughter, and he pouted unhappily. Do you think that I wanted to be in this plight? Just what did I do wrong in my previous life for the heavens to punish me like that? Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I'll focus my attention on trying to achieve a breakthrough to Great Sage Wundan instead. As frustrated as Zhang Xian was, he knew that it was meaningless for him to think too much into it. Thus, he closed his eyes and focused on sorting out the insights that he had collected, hoping to find an impetus for him to make a breakthrough to Great Sage. 2 days passed in a flash, and just as Zhang Xian felt that he had found a feasible direction and was about to push for a breakthrough, a voice suddenly echoed in his head. Are you intending to push for a breakthrough to Great Sage right now? He turned his gaze over and saw Luo Ruoxin looking down at him. That's my intention. Zhang Xian nodded. There was no reason for him to hide this from the young lady before him. If it had been anyone else, he might have felt compelled to explain how he managed to advance his cultivation so quickly, or at least conceal it. However, he did not think that there was a need for him to do so before this young lady at all. For some reason, Luo Ruoxin was not surprised by the swift advancement of his cultivation, and she had never questioned it. On the contrary, it was almost as if she expected it to happen. Don't rush into it yet. There are different classifications for a breakthrough to sainthood, such as Celestial Saint, and there's also something similar to that for Great Sage. It would be unwise for you to rush into an inferior breakthrough, Luo Ruoxin replied. There's different classifications for a breakthrough to Great Sage? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. Back then, he had found the real Saint Ascension platform and used the energy there in order to push for a breakthrough as a Celestial Saint. It was precisely due to his extraordinary breakthrough that the capacity and concentration of his Zhenqi far exceeded that of his peers. Was there something like that for a breakthrough to Great Sage too? There's no such thing as a Celestial Great Sage, Luo Ruoxin replied, seeing through Zhang Xian's doubts. But depending on how one makes a breakthrough to Great Sage, there could be a vast difference in one's fighting prowess. Zhang Xian had no idea what his girlfriend's true identity was, but if there was one thing that he was certain about, it was that his girlfriend was far more knowledgeable than him in the field of cultivation. If not for her, he might never have successfully become a celestial saint. Since she had said such words, he should indeed take note of the matter. The first realm of Great Sage is known as introspective convalescence. It allows a cultivator to immerse their spiritual perception into their cells and influence their body from a fundamental level, such as metabolism, Luo Ruoxin explained. An ordinary breakthrough to introspective convalescence requires a cultivator to temper their spiritual perception into a more refined and powerful form. Such a breakthrough isn't too difficult, but it's an inferior method. It's known as the low-tier breakthrough method. Since there was a low tier, there was bound to be a high tier. That being said, this is the only method that all cultivators know of that will allow them to advance to Great Sage. There's only one person on the Master Teacher continent who has managed to design a superior method to achieving a breakthrough to Great Sage and succeeded to doing so, Luo Ruoxin continued. Are you referring to Kong Shi? Zhang Xian asked. In the history of the Master Teacher continent, the most notable figure was indubitably Kong Shi. If anyone could design a superior method to achieving a breakthrough to Great Sage, it would have been him. Indeed, it's Kong Shi. Luo Ruoxin nodded. When he was still at St. Nine Dan Pinnacle, he drew the heavenly flames into his body to temper his spiritual perception through its searing heat, making it far more resilient and stronger than before. Due to that, he was far stronger than an ordinary cultivator after making a breakthrough. The capacity of his zhenqi and the strength that he wielded were unmatched by any normal great sage, and that formed the foundation for him to become the strongest person in history. Heavenly flames? Zhang Xian's body stiffened upon hearing those words. Previously, Kong Shi's will had told him that the key to resolving the innate fetal poison was to become a 9-star master teacher and draw the heavenly flames into his body to sear it. A 7-star master teacher would have cultivation realms ranging from Saint 2 Dan to Saint 4 Dan, a half 8-star master teacher at Saint 5 Dan, and an 8-star master teacher ranging from Saint 6 Dan to Saint 8 Dan. Saint 9 Dan would conventionally correspond to half 9-star master teacher. There were some unique cases where Saint 9 Dan pinnacle cultivators were bestowed with the 9-star master teacher emblem in advance, but conventionally, the prerequisite to becoming a 9-star master teacher was to be a great sage. Could it be that, when Kong Shi mentioned becoming a 9-star master teacher, it referred not to the emblem from the master teacher pavilion but his cultivation realm? He had to push for a breakthrough to great sage, and he had to use the high-tier breakthrough method on top of that? Similar to the lightning tribulation, the heavenly flames are a kind of retribution the heavens inflict upon the cultivators. When you survived the Saint Ascension ordeal and became a celestial saint, did you feel your soul and physical body becoming far stronger than before, allowing you to defeat enemies stronger than you with ease? Luo Ruoxin asked. Zhang Xian nodded slightly. Typically speaking, it was only at Saint 5 Dan leaving Aperture Realm that a cultivator would be able to use the lightning tribulation to temper their primordial spirit. However, having undergone the Saint Ascension ordeal, his soul and physical body were able to advance to a level far beyond his current cultivation realm, putting him far ahead of ordinary cultivators. Given so, it was understandable that the heavenly flames would make his spiritual perception stronger and grant him greater fighting prowess compared to other cultivators. I have browsed through many books regarding breakthroughs to great sage, but none of them mention the distinction between a low-tier breakthrough method and a high-tier breakthrough method. If Kong Shi is the only one in history who has managed to pull it off, then Ruoxin, how did you learn of it? Unable to hold back his curiosity anymore, Zhang Xian turned his gaze over and asked, "What is your relationship with Kong Shi?" Chapter 1622, The Sanctum of Sages Under Attack. Back when they were still at the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, Luo Ruoxin had taken him to the Saint Ascension platform, and they had managed to get into the folded space embedded in the area. They had found Kong Shi's personal writing, but Luo Ruoxin had given it to him without any hesitation, even claiming that she could easily obtain as much of it as she wanted. Later on, when they entered the Qiuwu Palace, she had said that she was searching for an object and displayed no interest toward ancient sage Qiuwu's heritage at all. And right now, she had even spoken of a high-tier breakthrough method that only Kong Shi had managed to successfully pull off. Could she possibly have some kind of intimate relation to Kong Shi? Otherwise, how could she possibly know so much about him? Facing the abrupt question, Luo Ruoxin was taken aback for a moment before lowering her head silently. When she raised her head once more, there was a slight pleading look in her eyes as she said, "Please don't ask or guess anymore. I really can't tell you anything." But, seeing that Luo Ruoxin was unwilling to share anything about herself, Zhang Xian could not help but feel a little frustrated. Knowing that there was no way around it, he sighed deeply and said, "All right, I promise not to probe any further on that. But in exchange, will you at least tell me if your current name is real?" After saying those words, he looked at Luo Ruoxin with a nervous look on his face. Previously, it was precisely because Luo Qiqi hid her real name from him that he had ended up in such a huge misunderstanding. He was determined not to make the same mistake again. It was fine if Luo Ruoxin was unwilling to share her real identity. As long as he had her name, he was confident that he would eventually be able to find her. Luo Ruoxin was initially unwilling to answer, but looking at Zhang Xian's expression, her heart softened. Shaking her head helplessly, she replied, "It isn't." It was as he had guessed. Staring intently at Luo Ruoxin, Zhang Xian asked on, "If Luo Ruoxin isn't your real name, then?" He had thought that it was weird how there was not a Luo clan among the 100 schools of philosophers, And the fact that Luo Ruoxin did not really go by the surname of Luo explained a lot about this. Please don't ask me any more than this, Luo Ruoxin pleaded. It's not that I don't want to reveal my real identity to you, but I can't. If I speak, it won't just be me that suffers. Even you will face a great calamity. I understand. I won't ask anymore. This was not the first time that Luo Ruoxin had said such words. While Zhang Xian was not sure what kind of trouble they would face, considering how she was so frightened despite the power that she wielded, it was likely to be far more complicated than he had thought. As far as I know, a normal breakthrough to Great Sage shouldn't draw in the heavenly flames. How did Kong Shi manage to do it? Did he use some kind of unique secret art? Zhang Xian quickly changed the topic back. Usually, it was only during a breakthrough to Great Sage 2 Dan Oriat body realm that the heavenly flames would be summoned. The heavenly flames would then sear the impurities within one's body in order to form a truly undefilable physique. In other words, Kong Shi would have used some kind of secret art in order to draw the heavenly flames while pushing for a breakthrough to Great Sage 1 Dan. Seeing that Zhang Xian was not probing any deeper into her identity, Luo Ruoxin heaved a sigh of relief before answering. I'm not too sure how he managed to do it either, but I do know where to find the method to do so. Where? If he could find the secret art required to bring the heavenly flames upon him to temper his body and spiritual perception, not only would he be able to enhance his fighting prowess, he would also be able to resolve the threat of the innate fetal poison. In a sense, this was killing two birds with one stone. The Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, Luo Ruoxin replied. Back then, when Kong Shi was pushing for a breakthrough to Great Sage, he had already founded the Master Teacher Pavilion. It was in the headquarters that he found the inspiration to create the secret art and successfully advanced his cultivation to Great Sage. So, as long as you head to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, you should be able to find the secret art. Halfway through Luo Ruoxin's words, Zhang Xian's eyebrows suddenly shot up. He flicked his wrist, and a communication jade token materialized in his grasp. Seeing Zhang Xian's actions, the young lady swiftly realized that something had happened. Did something happen? Something has happened to the Sanctum of Sages. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. The message on the communication jade token that he had just received had come from Zhang Shi of the Sanctum of Sages. The Sanctum of Sages? Luo Ruoxin frowned. Zhang Xian nodded. He quickly went through the contents of it and said, Someone has barged into the inner sanctum. I need to head over to take a look. As he said those words, he got to his feet. I'll follow you, Luo Ruoxin said. All right. Knowing that his girlfriend's prowess could easily match any sempiternal realm cultivator, Zhang Xian nodded without much hesitation. They quickly left the room on the back of the aerial Saint Beast and leaped away. Clan head. Noticing Zhang Xian's abrupt departure, Luo Ganzhen and the others hurriedly rushed over with astonished looks on their faces. I have some urgent matters that I need to attend to, Zhang Xian said. He could not possibly reveal the fact that he was the head of the Sanctum of Sages, or else that would be equivalent to giving his identity as Zhang Xian away. But the Zhang clan, Luo Ganzhen exclaimed anxiously. I'll head to the Zhang clan after I'm done dealing with the matters there. You don't have to worry, Zhang Xian said with a wave of his hand. The ones who had snuck into the Sanctum of Sages could very well be from the group that kidnapped Zhao Ya and his other students. They had managed to get away from him last time, and he was determined not to allow it to happen again. But Luo Ganzhen frowned. Enough. This matter isn't open to discussion. I'll come back in time to deal with the Zhang clan. Zhang Xian waved his hand impatiently. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a spear and pierced the space in front of him. Hisla. A dimension rift was ripped in the space in front of him. He quickly slipped right in, and Luo Ruoxin followed closely behind him. In the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared from sight. This is traversing through dimension rifts? The faces of Luo Ganzhen and the other elders paled in fright. They had known all along that their clan head was an incredible prodigy. Someone of mediocre talent could not possibly have managed to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing. However, the fact remained that he was only at St. Nine Dan Pinnacle, so it was inevitable for them to feel that his powers had yet to fully mature. However, the feat that the clan head had just pulled off made them realize that they might have been underestimating him all that time. Just what happened for our clan head to head off in such a rush? Luo Qingqian asked. I don't know. However, since our clan head has already given us his word, let's continue our journey to the Zhang clan. Until we get that Zhang Xian on his knees, begging for mercy, the rage in my heart won't be quelled. Luo Ganzhen spat with a cold glint in his eyes. The other elders roared in agreement. This was not the first time that they had headed to the Zhang clan, but never had they felt so exhilarated as they did that day. Finally, the Luo clan would be ushering in its next spring. A dimension rift opened, and Zhang Xian and Luo Ruoxin jolted out. Taking a look at their surroundings, they had already arrived at the entrance of the Sanctum of Sages. Driving the Jinqi in his body, Zhang Xian swiftly reverted to his original appearance. Glancing at the young lady beside him, he noted that Luo Ruoxin had also taken off her disguise. Thus, they quickly entered the Sanctum of Sages. What happened? Barely after entering the Sanctum of Sages, the first thing that Zhang Xian noticed was that the ground was covered with the rubble of collapsed buildings, and countless holes could be seen here and there. It felt as if the Sanctum of Sages had just been through an extreme battle. It's the aura of the otherworldly demons. Activating his Eye of Insight, Zhang Xian scanned the area and saw the killing intent of the otherworldly demons and the auras of master teachers lingering around the area. Clearly, the otherworldly demons had invaded the Sanctum of Sages, and an intense battle had broken out. Sanctum Head, you are back. While Zhang Xian was still scanning the vicinity, Zhan Shi, Gu Shi, and several more elders of the Sanctum of Sages flew over. What happened here? Zhang Xian asked grimly. Reporting to the Sanctum Head, the otherworldly demonic tribe invaded the Sanctum of Sages and barged right into the inner sanctum. Zhan Shi clasped his fist with a doubtful look in his eyes. However, they only left with Sage Kuei's sculpture in hand. They didn't take anything else, and they didn't start a massacre either. All they did was destroy a couple of buildings and cause pandemonium before escaping the premises. They stole Sage Kuei's sculpture? Otherworldly demons? Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment before his eyes narrowed in realization. He clenched his fists tightly as he mumbled, could they be here for vicious upper body? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.